One. I tell you what, how have we fitted this many people in here today? It's just rammed. They don't realise the capacity of this building, do they? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Sainsbury's 2015 school games, welcome to the National Cycling Centre. This is day 2 of competition. I'll give you a quick rundown. I know you probably have looked through the running order and know better than I do what's going to happen. We've got a morning of sprint qualifying, and then we've got some bunch racing to wrap it all up. And yeah, we like a bit of sprinting. I've just received the first text of the morning, somebody telling me to shut up or be quiet, it's too early. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think we're there. Everybody that was just telling me you couldn't understand me, put your thumb in the air if that is better. That's not in the air, that, Norman. That's just waist high. That's very conservative of you. I understand why you've donated the Minion socks to me now. I'd just like to say thank you very much to Norman from the West Midlands team. I have 2 fantastic pairs of socks. South team, big up, big up, big up. You need to remind me, whoever it was, remind me to have a look at something on YouTube. Text me with what it is I need to look at. John, somebody or other. I'm not down with it enough. Right, I'll go through what the muffled, beardy sound was, the message before. Hello, good morning, and welcome. What I was saying is, how have we managed to fit this many people in here today? The sound is muffled. We'll keep trying to get it better. It's all the same settings as yesterday, Norman. This is not how you listen to ELO with far more clarity than this, I'm sure. Led Zeppelin. Right, I'll try and improve my microphone technique and see if it gets any better. I could have gained another inch in beard length in the night. That's what it is, and it's covering the microphone. I am very follically talented. The way I've kicked off this morning is going to be a pretty random day, I think. Right, yeah, so back to the programme. And thanks for being here. Sainsbury's is just absolutely over the moon that you're here. We've got a morning of sprint qualifying, then we've got some points racing, which will be mint. And then we've got the first round of the sprint, which will wrap up this morning's activity. We've also got para flying 200 as well, which is a medal event in itself. The sprint stuff is something as a GB cycling team program that we really put a lot of emphasis on with young bike riders, regardless of whether they're genetically predisposed to be sprinters, whether they really want to be sprinters, but it's something as a discipline that we really use to enforce lots of track skill, a lot of basic learnt speed and power, and also use of track gradient, because these are real foundation stones in a young bike rider's development. So if you were to come to any world-class youth session that we run, you will see a lot of sprint activity being put in place from those early developmental years. And it's something we really advocate. When all said and done, what's bike racing about? It's about winning bike races. And it doesn't matter whether you've got an 8-hour bike race across Flanders or whether it's a 3-lap race around a velodrome like this. You have to beat somebody to the line. And yeah, we really believe in sprint disciplines as being foundations and keystones to young bike riders' development. Sometimes it's like force feeding young people sprouts. We make them get it down the necks, you know. So yeah, we'll be with you in about 5 minutes' time to kick off. And the first event is girls sprint qualifying. And we're lucky enough to have top 3 from the national championships here today. National champion, the Beta-Nator. Let's see if we can go through that 12-second barrier again. Yum, 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 yum. Speak to you in a bit. Libby Denby, you're famous. You've got your name in lights. So here we go. We're beginning the flying 200-meter qualification for the girls' sprint competition. So Libby at the National Championships recorded a 14.326. So anything inside that is a bonus. You can't do better than your best. So for people that aren't in the know, this is a qualification round which helps seed the rest of the sprint rounds. You know, when you've seen people riding rider against rider, two bike riders on the track. So the faster you qualify, the better it is for you in the competition. And if we look in turns 1 and 2, which is where that revolution sign is, you'll see a white line through the center of the track. The bike riders are going to be timed from that white line all the way round back to the start-finish line, and that's 200 meters. So Elizabeth accelerating hard out of the saddle here, off turn 4, driving in, and as she crosses this white line, the clock starts running, and you can see up on the scoreboard, the clock's running. So as I say, Libby recorded a 14.326, so anything better than that is fantastic for her. Driving hard now down to the line. Oh, just sits up a little bit. Oh, just misses out on that time from the Nationals. Probably a little bit warmer in here on that day. But that puts Libby from Yorkshire top of the tree. So next on the track, getting a big push from Nicola there, team manager, coach. We've got Molly McLaren from Ulster. Now, just something to pick up on there. You'll see with this rider from Ulster, probably not that experienced with this event. Not to say she won't go quick. But what we advocate from a coaching point of view is when the bike rider receives that push from the pusher in the back straight, they take as much height as they possibly can. And it's the real objective of the coach or the pusher to get the bike rider as high as they can on the track for nothing. Because this event really relies on that free speed. Height gives you free speed gives you momentum. That's a little bit less that you've got to do with your heart, lungs, and legs. So Molly coming round to the line now, going to stop the clock. Well, we've got 14.510. So Molly drops into second place as we look onto the track, and we've got Harriet Meller here riding those Leach tyres. Now, look in contrast here to Molly in the previous heat, where Molly was on the black line at this point. Harriet has already got lots of height on the track. Height on the track equals free speed. It's like being at the top of a hill for Harriet. And she's already established that height in total contrast to what Molly delivered in that last effort. And it's experience that gives you that. It's knowledge, coaching sessions. So the next element, once you've got that free speed, you're looking to use what we call the transitions of the track. So they're the downhill sections, but they're also the uphill sections. And the downhill sections are your friend, and the uphill sections are your enemy. So you're looking to use your friend to get you through the enemy. So what we'll see now from Harriet as she comes across the top of turn 1 and 2 is as she enters this friendly bit, this downhill section off turn 2, we'll see her cadence, the rate that she's pedaling will increase. And she uses that momentum to take her up that uphill section through turn 3. Big shout from trackside, Harriet out of the saddle, big pop here. Accelerates hard into the bottom of the track, carries that height and free speed, crosses the line, the clock is running. Harriet didn't take part in the sprint competition at the Nationals, so I've not got any numbers to quote back, but with a 6.8, I have a feeling this is going to put Harriet top of the table after 3 heats. So Harriet Meller from Central goes top with a 13.867. So this is Fiona Turnbull from the northeast region here. Good height on the track there. Okay, a little bit early coming in there, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in the sprint qualification, why I've said a little bit early coming in. So Fiona carrying good leg speed through turn 3, just tying up a little bit through that turn. Accelerating hard to the line. Big lunge, stops the clock. Fiona Turnbull from the northeast goes 4th with a 14.530. So on the track, we've got Grace Jordan, good height from Grace. So again, we're seeing the bike riders that have had what we call regional school of racing experience, which is a tier of the GB cycling team's coaching. The guys that have had that experience and had that level of session seem to be a little bit more dialed in as regards what we call the lead-in, the build-up to their 200. So Grace, really good height here. Now what we'd expect at this point is this is the first point where we'd expect the bike rider to take some free speed off what we call that downhill transition off turn 4. Not a massive increase in Grace's cadence there, but this is where we really hope to see a really big surge in speed coming off turn 2, which then allows the bike rider to go up this uphill section pretty much for nothing. Grace out of the saddle quite early for the pop, loses height early here. So at this point, it probably is worth talking about that real use of height and free speed. We saw Grace there coming in very early, but there's a lot of downhill transition to use and a lot of benefit from staying higher for longer and extract as much downhill free speed as you possibly can. Grace Jordan coming to the line here, goes second with a 13.958. So Alice Matravers from the southeast, vastly improved bike rider here. Was coming to RSRs at the beginning of 2014, and now here on the interregional stage. So just nicely cuts the top off the first banking. And when I say cuts the top off, just slightly lower across the top of the painted signs allows a really smooth line, which stops you as a bike rider having to ride too viciously uphill, which takes every bit of energy out of your legs that you're trying to save up, like a coiled spring for that 200-meter effort. So good height here from Alice. Gonna make the effort this time. We saw a better increase in speed there from Alice down off turn 2. She's carrying better cadence and looked a little bit more efficient up turn 3. Excellent high here from Matravers, really tight on the fence. From a technical point of view, that's a really well-delivered 200. Or lead-in, I should say. So we're actually into the effort here. Just looking a little sticky here in the final 100. It's all about flow and fluidity. Good lunge there from Matravers. Goes first, 13.665. So this is Sophie Lewis from the Eastern region. Again, showing good process. Maybe just took a little bit height in the turn there. And when I say taking height in the turn, that means somebody has gone from a lower position on the track to a higher position on the track. And that's the equivalent of riding up a steep hill. And again, with this, you're trying to save as much energy as you possibly can to actually deliver that sprint effort. So Sophie has taken a little bit of speed there with 2 to go. Out of the saddle there for that acceleration. Maybe a little bit early, but she's going to carry that speed up turn 3. So that's a big investment. Here she comes to make her effort. Maybe got a little bit lost on the track there. Not the most experienced bike rider in the competition, Sophie. But that's excellent. Really committed into the line. Out of the saddle all the way to the timing strip. So Sophie into the last 20 meters of the effort here. 14.486 goes 5. Maybe if we were to go back and ask Sophie then, she can have a good look at this. So remember, we've got the live streaming in place. All you need to do is go to Sainsbury School Games 2015.com, press on Watch Live, and you can review your performance. Worth watching there for Sophie. I would say observation, maybe just got a little bit mixed up where she was on the track, spent her legs a little bit early in the effort. So looking onto the track now, we've got Sophie Enevert from the northeast. So Sophie delivers a nice little wind up there off turn 2, carries that momentum up turn 3, out the saddle, good pop here. Just lost about 1.5 meters there of track height and in quite early. I'd expect a bike rider, if they're really truly extracting every little bit of free speed out of the track, as they cross the start-finish line, maybe 1 meter, maximum of 1.5 meters down from the top fence, the top rail, in that position. And if it comes to the line, goes third for the Northeast, 13.928. On the track from the West Midlands, this is Gabby Homer. So Homer out of the saddle here for the West Midlands. Again, we're just a little bit early in, coming from Wolverhampton. Got a very flat track at Wolverhampton, just maybe dialed into the line there. Carrying good speed through turn 3 and 4. Doesn't look to be tying up too much. That's a good second 100 from Homer. Goes first, 13.406. So really fluid in that second 100. So this is Louise Surridge from the southeast. And again, another bike rider that just cuts the top off what we call turn 1 and 2. So not panicking and forcing herself to the top of the track. Hello. You'll be up here in a bit. Yeah, you will. Make sure you got some questions. I've put these guys on the spot here. They were first in. It's really difficult. Righto, Louise Surridge starting that big build off turn 2 here. Really toey action, Louise. You see how she pedals, really pushes her toe down through the bottom of the stroke. That's a really good acceleration, maybe a little bit low on the track. And a little bit early, could have extracted a little bit more, but really flowing well. Carrying good speed through the line there. Let's see this 100 meters. 6.8, that's pretty close to what Matrava's delivered. Elbows going, we've got a bit of a flying chicken going on. Goes fifth, 13.935 for the southeast. On the track in the pink skin suit, we've actually got the Pink Panther music. Bit cliched, but hey, we've got to do it. So Homer there, 13.406. Yeah, she'll love this. This is Felicity Gledhill. So Fliss carrying good height here through turn 3 and 4. Needs to bend those elbows, get into the most aero position she can. Carry a little bit of speed off turn 4 there. Good height, good speed from Gledhill here. Need to see a big surge coming off turn 2, so everybody were looking for that cadence increase. When I use the word cadence, that's what I'm talking about, pedaling speed. We're looking how fast her feet are going round. Good pop from Gledhill. Again, like I was saying yesterday, can mask her speed, Gledhill. Carries a lot of torque and force through the pedals. The cadence, and she's very fluid, so the cadence never looks particularly high. but carries a lot of momentum. Goes across the 100-metre line, 6.7, so that's a tenth quicker than Surridge in the previous heat. Comes to the line, goes third for Yorkshire, 13.741. So on the track, this is Sophie Williams from Wales. So again, just looking down the results from the Nationals. Sophie not taking part in the sprint competition at the National Championships, but this is something she's done a lot of, based down at Newport, working down there as an apprentice as well. So carrying good speed, I expect good speed endurance from Sophie Williams here. Carries it to the line and goes second with a 13.438 for Wales. So on the track from the East Midlands, this is Tilly Gurney. Woohoo! I reckon there's been some secret training going on at Derby as well. Let's see what happens here. So Tilly Gurney recorded 13.499 at the National Championships 3 weeks ago, was it? I can't remember. Like I say, I've got a head like a snowstorm. It's been a bit of a blur the last 3 or 4 weeks. So Gurney went, like I say, 13.499. So anything better than that is a bonus. You cannot do better than your best. So Gurney uses more height on the track for longer there. On that point I've been making about bike riders coming in slightly early, Gurney really kept that height all the way into turn 1, carrying great speed out turn 4. This could go top. Gurney goes top with a 13.109, which I think is a PB. Great ride there from Gurney. So on the track, one of the Silver Arrows from the south. This is Eve Jeffries. So on paper, Jeffries recorded a 13.2, which was a faster qualification time than Gurney at the National Championships. So again, a bike rider that has what we sort of term as very long speed. So not particularly or overtly explosive, Eve, but the back end of the effort seems to maintain and carry everything that she gets out from the start. So first 100, I don't think will be particularly sparkling, but we'll see Eve carry that speed through turn 3 and 4 all the way to the line. So Eve got good height here, good position, flat back, small frontal area, accelerates hard into the track. Oh, just gets a little bit wobbly there in turn 1, just loses the front end a little bit. If you just saw the front end of a bike, just get a little bit of a tank slapper on. And I've noticed that a lot recently is that people are really quick coming off turn 1, but then lose it through 4. Jeffries goes second there, so Gurney turns the tables big time on Jeffries and on the national qualification. Jeffries actually qualifying quicker there than she did at the Nationals, which is fantastic. But Gurney turning the tables big time on her qualification time for the National Championships. So yeah, getting back to the point, I've seen a lot recently
that bike riders coming off turn 4 carrying good speed, but then turn 1 and 2, which is after the start-finish line, causes bike riders quite a lot of issues, and they tend to back off. And when you back off on the pedals, the bike goes really light, and you'll see bike riders just get unstable going through turn 1 and 2. And it's really reliant that you stay hard on the pedals and drop your center of gravity and drive hard through that turn. And the bike will stay far more composed and stable through the turn. If you come off the gas and raise your center of gravity, which is what nerves can make you do, the bike can get all wobbly and out of shape. So hard acceleration. We got Lorna Bowler from the central region. So Bowler's been showing some good speed down at the London Velodrome. Drives hard through there, so 6.449, that's a quick 100 there from Bowler. Bowler goes top with a 13.094. I think we'll expect to see these times fall now as we move into the back end of this qualification. So Emily Tillett on the track from Wales. So again, I've not got any data from the Nationals on Tillett for qualifying. Oh, just loses height on the track there, Emily. And maintenance of height in this final build-up lap is really, really important. So she's maintained that now. We should see that cadence, that pedaling speed increase off turn 2. Tillett got a fantastic position on her bike. Nice bent elbows, flat back, decreasing that frontal area, which means she's not pushing any wind. Out the saddle, driving hard, good line into the track there, extracts a good amount of free speed, and looks to be really poised and composed through turn 1 and 2. 6.406, slightly quicker than Bowler there, so driving hard through the turn. And goes top, that's the first bike rider under 13 seconds. 12.995 for Tillett, Wales go top. On the track from the Eastern region, we've got Millie Gage. So again, not got any data I can share with you. So Millie a little low on the track there. I'd expect bike riders to be pretty much hard on the fence coming through turn 3 and 4 with two laps to go on the board. So Millie's gonna have to ride against the track there on the exit. If you're low on the track and then you turn out to the fence, you're going against the grain of the boards, and that's gonna scrub speed at a real key and vital point in your lead-in. So Millie accelerates hard here, swoops in off the fence, gets a little bit of last-minute free speed from the track, and drives hard now on the exit of the turn, just trying to do it with heart, lungs, and legs. 6.686. Dicing with the pads on the exit of turn 4, goes 7th. So on track from the northwest, we've got Leanne Hall. Leanne qualified with a 13.321. At the national championship, she's going to have to do better than that. She's going to have to break that 13 seconds mark if she's going to displace Wales from the top spot there. 12.995 from Tillett. So we're seeing here a real textbook lead-in from Leanne Hall. Now, this first 2.5 laps is about, like I've touched on earlier, it's about maintenance of energy. And a story that I've told at coaching sessions lots of times is I've seen elite bike riders doing these lead-ins with a power reading box on. And you'd expect, just on surface, on like face value, that they were doing that to record how much power they can put out in the effort. But actually they were recording how little power the bike rider could use on getting to the top of the track, so they had the most for this part of the effort, this explosive launch off the top of the track. Hall goes hard. into the bottom of the track, carries good speed, drops that shoulder, drives hard through turn 1 and 2. 6.508. That's not quite as quick as Tillich for the 100 mark. Just getting a little bit out of shape, that head shaking. 13.335, goes 5th. Just slightly slower than the Nationals there. So on track, we have got Amber King from Scotland, qualified 4th at the Nationals with a 12.689. So anywhere near that will put her top of the table for Scotland. A sprint-focused athlete, this. Somebody that's very, very ambitious and keen and can see the direction that she's going. So 12.689 from... Sorry, 12.280 from King at the Nationals. I'm looking at the wrong Amber, I'm afraid. Hard off the top of the track here. So Amber King, the clock's running. Really strong down that back straight there. You can just see her really thumping those pedals round. Gets a little bit high through turn 3 and 4, rescues it coming through. 12.535, goes top. So remember, the girls backing up off yesterday's racing. Not quite as warm in here as it was at the Nationals. So on track from the West Midlands, we've got Georgia Hilliard. Georgia qualified 3rd with a 12.391 at National Champs. And she's got those straps on her feet. Georgia deciding quite recently that sprint is her thing. So looking nice and composed, 2 on the board. Takes a little bit from the track, and when I say takes a little bit of the track, you could see her going with the flow, using that downhill transition there off turn 4, off the banking. Just a slight hint of acceleration there off turn 2. Going to be hopefully going to do this all in the pop, out the saddle, holds her height well here, accelerates really hard from the exit of the turn. Hilliard drops that shoulder into turn 1 and 2, drives hard through the turn, exits turn 2 here, carrying good cadence to the 100-meter mark. Can she keep that flow going as the porridge comes out on the track and tries to force her to tie up? Hilliard into the line. 12.7 goes 2nd. So the track not particularly riding as quick as it was at the Nationals here. As we see Amber Joseph in that distinctive silver skin suit of the South region, number 43. Joseph qualified 12.689 at the National Champs, which was 4th quickest on that day. So Amber King from Scotland sitting at the top of the pile with a 12.537. We just saw Amber just take a little bit of height on the track there, mid-turn. Really good raw speed, Amber Joseph. Good balanced acceleration out of the saddle. I recommend if you ever have a go on the track, have a feel what it feels like when you're revving at about 120 revs a minute to get out of the saddle at the top of the track. It's like pedaling fresh air on the top of a house. So Joseph comes through here to stop the clock. What will the time be? 12.579, goes 2nd. So it's a pair of Ambers.
First and second, Scotland and South at the top of the leaderboard. Just missing out there. 400s. So on track, number 53 from Scotland. This is Gemma Penman. Penman qualified at National 6 with a 13 flat, so that's a 13-second time. Penman looking just to consolidate. Scotland really, really strong this year. Fantastic, sitting pretty at the top of the Inter-Regional Track Champs leaderboard with only 71 points recorded after day one. And it looks like when we get into this first competition of day two, that Scotland are going to be sitting really strong at the top of the qualification board of this flying 200 metres time trial. On paper, Penman should put herself somewhere near the top. Really sedate there. I'm not sure Gemma's sure where she is on the track. Starts her acceleration. Crept into turn 3 there. There's so much more free speed to get into that lead in. And with a load more free speed, Penman will carry a lot more into that timing strip. Still records a 6.3 there at 100. Goes fourth, 12.80. So taking 2/10 off her qualification from the Nationals, which is a great thing. You can't do better than your best, and that is your best. And finally, last heat of the qualification. Can you please welcome onto the track our national sprint under-16 champion? This is Lauren Bate-Lowe from the Northwest. Lauren went through the 12-second barrier, which is a tremendous thing at Nationals. Track riding a little bit slower here today. I think not quite as warm. We've had the doors open a lot with stuff coming in and out. So look at this, how efficient Lauren is here. And this skill of being able to ride slowly at the top of the track gives you that maintenance of energy for your effort. So Lauren relying on that pop there through turn 4. No particular build through turn 2, or off turn 2 and into turn 3. Relying on that hard acceleration out of the saddle. So break 6 seconds for the 100-meter mark. First bike rider to do it goes 12.027, top of the board. So Northwest qualified quickest. Bate-Lowe backing up from the Nationals there, 12.027. Please put your hand together for the quickest bike rider in the 200-meter qualification, Lauren Bate-Lowe. So confirmation, top 5, Penman, Scotland, 4th, Hilliard, West Midlands, 3rd, Joseph, South. King goes 2nd from Scotland, but Bate-Lowe there, 5/10 quicker, top of the leaderboard, Lauren Bate-Lowe from the Northwest.
So it's coming thick and fast at you now this morning. We're straight into the boys' qualification. So on the board, it says it's Aussie Chamil, but I'm not sure it is. I think it's Luke Hind. Graham, where are you? It is, isn't it? Tilly, am I right? Is that right? Thank you very much. Beautiful. It's good to have friends. So Luke here. This is where we'll see. Just watch that disc wheel on the back of his bike. Let's see if it speeds up off turn 2. And it does. Beautiful. I've got big frontal area, Luke, and he's going to have to learn to try and bend those elbows and lower that frontal area, pushing all that wind. You need to have some extra watts to play with. So the clock's running. We're going to get the first time on the board. So Luke drives to the line. What we're going to have. So 12, 6, 7, 8. So that's it. The ball's rolling. There's a line in the sand, guys. So on track now from Ulster, we've got Niall Lawrence. So some of the Ulster guys yesterday in that standing lap showing some real raw, flat speed. Let's see if they can translate this into this flying effort. Look how tight Niall is against the top of the track. That's mint, that is. Nice balanced acceleration. Looks poised across the front of the back. Needs to get in the saddle now and drive. Oh, gets a little bit wiggly. That's exactly what I was saying about the turn 1 and 2. If you don't get that centre of gravity low and stay on the gas, the front end can turn into a bit of a tank slapper. So Ulster go top with a 12.516. And I've just been informed, poor old Aussie broke his foot. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oh, dear. Never mind. On track, 77. Bailey Wilmot, East Mids. Oh, he goes down the track. Wilmot, look, he's like, he wriggles all over his bike, look. Get everything out. Come on, Bailey. Get them pedals going round, dude. Smashes through, so it's first lad under 6 seconds for the 100 metre. Dices with the pads. Wilmot goes top, 11.933. First bike rider today to go under 12 seconds. Bit of slippage. Yeah, the only thing that gets hurt there is your pride. It's terrible. Really stings your pride. Help if you turn the microphone on, Tim, you doofus. Yeah, right, so we've skipped now to number 125. This is Joe Saunders from the Southwest with his spangly blue shoes on. Look at them beauties. So good height from Joe. He's got his elbow dragging across that top fence there. Maintains it well, carries a nice bit of speed there off turn 4 as well. So he just needs to keep that going, just show a nice squeeze through turn 4. Off turn 2 and carry that momentum up turn 3. Out the saddle. Just rests his weight on his left arm there as he gets out the saddle, which drags the bike down the track a little bit early. And you see a lot of bike riders do that as they get out the saddle to deliver that pop, that acceleration. Because they get out on the left arm, the bike loses about a metre of height in the track. Saunders stops the clock in a 12.361 and goes second for the Southwest. On track from the Silver Arrows, it's the Dreadnought. Harvey McNaughton. So again, McNaughton got good height on the track here. Great position as well. He's a big fella. The old Dreadnought's a big fella, look, but he gets in a great position there. Low hands, flat back, small frontal area. So out of the saddle, and again, you just see that as the bike riders get out of the chair, and when I say chair, I mean the saddle, you just see them drop into the track. They're almost on top of that Fiat sign when they should really be railing down the fence. So McNaughton goes 6.051, doesn't break that 6 seconds barrier, drives into the line and goes second with a 12.187, so only one bike rider under 12 seconds up to now. So on track, number 86, this is a bike rider, that red skin suit, one of the dragons from Wales. Dan Coombe. So Dan, just rode, really subtle that. I know I'm being a little bit of a geek about it, but just rode uphill there in turn 1 towards that Manchester sign. And we're talking about tenths of seconds, less than tenths of seconds in this competition. And you've got to be absolute pinpoint accurate. It's good line into the track though from Dan. Into the timing strip. Carrying good speed, 200 metres, going to go long here, Dan, I think we could see. So just failing to break 6 seconds, but this could be a good second 100 from him. Goes third, 12.236. So on track, it's a blue skin suit, and a blue skin suits tell us it's a rider from Easton. This is Will Raymond. So Will, out of the saddle here, just progressively building that speed down the home straight. Quite patient there. Slightly high line down the back straight there, just to exited turn 2 on the red. So goes 4 for Easton, 12.351. So it's been a long time now since that 11.993. So Louis Rose Davis here again, like I said yesterday. Shown some real impressive performances this year. Putting himself in the mix wherever he's ridden and whatever discipline that he's ridden. Worked really hard through the winter as well, Louis. I received quite a few emails from him looking to improve himself left, right and centre. Very much self-driven and motivated, and you've got to take your hat off to him, and showed that improvement through the spring and summer of 2015. Just gets bitten a little bit there by turn 3. You just saw the cadence come off a little bit, but he recovers that. And I expect Louis to go long here, and if he can get a decent amount of speed out of this lead-in, carries good speed across the timing strip there. Let's see what his 100-metre time is. We're looking for him to break 6 seconds. Goes through under 6 seconds there with a 5.9. He's very close to Wilmot's time, this. Goes second, just loses out in that second 100. So 12.046. So one of the riders from day one rides beyond his experience, this boy. This is Will Tidball from the Southwest region. First year under 16. Convert from Cycle Speedway. And just grabbed the sport by the throat, man. Had that little tumble yesterday in the elimination. Laughed it off. Just thought it was mint. Great position, look at that. Just drops down into that aero position. Flat back, gets those elbows in. Looks like a torpedo on his bike. Obviously taken a lot away from those RSRs and the regional coaching that he's received. Carries good speed up turn 3. Textbook this from Tidball. Out the saddle, big sprint now. Tidball almost rides the wall of death there out of turn 4. Hammers it into the turn, drops his weight close to the bars. So Tidball again rides outside of his experience. Look at this aero position. Just misses out and going under 6 seconds for that 100-metre mark. Goes third, Tidball for the Southwest. Don't look into this disc wheel. It will hypnotize you. It's the Green Hornet. Alistair Levers, Northwest. Ooh, just takes a little bit of height there, the Green Hornet, mid-turn. Could have just waited a little bit there to exit the turn. Again, I'm being absolutely picky as. But I am a bit of a geek with this. So yeah, on the exit of turn 2 there, the old Green Hornet just decided he wanted to grab an extra few centimetres of height, but you're scrubbing your speed when you do that. Look into my eyes, look into my eyes. So Levers out of the saddle. Maintains pretty decent height there, coming off turn 4. Nice and late coming in. Just looks a little bit unbalanced there as he dropped into the timing strip. And again, doesn't go through that 5-second barrier. Goes 6. Levers goes 6 for the Northwest. On track, yellow shoes from the Eastern region. This is Ethan Vernon. So Ethan at the National Championships went 12.062. He's going to have to break that 12-second barrier if he's going to put himself on top spot here at the Interregionals, Sainsbury's 2015 School Games. So he's going to take a PB this. or a Manchester track PB for Ethan to put the Eastern region top of the board. So Ethan, got a bit of a flapping chicken going on there. Accelerates hard into the timing strip. This looks really aggressive from Ethan. Got a look of Frank Longstaff about him on that bike. All sat behind the bottom bracket, all legs and arms. Bang, he's done it! Yeah, baby, yeah! 11.835. Takes his qualification from the Nationals apart. Got to be happy with that. Eastern go top. On track from Yorkshire, Tom Pidcock. So Ethan Vernon, we're about halfway through qualification. Ethan Vernon, top of the pile. So Pidcock looking nice and relaxed on his bike here, electing to go double discs. He's a small guy, but he handles his bike real well. Held fantastic height through turn 4. That's probably about as good as we've seen there. And absolutely rails the black line across the timing strip. Boom, he's gone through that 6-second barrier. Will he dislodge that 11.83? Oh, just outside that 12 seconds, so goes fourth for Yorkshire, 12.069. Technically great ride, though. On track from Central, number 115, this is Carl Jolly. As the Central dudes make their way to the barrier for some support. I like it, I like it. Text me with what that thing on YouTube is I've got to look at. Jolly, 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 jolly. Oh, no. This is where it really starts. In comes Carl Jolly, really aggressive, out the saddle, poised over the front of his bike. Wrestles his bike through turn 1 and 2. Okay, another bike rider under 6 seconds, but I'm not sure that's going to be quick enough to go sub 11.8. So it's 12.14. Ooh, that track got ever so sticky in that last 100 meters. Somebody poured a bit of concrete out there. Alrighty then, it's the Snake Hips, the Ninja, Joe Swinnerton. Joe went under that 12-second barrier of the national champs, only just like 11.958. He's going to take a PB from Joe on here. If he's going to put the West Midlands on the top spot. Here he goes. Oh, that was good, that was good. Didn't look to be any hesitancy through turn 1 and 2. Carries good speed across that wall, doesn't break that 6-second barrier. He's up against it here, Swinnerton. What can he do in the back end of this ride? Oh, 12.244. This track's not riding anything like as quick as it did at the Nationals. So on track, this is the famous pink skin suits. Number 96, it's the beardy man, Alex Riedalsch. Down the track he comes. Alex is working really hard and getting more fluid on his bike. Got caught out on Swiss Hill, the old cobble climb across Cheshire. And it's that fluidity that he really got to work at. He goes top for Yorkshire. Oh, by the skin of his teeth. Look at that. 11.823 compared to Wilmot's 11.835. On track from the West Midlands, Jake Stewart. Jake qualified 5th at Nationals. On paper, we would expect him to take the top spot, but we just don't know how people are backing up from yesterday's racing, what they've been doing in between now and or since the Nationals to now. Jake recorded 11.4 at the National Championships, which is well enough to cleanly put him on top spot. But hey, that's on paper, dudes. Nice build from Stewart there, off turn 2, not too much. Carries good momentum up turn 3, doesn't get bitten by that uphill challenge, out the saddle, maintains good height there. Stewart looking really, really good, technically on par. Just gets a little bit crossed up on his bike there through turn 1 and 2, wrestles it out of the turn. 5.6, that's quick, so he's 2/10 up. 11.2 from Stewart, whoa! Big up, big up, big up, gone top spot. That should be somewhere near a PB, that I reckon, for Jake. Give me a thumbs up, Jake, if it's a PB. Beautiful! Sweet! The gauntlet is down, people, as Matthew Burke from Wales takes the track, number 34. Burke qualified at the National Championships with 11.785. So he's going to have to blow that out of the water if he's going to get anywhere near the rider from the West Midlands. Oh, he's going at this. Burke has got a bit between his teeth, sits down early there, but he's on top of the gear nicely, rails the turn. We're going to see times tumble now as we move into the last quarter of qualification. Oh, he's just 2/10 slower than Stewart, but it's a quick time. It's going to put him top 5. Goes 4th, 11.843. Slightly slower than National Championships, but still a good time. What are you doing up there, Matt? So we've gone back in qualification here for the rider that slipped off in turn 1 and 2 and is leading. We've got Jacob Vaughan here, number 26. Jacob absolutely whirling round here. If we were timing him for his leading, he'd probably win this competition.
You're not timed over 3 laps. You're timed for the last 200. And it's a hard thing to get. He's got a lot of momentum going here. Is he going to be able to maintain this over the 200 meters? Ooh, the track's got a little bit sticky there for Jacob. Expended a lot of energy. Obviously got a lot of adrenaline after that slip-off. You can understand that he doesn't want to end up on the deck again. So goes 18, 12, 6, 8, 5. Be good to review that, Jacob. Have a look back at that, the live stream on the website, and just look at how much energy he expended in those first 2 laps of your lead-in. But looking down on the track, competition moving forward, it's the guns. Richie Allen from the Northeast. So Richie the Guns Allen got good height there. Oh, he's got really good form on his bike, good posture. Nice bent elbows, small frontal area. Explosive bike rider, Richie. Looks a bit like Cav on his bike, doesn't he? Look at that. It's nice, nice, nice. Carrying good speed. Just gets a bit tangled up in the pedals there. Out of turn 2. Getting a little bit of a bob on. Breaks that 6 seconds, but he's down by 3/10 on Stewart. But this is going to be a good time. Should put him top 5 somewhere. Oh, just outside top 5. Breaks 12 seconds. It's 11.995 for Richie Allen from the Northeast. So this is Harvey Barnes. This is the man that smashed that standing lap out yesterday. Was on the leaderboard for ages. Can he back that up with a flying effort? So Harvey Barnes from Ulster. So Harvey coming into the 100-meter mark here. Let's see if he can break 6 seconds. He has. This is going to be a really strong time here from Harvey Barnes. Backs up. He's obviously got a lot of raw speed. Ulster go third. Breaks 12 seconds. 11.823. So on track now from the Northwest. Hometown boy. Spends a lot of time on this track. Please put your hands together. Chris Eaton. So Chris qualified with 11.374. Chris is going to have to get somewhere near his personal best here to dislodge Jake Stewart from the West Midlands. Double disc for Chris. Look at that aero position. Looks poised like a cat on the bike. Here he goes. Big build up for Chris. Rails that black line through the turn. Just looks a little relaxed through turn 1 and 2. Gets on the gas down to the 100-meter mark. Oh, and he's down by a 10th. Can he recover it in the last 100? Eaton comes to the line, stops the clock, goes second. 11.437. On track. It's a silver arrow from the south. The Ox. Alistair Fielding. So Ali Fielding qualified with 11.261, which if he can repeat that from the Nationals, by the skin of his teeth will put him top spot, but he's up against it. Big build here from Fielding. So gets that bike by the scruff of the neck and he drags it hard through turn 1 and 2. Oh, he's just down by the skin of his teeth at 100 meters. Can he get it back? Goes second, 11.410. Just tying up slightly there at the back end of his ride. So on track, number 57, from Scotland, it's the thinker, Lewis Stewart. So Lewis qualified again with 11.265, which is going to be just enough if he can replicate that. Not his home track. Jake Stewart from the West Midlands done quite a few sessions at the start of the year, so knows this track maybe a little bit better than Lewis. Riding at Glasgow a lot, Lewis, but if you can back that up on go second, 11.382, that time of Jake Stewart is just looking unstoppable. So on track now from the central region, we've got Cameron Thompson. Cameron qualified 7th at the National Championships with 11.605. Cam rode well here earlier in the year at Sprint Fest. Moved his way through the ladder. Nice line there, holds his height well there, Cam. Oh, just gets a bit wiggly and giggly there through turn 1 and 2. But does stay on the gas, wrestles the bike through. Oh, just breaks 6 seconds. 6 seconds for 100 there, and he's looking close. He's only a 10th down on Stewart. Oh, goes 5th. I tell you what, somebody has definitely put a little bit of glue on the track in that last 100. We've seen 2 or 3 of the guys look really close to a top 3 spot at 100 meters, but then tying up through that last 100 meters. So on track now as we move into the penultimate qualification round. This is Stephen Dent from Scotland. So Stephen really quick over that standing lap. And I would say he's going to back his teammate up here, Lewis Stewart. And we're going to see 2 of the Scottish riders sitting pretty somewhere near that top 5. Holding a good position there, Stephen, just has a little hutch on the saddle there, showing he could be tying up a little bit as he comes to the line. Goes 5th, 11.666. All right. Alrighty then, national champ on track. Warning, warning, whoop, whoop, whoop. So if you're not aware, that skin suit that he's wearing with those nice stripy bands means he's national champ here. It's now national sprint champion from the northeast, Hamish, the Bull Turnbull. Qualified very near national record at the championships with 11.010. He's going to have to get somewhere near that if he's going to put the northeast top spot here. Stuart has pulled a rabbit out of the hat there with that 11.2. So Hamish holds a fantastic line, really relaxed in his build there. And lovely line through turn 1 and 2. That was like a scale electric car going through there, wasn't it? Oh, so he's a 10th up at 100 here. So if he just maintains this speed, fluid through the line. Oh, what a time! Please put your hands together. 11.010. Matching to the hundredths of a second. It's time for the Nationals. Going top for the northeast, Hamish Turnbull. So, how are we? Yes. Little Miss Hardcastle, how the devil are you? Oh, how are we, Jack Barton? Good to see you, brother. Got some faces in here. Oh, look, there's the Peckovers. How are we? Hopefully this should be a lot less emotional than it was, last year. Ollie managed to throw himself off and bust a couple of vertebrae in his neck. We don't have any of that. Anyway, back on it. Where's my para draw? It's here. Para qualification. Please welcome onto the track Matthew Robertson. He's got Greg LeMond, Scott Bars on there. Do you remember them dropping? Scott drop-ins. Must be some old kit freaks in here. Do you remember them? Scott drop-ins? Do you remember them? They were brilliant. Anyway, Matthew Robertson. Remember from yesterday, this isn't about purely who goes quickest in the para competition. It's about the target times that they've been set based on their classifications. So Matthew is looking for a 16.887 or faster. And we've got a tower of big fingers going on down here. I like that. So Matthew showing good height, good line, just a little bit low on the track if I'm going to be really picky. So Matthew has to do that seated drive. Obviously, with his right arm, he can't get out of the saddle and really explode on the pedals. So he delivers that lead in, that line into the track in the chair. So 7.298. So he's going to set the precedence here as regards line in the sand. But how close is he going to get to his oh, he's absolutely taken his target time apart there. So 16.887 was his target, 14.889, so 2 seconds quicker. So we'll see if anybody else can get anywhere near that. So on track here, number 152, Jamie Harding. Now, Jamie got exactly the same target time as Matthew in that previous heat. So 16.887 is the magic number on the screen. Robertson firmly putting that away with a 14-second 200 meters there. So in comes Jamie. So let's give him some support as he comes down that back straight. Let's bang the chairs. Clap your hands, give him a cheer. Comes to that 100-meter mark. 16.887 to beat. Come on, Jamie, drive on those pedals now, mate. Look to that line, look to that line. Come on, whiz those pedals over. Try and be fluid. Good lad. 19.994 goes second, but when it comes down to it, just missing out on his target time a little bit there. So on track, we have got the flag bearer, Lauren Booth. So Lauren, very experienced at this effort. Showing good height there. 2 on the board. So Lauren Booth now just about to make her effort out of the saddle, pops. Look at that for a race face. You see that? Catching flies there, Lauren. So Lauren has a target time of 16.348. So 7.127. So she's up on the on Matthew. But where will this fare against her target time? So goes first, 14.687. I think that's going to be pretty close there in target time comparisons for myself and Matthew. So always the showgirl. Lauren coming down the back straight, squeezing every little bit of cheer out of people. As Amelia Cass, number 142, hits the track. So Amelia just needs to be patient here. As she comes through turn 3 and 4, just squeeze on the pedals and move out towards the fence. That's lovely. That is bang on. So just need to try and keep that height now and maintain that height for the rest of the effort. And does that nicely. And then this part of the track is where she needs to use that speed, use that downhill transition to carry her up the face of that steep transition in turn 3. So there's the bell. Amelia comes in now to start that lead in. The clock will start rolling as she hits that timing strip in the middle of turn 1 and 2. So 18.689 for Amelia Cass. So on track, number 150, Connor Brock. So Connor, sub 16 seconds for a target time, 15.725. So anything better than that, guys, we can go wild. Okay, Connor Brock here. Oh, just has to wrestle his bike down, back down to the black line there. Just keeps that fluidity going and doesn't go against the track. So Connor coming into that 100-meter mark, so we get a bit of the first guess where he's at. So 7.894, trying to keep those pedals fluid all the way to the line. Smashes them round, 16.040. So just outside his target time there, Connor. Okay, can we call the girls, please, for the points race? Can we call the girls for the points race? Please make your way. I would think it's probably to the gear check area. It was yesterday for elimination. Okay, on track, Oliver Thomas. Nice aero position, dude. That is lovely. So Oliver got a target time, up against it here, 14.995. Disc wheel in, looking aero with that Smurf hat on. Nice pop from Oliver Thomas there. Carbon saddle on. Oh, I wouldn't like to have a tumble with one of them on, I'll tell you. Good drive out of turn 2, carrying plenty of speed down the back straight. Looks to be still pretty fluid as he comes to stop the clock. Yeah, baby! 14.995 was his target time. Oliver takes that apart with a 14 flat. Well done, mate. So these targets are just getting more and more difficult to hit as number 151, Crispin Gardner, hits the track. 14.113 is your target time, Crispin. So this is 151, Crispin Gardner. Just builds that pace. It's a little bit low on the track. Maybe could have been a little bit steadier with his build there, showing just a little bit of fatigue. So just a little bit behind the lap board there. Crispin just getting caught out. Swoops in nice, though, off turn one. Got a nice little boost of speed there. 14.113 is the time we're looking for. Or just outside there. Probably just paying for that. That's a little bit of losing where he was up to. Okay, on track, number 153. This is Alex Jones. And again, these target times just sink and sink and sink. We've seen Alex do really well in the two previous competitions. Putting to bed both his target times. Can he do it again? So 13.889 is what we're looking for. Alex just a little low on the track here. He's done this at RSR plenty of times. So he's got the process in his head. It's just about replicating it, pulling it out of that filing cabinet, out of that folder in the computer, and putting it down. So Alex electing to go for a seated drive here, out of the saddle pretty late there, building hard on that gear. Pretty fluid through turn 1 and 2. Carries good speed into that second 100 here. Yeah, baby, breaks 13 seconds, 12.458. So that's pretty convincingly puts his target time away there. Well done, Alex. 13.889 was what we were looking for. Right, Wyn Williams. Now, this guy is the man of fast legs. Wyn the Whirler. Really quick down the back straight yesterday in his 500. You are Wyn the Whirler. So Wyn with the same target time as Alex. So next time we'll see Wyn make his effort off the top of the track. Maybe been a little bit enthusiastic in the first couple of laps, but he looks to have plenty of gas coming off turn 2. I was a little bit fearful that he'd left his legs on the track, but looking good. So hard acceleration, grit in his teeth there, Wyn. I'm being tickled to death by my own moustache. Just looking a little heavy leg now, Wyn. I think if you look back at that on the live streaming, it'd be good to just review that and just see how much effort and gas was left on the track in that build-up. Probably can be looked to be a little bit more conservative with that. Plenty to gain through just not putting so much into that first 2.5 laps getting to the top. So here come the VIs. We're into the tandems. And this is Lydia Hayden being piloted by Alex Novacki. First sweets of the day. Oh, brilliant. . How good are them pick and mix? Yeah. Just mega that. When I grow up, I want to have sweets for my breakfast. Right, back to it. Lydia Hayden, Alex Novacki, 13.889. Not sure how much practice these guys have had together. I know Alex was a late call in. I think we had an injury maybe in the para team. So Alex called in at the last minute and doing an absolutely sterling job as a pilot for Lydia. So the tandems with that extra build time. Good to see people with some bangers over there. I can see you. Bang the bangers, people. Yeah. Let's have a bit of enthusiasm on the Saturday morning. Yeah. Love it. Right, get yourselves ready. Because when these guys come smashing past you, we want to hear some bangers and some cheering. So Hayden primes the jets and shoves that tandem down the track. Novacki steering it ably to the timing strip. Come on, bang the bangers, people. Big finger waving. So 13.889 is the magic number. Oh, drives all the way to the line. Yeah, there you go, underneath their target time. Gotta love that. Well done, Lydia. So put your hands together. So the partnership of Lydia Hayden and Alex Novacki taking 6/10 there off their target time. So well done, girls. And our next tandem on the track is the tandem of Joe Widowson, the Widowmaker. Oh, sorry, it's not. This is Alice Hayden. And the Rotherham Meister. Righto. Slightly quicker for these two, 13.587. So Alice Hayden with her pilot Tom Rotherham, 3 on the board. I had Thomas behind me on the motorbike doing lead-ins here. We were doing nearly 70 Ks in the hour maybe the other week. It was quite exciting. That was before I threw myself off a motorbike and smashed myself to pieces. But yeah, Tom was behind me on the dirty. We had it screaming, didn't we, Rebecca? It was good fun, that. I enjoyed it. So if you can replicate anything sort of like that speed, we'll see something really hot here. So next time, oh yes. You see that then? Alice Hayden was just driving that tandem on. I could see her face, and you could see the muscles flexing, really pushing that tandem on. That is a mega. That is mega. This is really tramming here, so Rotherham's going to wrestle this thing because as Alice Hayden is stoking the fire on the back of that tandem. They smash it in. Let's give them some support here. They rail it through the turn. 13.587 is the target time. And they're up on Booth. This is going to be quick. You beauty. 11.996. That is great. Put your hands together. Alice Hayden and Tom Rotherham. And then they nearly had a crash. Don't go near a Peckover. That was great. I like that. So, finally, Joe Widowson and Oliver Peckover, the Widowmaker. 12.5 to beat. Ooh. I tell you what, I think we could have a tandem at the top of the podium. Oh, it's going to be so close. George will be weaving his magic with the numbers. So 3 on the board here. So the team of Widowson, the tandem of Widowson with Peckover on the front is up against it here. Alice Hayden, she was proper smashing it on the back of there. They have laid this down. There's a serious line in the sand. So this is it. This is the moment. So electing to go for a seated lead-in. Now that gear's spinning. They haven't got as big a gear on, I don't think, as Alice and Tom. Looks to be that they're pedaling a higher cadence here. Looking quick. Carried that speed all the way through the second 100. Yeah! 12.291. Not as quick as the tandem of Alice Hayden and Tom Rotherham, but still going underneath their target time. So well done to Widowson and Peckover. I can't give you a confirmation of the result, but what I can say is 11.998 is mint. Yeah, you gotta love it. Right, who's in? Anybody I can talk to? You all right over there, Scotland? Are you looking all happy? Pizza Express last night, curry, bit of lager, wine. Thanks for coming. We all right, bangers? How are we, bangers? You all good? Sweet. Whoop, whoop. Big up the bangers. Hello in the middle. We could have a very dreary Mexican wave. No. Right, what's up next? It's girls' points race. I've got to find a bit of paper. Where is it? Where is it? Where? Yeah, oh, there it is. There it is. Got a bit of paper. Right. I'm sure most of you know how this works. But just in case you don't, look at Chris Latham there. Hey up! You remember when you were doing this? So one of the Senior Academy riders, looking very suave as usual, just disappeared down the tunnel there. And I remember commentating on him doing this. I'm so old. Right. What was I talking about? I was talking about the girls' points race, wasn't I? I'm going to turn off and have a sweet. I'm just having a tutti frutti. Guys with the bangers, just don't bang them on the rail there. If you can go a little bit further back, because it's putting rubbish down the track. And that corner's a favourite for people hitting the deck. So back off, people, back off. We've all been there, haven't we? We've experienced it. Yeah, so if you can just keep back from the rail, dudes, that's mint. Thank you. Right. How does a points race work? 60 laps, okay? Every 10 laps, there's going to be a sprint. And you get points for being first, second, and third. And the person at the end with the most accumulated points is the winner. And you also benefit from taking a lap. So the aim is either to score big or take laps. So what you'll have is there'll have been people strategizing, and we tend to talk to people in two ways. You can go about your points race in these two ways. You can either think, right, I tell you what, I'm going to try and win every sprint, or what I should say is you can't think you're going to win every sprint. To try and win a sprint is really energy expending. And so you've got to be selective. If you're going to score big, you've got to pick specific sprints that you're going to really go for and try and pick up big numbers. Then you can also choose to score small. Thank you very much. So when you score small, that's when you score regularly, but you feed off the back of other bike riders. So you sit in the wheels and you pick up small 2s, 1s, 3s, but you ride off the back of other bike riders. You don't get on the front and push the wind and really expend a lot of energy. Or the other way to do it is to think, right, halfway through this bike race, I'm going to really commit to attacking hard and try to take a lap. So there's 3 different strategies there. So when you're watching this, folks, you can have a look for riders or teams that are choosing different strategies. Look for the riders that are trying to score big. So you'll see them once, twice, or 3 times. You'll see them try and win a sprint and really commit, but that's really energy expending. Look for the bike riders that are scoring small, so they're regularly coming second and third. And look for bike riders trying to take a lap. So I'm going to give you a rundown of who we've got in this race so you can cheer and shout the names. Choose the colours that you really want, okay? Who is your team? So I'm going to go through my list. It's not in the order that they're on the track. But we have got from the northwest, Georgia Ashworth and Tara Ferguson. From the southeast, wearing the purple, the lighter purple, Charlotte Cole-Hussein, Rachel Jari. In red from Wales, Elizabeth Bennett and Jess Roberts. In the silver, but one of them is in the national champions jersey. South team, Lauren Dolan, put your hand in the air, national champion. And 5 for Georgie. From Scotland, Rona Callender and Jenny Hull. In the black from the West Midlands, Esme Niblett and Ellie Russell. In the white From the East Mids, Maddie Gammons and April Tacey. From Easton in the blue, Josie Griffin and Emily Knight. In the pink, from Yorkshire, Anna Doherty and Jay Hine. From the northeast, Alex Rimmer and Sam Verrill, light blue. From Central, Lauren Murphy and Emma Pitt in the wine colour. Light green, from the southwest, Hetty Summerhays and Alana Wickett. And finally, dark green of Ulster, Amanda Gallagher and Shona McFadden. I'm sure I'll get picked up on my announcement there. I got the national champion wrong. That shows what happened while I was off with a smashed-in head. Sorry, I apologise. Jess Roberts. So number 31 in that national champions jersey. It's nice and tactical here, looking nice and relaxed. First sprint will come at 51. So it all came down to that final sprint, looking at the national champs result. Jess Roberts scoring there in that final sprint, just pipping Lauren Dolan. Both finishing with 10 points. Anna Doherty picking the bronze up there. And Rona Callender from Scotland taking fourth. Cole Hussein in the top 5 from South East. So we're strongly represented, that top 10 from the national champs. All in this field today. So Jay Hine opening the sprint up from Yorkshire here. Pretty early this. So Tara Ferguson from the northwest just sat on the hip here. She's going to get swamped. And I think this is Jenny Hull coming over the top there from Scotland. Squeezing through the gap there, Lizzie Bennett. Oh, that is unbelievable. So first blood to Scotland. South takes second, and then the rest of the points mopped up by the West Midlands. So we'll see the board come up now. So first blood to Scotland. Jenny Hull. Just slips back in the field there. So we're relying on there being a lull here. So quite dangerous there. It just shows how much energy that you expend. So there we go, that's confirmation. So 5 to Scotland, 3-2 at the south, 2 going to the West Midlands, and Tara Ferguson mopping up the final point. So you just saw how much energy you can expend when you go to score big, which Jenny Hull did there. Even coming off the wheel with 3/4 of a lap to go, she slipped back to sort of the back third of the field. And then we've seen this very strong hit out from 2 major players from the national championships as well. You've got the bronze medalist and the gold medalist from the nationals off the front here, and 2 very strong and fast bike riders. And that's what can happen when somebody really takes a sprint on early and there's people riding off the back of it. And a lot of energy expend in going for that sprint big, that you can get counter-attacked, as we've seen. So it's Doherty from Yorkshire and Roberts, national champion from Wales, with just under 1/4 of a lap. Dolan has seen the danger with Georgie looking to bring this back. And there was a bit of a split here, and it's Lizzie Bennett suffering, who got really strong to try and get into the mix for that sprint, squeezed through a gap that wasn't there and has just parked up a little bit. And it's Emma Pitt from Central bringing that back and making it safe. But there's been a lull, and the 2 bike riders are still off the front from Yorkshire and Wales. It's Roberts and Doherty that have taken advantage of that long led-out sprint from Jay Hine. So it's Gammons and a rider from the northeast here. Looking to try and bridge that gap. But what will happen here when we get these sporadic little spurts off the front is when the gap gets closed, we'll probably see a little lull, and where it causes another chain reaction of another bike rider to go over the top. And these little accelerations, as we've seen, exactly as predicted, you get a lull, we may get a counter-attack over the top of this, but then that'll just cause another little sporadic chase and another lull, which is just gifting that more distance, more time to the 2 attackers off the front. And it looks like these 2 are going to mop these points up. So Roberts just squeezes over the top of Doherty to take the points there. Now it's in their interest to keep it going, because I think we'll see another lull and we'll see very strong teams represented in the break if these 3 bike riders of Callender, Dolan and Russell get across the gap. Russell not looking interested. Callender takes the front wheel of Dolan there. They need to just keep it on. There's a gap and a lull. Georgie launches across to the teammate, actually. So Roberts still just hanging out there. Russell with the pink socks on from the West Midlands just puts in a big turn. And it's going to be odds even here as Callender just turns the screw, closes the gap to Roberts. Roberts looks resigned here, just getting a breath back. Very, very mature riding. Good observation there. Could have stayed, if I'm being really picky, could have stayed low on the track and just let the bike riders ride up to the wheel. But it's okay, just squeezed in. The girl's not launched anything over the top. Georgie just lets the gap go there, looking to try and launch her teammate Dolan off the front. And relax. So good to see Esme Nibbler on the front here. Excellent. Just gets into that aero position. Drives over the top. Yeah, we love this. And it's Cole Hussein from the southeast. He's looking to try and drag the group along, but nobody come with her. She's giving it up. And it's Esme Nibbler off the front from the West Midlands. This will be giving the girl some confidence. Fantastic to see. Come on, back straight. Get behind her. Come on, let's bang your cheers. Clap your hands. So good quarter of a lap, and Hussein has managed to slip off the front after a little bit of confusion. And April Tacey from the East Midlands now. Lovely little counter-attack using the height of the track. Comes diving over the top. Tacey goes straight over Hussein here, so we've got an East-West Mids double up at the front. 2 laps to go. 1 lap before the sprint lap. Niblett could score strong here if she manages to hold on. And it looks like there's been a bit of a lull. 1-3-1, Amanda Gallagher on the front. But it's Hall over the top with one of those big moves she was showing in the Devil in the elimination yesterday. Come on, Esme, let's hang on for those points, kidder. Tacey looks over her shoulder. Hussein looks spent. Hull in the gap. Bennett going for it, dragging her teammate Roberts along. Big lead out this. If Roberts can score strong here, this is going to put Wales in a commanding position. But Hull, remember, scored strong in the first sprint, so he's going to be close at the top. So just waiting for confirmation there. I have a feeling that's going to put Jenny Hall in a very strong position. Dolan will be in the mix. Roberts will be in the mix. So Niblett picks up the 5. Well done, Hetty. Esme. Strike me down. Getting Niblett's mixed up. So all that activity has meant a little bit of a lull. And those 2 bike riders from the south with Callender and Sam Verrill from the northeast have managed to launch over the top and had a counter-attack after that sprint. Sprint number 3. So as predicted, Hall takes top spot. There's hardly anything in it. Roberts in second from Wales with 6. Esme Niblett from the West Midlands in there. And Lauren Dolan 4th. And it's Anna Doherty just with those 3 points that she scored in that second sprint, I should say, sitting there from Yorkshire on 3. Dolan just suggesting, why aren't we keeping this going? A little bit of a wave of the hand there. Really unhappy with the people in the break. They could have taken advantage there of the group not chasing, just showing a frustration. So Dolan just tries to slide off the front there. I would say that was a move of frustration rather than any great strategy. And just easily marked by Ellie Russell from the West Midlands team. Just slides onto the wheel. Dolan always looking to be proactive in the racing. Hussein just slides through that gap there. Fantastic bike riding skills. Charlotte can really handle a bike, not frightened of squeezing through a gap. But just gets marked there by 5 for Georgie. And it's one big line around the track with 23 on the board. So Laura Murphy with a quarter lap turn there for Central. Just swings up the track, has a look where all the major players are and slides onto the wheel of Jess Roberts. Very distinctive in that national champs jersey. Can be a real disadvantage when you're in those jerseys. You can look at it 2 ways. You can either just take the race by the scruff of the neck and use it as a real intimidator. I remember Chris Newton used to do that. He just used to beat people into submission, and it'd be so big in the jersey. that people just would be beaten before we even started racing. Or you can feel like it's a bit of a burden and you've got it on your back and everybody's watching you. So Doherty leading out for Yorkshire. Jari makes a move out of turn 2, comes over the top. Didn't have much of a gap to rush there. And we'll talk more about gap rushing later in the sprint heats. So Jari looking to take Doherty on and scores big. So Jari there in sprint number 4, taking the big points. That'll move Doherty up there in the rankings. Whoa. So Callender just squeezes underneath Anna Doherty there, looking to counter-attack after what was quite a heavy sprint. Doherty looking to be fighting to get her breath back, looking spent, drifting back through the group. And again, it's those 4 bike riders, the 2 girls from the south, Callender and Roberts, that have managed to slip off the front. So Doherty moves into second there over Jess Roberts, taking those 3 points. And again, it's just a little feeble, not committed. These 5 girls off the front have found themselves together a couple of times now during this race, and have just, you've got some of the big engines there actually in the bike race, and if they just could trust each other, there's a lap in that, I'm sure. So just glance your eyes up at the scoreboard and you'll get the top 4 as we stand. So it's Esme Niblett, West Mids sitting in 4th with 5 points. Rachel Jari's just scoring big in that last sprint there with 5. Jess Roberts and Anna Doherty both on 6, but it's Jenny Hall with 8 for Scotland sitting on top of the pile. So Dolan again has hit out. Got a good quarter of a lap here. The Northwest have parked it up a little bit on the front. Esme Niblett also just sliding to the front. So I believe this is Maddie Gammons trying to go across the gap from the East Mids team. Tacey just needs to think what she's doing there, looking a little bit itchy. It can be the biggest motivator when you see your own jersey up the road that gives you that confidence and empowers you to try and do something yourself, but you can end up being a real hindrance to your teammate. That's why these interregionals bring a different dimension to the bunch races, because we've got that team aspect going on. So Gammons looks like she's going to cross this gap to Dolan. Nothing really happening in the peloton. And as I say that, the national champs jersey comes to the front. So Gammons bridges the gap here, and it's almost a straight that they've got in front. A little bit of a dubious move up the track there from, I think, the riders from Ulster, just nearly took a wheel away from her. So Gammons leads out. Callender going really big here for the points, and that's a lot of effort, that, which is going to be only for 3rd. So that's a tough way to pick up those points. So Roberts consolidates. Hull doesn't score, so that's going to move Roberts closer to Jenny Hull there. And it was Callender took. Oh, that was a little bit of fatigue there as Georgie came over the top. Callender just turning right. Callender taking some points there off Jenny Hull. Alrighty, so we've got the Silver Arrows off the front again and been very prolific. It was 1-2 from the elimination yesterday. And the gap being crossed by a national points champion, Jess Roberts from Wales. Hussein putting in a big turn, and Doherty there again at the front, just primed and ready to close that gap. Never frightened of doing a turn. So we're homing in on that final sprint. If it's odds even at the final sprint, the result will be decided on who comes where in that final sprint. So Calendar, Ellie Russell, Emma Pitt here with 5 to go, looking to launch off the front. Calendar, is, if we were going to have a medal for who's worked hardest in this race, she'd be well up there. And Lizzie Bennett also in that category, be doing quite well. Just drags the peloton along and makes contact with Emma Pitt there. Looks over her shoulder, doing sterling work for her teammate Jess Roberts. So there's the leaderboard. Dolan on the top, been scoring consistently, and that big score in that last sprint there moves her on to 9. Hall on 8, Roberts on 7, Doherty 6, and Jari on 5. Pretty close. All to play for in this final sprint. This thing is not over. So a lap out from the sprint, Dolan priming herself, Roberts in great position. Jenny Hall's on the front quite early there, looking to defend or trying to make inroads on where Dolan has moved ahead of her in the final part of this race. So all the players in the front 5. Hall opens up with a lap and a quarter to go. I'm not sure this is going to pay off. She's going to have to go long and strong. She did that at the National Circuit Championships. Dolan is in a great position. Roberts also primed. Not much of a gap to rush. Hull has gone long. What a sprint from Hull. What a sprint from Hull. Let's get behind her here. She's going to take it all the way to the line. Roberts takes it. Whew. You've probably worked it out before I have. But I'm going to have to wait for the board. Maths isn't my strong point. Please put your hands together for the girls' 2015 Sainsbury School Games points race. Whoa. There you go. Oh no, there you go. There's confirmation of the final sprint. If you've been doing your maths, you can work it out. I'm going to wait for confirmation because I quite often put my massive, smelly Adidas trainer in my mouth for this. So I'm waiting. You can do it. We're in the swing of things now. We're off. The suspense is killing me. What do you reckon, Scotland? Has Jenny done it? I'm glad it's not only me. I'm supposed to be the expert. What a doofus. There we oh. So top 5, Ellie Russell with 5, because it goes down to that final sprint. And you get benefit of doing well in that. Anna Doherty with 7 for Yorkshire in 4th. Lauren Dolan loses out in that final sprint. Doesn't score. 2nd, Jenny Hall. But national points race champion, inter-regional track champs points race champion, and Sainsbury's 2015 School Games points race champion. Please put your hands together for the rider from Wales, Jessica Roberts. Righto. Same gig, but geezers. 60 lap points race. Do you want to know who's in it? Do you want to know who's in this? Back straight, do you want to know who's in this? I'll tell you who's in it then. Right, okay, from the northwest, they're in the yellow. They look like bumblebees. We got the wild man, Connor Davies, and Theo Hartley, the headbutt machine. From the southeast, in the purple, we've got Baru Pratt McCulloch and Freddie Wright. From Wales, James and Sam Tillett. From the south, Charlie Calvert, Matthew Cox. From Scotland, Danny Mulholland and Joe Nelly. Yeah. From the West Midlands, in the black, Ben Hardwick, Matt Shaw, the squash ball. From the East Mids, the Ghosts in the white, James Armstrong and Scott Hookway. In the blue, George Mew Jensen and Theo Modell from the Eastern region. In the pink, Yorkshire, Double H, Harry Hardcastle and Jamie Ridehouse. Light blue, northeast, Ryan Abs. He's got some abs. We'll call him Six Pack. And Toby Tanfield. In the sort of winey colour, central, Anthony Anderson and Charles Page. Light blue, mushy peas, southwest, Alfie Peters and Joe West. And finally, the Ulster Boys, Connor Harvey and Zeno Young. Oh, look, it's the Home Firth Yorkshire posse. Jim. I heard you were coming. Your sister said you were coming. Oh, lad, you all right? I'm all right, thank you. Make a bit of noise for the Pink Panthers. Good move there from Zeno Young from Ulster. The Ulster boy slips over the top. Maybe a little bit early that, looking at the sprints. But good to see him being proactive. Freddie Wright from the southeast just policing the front here. So coming round to the sprint lap here. Matt Cox from the South region leading out. Ben Hardwick got himself in a really good position here, but he's being rolled over the top. Can he hold Wright on his hip? No, he can't. Fred Wright slips over the top here. He's going to take the first blood. Boom! So Calvert picks up the second lot of points. Hardwick holds on for third. So sprint number one in the bag. Great move there by Fred Wright. Let me just bring your attention to that. It's very often you'll see bike riders pick up the sprint, win the sprint, and straight away in turn one, they'll swing up the track to the top of the track. All that does is leave you wide open underneath when you're actually really out of breath to somebody counter-attacking you. And we saw Fred Wright just carry the sprint all the way around the back straight, stayed low, and then made his change off the front in turn three, which just covered himself. And not getting it, and giving a little bit of delay time before this counter-attack actually happened. So Double H off the front here from Yorkshire, initiating this counter move. Wild Thing and Nally. So it's Northwest Scotland, Yorkshire off the front. This is a really strong break off the front here. That's three big engines. So it's Joe Nally and his Double H, and then the Wild Thing, Connor Davis, the man from the Rock. Wales have noticed that this is dangerous. Zeno Young from Ulster also seeing it's a dangerous move. And he has proper turned the screw there. So it's the squash ball, Matt Shaw, that's just trying to launch off the front, but the race is on behind him. Isn't going to get very far. Oh, the needle. Freddie Wright just squeezes through there like a greased eel. Check him out. What a great move that is. He's going to pick up some more big points, I think. I reckon he's going to roll Nally here. Nally was absolutely on the ball there. Saw Fred Wright coming. That was great from Nally as well. But I have a feeling Fred Wright's just going to squeeze it and takes it. So it's 2 from 2 for Wrightmeister. So it's the Bolton Lion. Theo Hartley goes over the top, trying to bridge the gap here to Nally and Wright. Wright decides that's not going to anything. He's expended a lot of energy there. It was a big move, that. And this is really is a pressure point in the race here. We could be about to see this split. Great move from Ridehouse. Swings off the top of the track there. Plenty of free speed. Takes this little break that's looking energyless. Takes it by a surprise there. Launches himself to nearly quarter of a lap off the front. So we've got a leaderboard. In fourth, it's Hardwick with those 2 points he picked up early on. The Lion of Bolton. It's Hartley, Northwest with 2. Charlie Calvert with those early points on 3. Nally with 3. But a commanding lead. Freddie Wright from the southeast with 10 points. Let's get behind Jamie. Come on, boy. The human ironing board. Look at that back. You could press a shirt on that back. Look at him. He's like a surfboard. Worked really hard on his aero position, this boy. So a little split. It's the squash ball. With Scott Hookway, number 36. Which of the Tillets is 36? Let's have a look. It's James there. And Ridehouse still off the front. This could be a very painful way to pick some points up. Oh, hey, may you get the lap. We could help him, you know. Some cheering, some bangers. Come on, Yorkshire boys. He's off the front. Let's get behind him. Yeah, baby, come on. He could, I tell you what, if you give him some love, he could get the lap. Go on, send him the vibes. Send him the vibes. That's it. Get down on the fence. Get on the track. No, don't get on the track. Says in the manual you're not supposed to do it. He's here. Come on. Come on, the boy. Oh, watch this now. So here it is. We're going to see this point start up, and Jamie is going to feel the wrath of the point sprint. He's so close, but he's about to become so far. Oh, porridge track. Like riding through sticky tarmac. Anderson takes the second place there. Ooh, close for second, third, and fourth. So Ridehouse calls it a day. Not seeing much gap rushing. They're all a little bit tight on in these sprints. But hey, like I said, I'm just a geek. So I think that's Charlie Cow. Now Matt Cox just taking control at the front of the race for the South region. And we're halfway through. And Fred Wright still with that commanding lead. Ridehouse for Yorkshire moves himself slickly, if not a little bit painfully, into second position. That was a hard-won 5 points, that, brother. So the two major players from the national champs not actually in here today. So gold and silver at the nationals was taken by Jake Stewart from the West Midlands and Rhys Britton from Wales. Rhys not here this weekend. So Joe Nally, who was bronze medal, I think is our only medalist from the nationals in this field today. We've got a little bit of a lull here, a bit of calm in the peloton. It's been very active for 30 laps. So Connor doing what Connor likes to do, beat himself. Connor would like a World Championships for just setting off riding and see who's still standing. Who could ride the furthest for the longest? Oh, the wild thing gets a little bit wild thing in the middle there. Bumping and bouncing, looks like a bit of a pinball going backwards. So one out from the sprint, the Lion of Bolton makes his way to the front. Setting himself up a little early here, just looking down the line. Charles Page looking sweet in third wheel. We could see a few more bike-riders squeeze onto the board here. I'm just looking. So Fred Wright just controlling at the front. Look at this. It's like he's got some sort of aura going. Looks over his shoulder. Has a tendency to be a little bit cagey here. Nally rolls over the top. Nally's riding a great race here. Can see why that bronze medal came. But Wright rushes the gap. Who's going to get it? Oh, Freddie Wright takes another one. Commanding lead for the Southeast. Squash Ball rides in off the back of there from the West Midlands. So we just saw Fred Wright there, just letting Joe Nally roll over the top of him. Probably got caught out a little bit, but allowed there to be space to race between him and Joe Nally down the back straight. And he used that little bit of a vacuum created in front of him to rush at Joe, what we call a gap rush, and then that momentum and acceleration he used to come over the top of him and carry that speed and then roll him for that sprint by half a bike length. So there's the leaderboard. With 2 sprints to go, it's looking like Freddie Wright is going to walk with this. So Calvert in 5th for the South. Anthony Anderson there in 4th, just on back count. Rydell's still on the podium there with those 5 points that he epically won. Nally, really aggressive race, 6th for Scotland, and just consolidating that lead that they had at the start of day 2 in the Interregional Track Champs. And Freddie Wright, an imperious 15 points, sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So James Tillett from Wales launches himself off the front, gets about 30 metres with ease, uses the height of the track, comes over the top of the group, swoops in. And Matt Cox now just getting down to it on the front, look, getting down to it. Connor in that position he likes to be in. Nally decides, doesn't need to do anything here. 3 out from the sprint. So we've got a bit of a Welsh convention on the front here. Tillett and Tillett. So Danny Mulholland at the front of the bike race for the first time, I think. I've not seen him. Normally very prolific. Pulled himself inside out in the Devil yesterday in the elimination race. Gave everything he had. So nice little move there from the Wild Thing. Used the height of the track. And again, he's going to have to do well to hang on here, but that was it was time to pull the pin, and he did. That was a good time to pull the trigger. Even if he gets rolled here, Connor, doesn't matter. That was a good time. Used the height of the track. Had a clear track to go at, but it's Double H. It's Hardcastle. Yeah, baby. In the pink, Double H, Harry Hardcastle picking up big. Now, Hardwick as well, just consolidating some points. That'll do well for the West Midlands rider. I think that'll move him back onto that leaderboard. So Connor Harvey just struggling at the back here, and I think our a rider from the East Mids, James Armstrong, just getting dispatched a bit there. So yeah, Hardwick just squeezing back into 4th. Calvert with 5 points. Nally, Hardcastle, look, moving ahead. A lot of work to do, so it's all over. Freddie Wright's won this, but it's the lower positions, those other podium spots, that are going to decide this. So Modell just losing the wheels a little bit there. Just under a little bit of pressure. So 1 line around the track, 6 to go, 5 to the sprint. And I think you've got to admit, folks, been a great bike race this. Modell just getting caught out again there. He's in no man's land. Yeah, we love that. We love that. The squash ball, there he goes. Matt Shaw from the West Midlands looks over his shoulder, decides, hey, you know, this is it, I'm off. And he's got a quarter of a lap with 4 to go now. He's going to have to do well to hang out there. Fred Wright got nothing to do, so it'll be up to everybody else to chase. It's going to be really close, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. There's nothing in it. They've all got to contest the sprint. Looking back, Hardcastle quite a long way back in the line, but we've still got 3 to go. But there's a line coming over the top here. Hardcastle's going to have to do well to get himself out there. Nally in a good place. Hardwick's picked up a good wheel there in Fred Wright. So this is a big lead out from Baru Pratt McCulloch for Fred Wright. 2 to go. Baru's just got to bury himself here. He's just got to bury himself, but he's tying up a little bit, the giraffe. Oh, he needed to keep that going. A lap and a half out. He's just exposed his teammate. But Fred Wright's got this one. Let's see who's in position. Hardcastle, Hardwick, Nally, all to play for. Nally rolls over the top. Hardcastle following the wheel, Wright tying up. Jamie, you don't do that. So Ridehouse is going to take the points here, but he's taking the points off Hardcastle. Nally mops it up. So Ridehouse there could have just stolen a few points there off Harry Hardcastle. We'll see what happens, but that could also move Ridehouse back up the standings. Ooh, so the race goes to Freddie Wright. Put your hands together for the 2015 Sainsbury School Games Points Race Champion, Freddie Wright. And you've got to admit, a great race from all the lads. Give them all a big clap as they come round to your straight. Matt Shaw taking the points there, the squash ball. Oh, Ridehouse takes the 3, Nally takes the 2, Hardcastle the 1. That's going to move Nally up the scoreboard. So, we're waiting for the confirmation. Just hang on a minute. Look at that. Can everybody just look at the board a minute? 30.113 miles an hour. Is that right? Is that right? Whoa, man. I'm just gonna go next door and check that. $30 an hour on 88. Whoosh. So there we go. Ridehouse. It's a good job he moved himself up there. So Ridehouse moves into second, but let's confirm the top 5. Hardcastle just lost out in that final sprint, 7 points. Matt Shaw moved himself into 4th, picking up big points there in the last sprint with 7. Joan Alley consolidated bronze with 8, but Ridehouse is the big mover there, moving into 2nd place, silver medal. But our winner, one more time, put your hands together for Fred Wright from the South East region. Welcome back. Sprint, girl sprint draw. Okay, on the track, we have got both Northeast riders, Sophie Enever and Fiona Turnbull. So Enever, the quicker qualifier here with a 13.924. Turnbull qualifying with a 14.5. So for those of you not aware of what's happening here, sorry, we've rushed in from the points race and we're straight into the sprints. 2 bike riders on the track, 3 laps on the board. First across the line wins. Tactics are paramount. Physicality, obviously paramount. The mixture of the two, then you get a winner. So what we're seeing here is the second bike rider, I think it's Sophie Enever. She's trying to create some space to her and her teammate, Fiona. That space allows her to just to keep judging what Fiona's going to do, but also, when the sprint opens up, it will allow Sophie to, what we call, rush at Fiona. Now, Sophie doesn't want to be tight on the wheel. If she's tight on the wheel and the sprint opens up, to get past Fiona, what she'll have to do is almost backpedal and then kick over the top. So what she's trying to do is give herself some space to race. Now, Fiona has managed to open up a gap that I would say is a little bit unmanageable here, and she's taken advantage of that because she had good observation. But the thing is here, Sophie's got quite a big buffer from qualification. Anything in and around 0.4 of a second is a massive cushion. So you're about to see the gap rush start to happen. So Enever here presses the throttle, runs in. Turnbull hits the throttle again, but I think it's going to be no avail. The gap's rushed nicely. Enever comes over in turn 4, looks relaxed and takes it to the line. Enever takes the round. Realised after how many years of doing it, it is the sprint rounds that knacker me. Do my voice, because I always, no matter what which ones are, I scream and shout at them. Put the microphone on. Put the microphone on, Tim. Please welcome onto the track from the southeast, Louise Surridge, and from Ulster, Molly McLaren. And John Scripps. Yeah, you beauty. We love John, we love John, we love John. Oh, so McLaren, like a rabbit out of the hat, goes for a long one, but Surridge looks to have just soaked this up now, and she's got a nice gap. I think she'll just roll over the top. So McLaren is taking evasive action here, but it's all over, I reckon. I'm not sure she's going to have much left in the tank. Surridge goes underneath here. Has a quick look over her shoulder. Buries herself through turn 3 and 4. And this thing's all over. Surridge takes the heat. Okay, heat 3, we've got a 3 up. On the track, Grace Jordan from the southwest, Libby Denby from Yorkshire, and Sophie Lewis from Easton. Okay, so Libby Denby's got a bit of a job on here. So the rider in the pink, when you're in a 3-up sprint like this, you've got to observe forwards and observe backwards. So Grace Jordan doing a good job here. She obviously doesn't want to take the lead. I'm not sure dropping into second wheel is the place to be. But she's managed to draw everybody on really tight there, Grace. So that's a pretty good move there from Grace. What she doesn't want is Libby or Sophie to have, in really simple terms, space, but also height on her. If the two bike riders behind you have got height and space, that means they've got free speed to run at you and space to gather loads more momentum. So when you're riding front rider, like our green rider here, you're trying to keep people as close as you possibly can in very simple layman's terms. So Grace opens up. Now Libby Denby here has got a really good gap she can rush, but Sophie Lewis is coming at her really strong. Libby just doesn't seem to have the legs to close the gap, and Grace Jordan got a clear run to the line. Good ride here from Grace, physically, puts that thing away, boom. So on track, this is Eve Jeffries from the south and Harriet Mellor from central. So Eve qualified with a 13.145. Harriet Mellor slightly slower with a 13.867. So Jeffries has wound it up early here and goes over the top. Now, as I said earlier on, Eve is a very, what we call a long sprinter. So I wouldn't expect her to tie up too much coming down this back straight. Harriet Mellor doesn't look like she's got the gas to rush that gap. And as I said, Eve Jeffries going long in this sprint and going to put this thing away. So that's the heat to the south. Jeffries takes it. I'm just saving my voice a little bit, guys, so I'm not going to go absolutely crazy with these to make sure that I get through these next 2 days. So I apologize if I'm letting you down, but I want to have some voice left. Cheers. So on track in the yellow skin suit, we've got Leanne Hall from the Northwest, riding against a bike rider that she knows quite well, I would think. Felicity Gledhill from Yorkshire. Spent a lot of time on this track together. So Leanne looking to do a pinning tactic here. Gledhill looks to come out. Good observation from Leanne Hall there. Shut the door underneath with a plum. So this is exactly that sort of scenario. Leanne is not allowing Felicity to get any height and space on her here and is keeping that door shut. Oh, very aggressive and assertive there. So the only way Felicity can really go here, she can't go underneath. She looks to start the sprint. She can come over the top. And Leanne just keeping, and Leanne wants to take that height off her. If she can lead Felicity, oh, just getting caught out. That's unlucky there. Gledhill, great ride, just seeing the door open or the opportunity underneath. Could be a little bit early here. Leanne going for the early rush. Oh, Gledhill comes back underneath. This is a Benny Hill sprint, this. So Hall looks to come over the top from turn 4. This is going to be really close. Oh, it's War of the Roses. Oh! Photo finish, people. Get it on the board, chaps. Get it on the board. Oh, Gledhill. Photo finish. So I can confirm 92 Felicity Gledhill on the photo finish. Takes that one. 4 centimetres you won that by, Felicity. 4 centimetres. So, on the track, we have got Gabby Homer from the West Midlands and Alice Matravers from the South East. Homer underneath there, just left Alice just leaving the door open for Gabby Homer just to drive underneath. Matravers looking to rush the gap out of turn 4. Not sure she's got the legs. Homer puts it away for the West Midlands, 13.425. We're away. Sophie Williams and Millie Gage. This is Wales versus Easton. So Sophie Williams from Wales qualified 13.483. Millie Gage got a little bit mixed up, 13.538 in qualification. So Millie Gage takes the front here and takes the ride up to the fence. Probably needs to just look a little bit more, looks over the left shoulder, but Sophie's over her right. Gage has got Williams in a good place here, but just fails to look over that left shoulder, and Williams takes advantage of the door being open and gets that free speed, but Gage is running back at her. Look how aggressive Gage is out of the saddle. But Williams tends to be a bit of a progressive sprinter and turns the heat on and shows a clean pair of heels, and Wales take it. Right, heat number 8. So between this and the boys, I'll just give you a bit of a rundown on how this sprint competition works. But I'll wait till I've got a little bit of open time to do that. So this is Lauren Batelow, national champion and fastest qualifier against Tilly Gurney. So Batelow qualifying in 12.0. Gurney qualifying in a PB of 13.109. But up against it here, over a second difference in qualification. There's a little bit of a broad brush rule that if a bike rider's 4/10 quicker than the other bike rider, you can ride any way you want. 4/10 means that if you really open up on the front with a lap to go, a bike rider won't get round you. And if you're 4/10 quicker, it generally means you can be a couple of bike lengths off and a bike rider can go flat stick and you will still come over them. So that 4/10 buffer is a real general rule. So with a second to play with, Batelow probably won't have to exert herself too much here. Gurney's trying to get that gear going. Batelow just looks to be waiting, and she'll turn the screw through turn 3 and 4. Just squeezes on the pedals And Baitlow eases through. So we're moving into Heat 8, Heat 9, and Heat 10. So what you really need to know is if you are in first place out of this set of heats, that takes you through to the AB semi-final. So any winners that you're seeing, so Lauren Baitlow there from the Northwest, that means she goes through to a medal semi-final. So any of the winners here go through to a medal semi-final. So, on track, top of the track, we have got Amber King from Scotland. Amber qualifying second fastest with a 12.537. Lorna Bowler from Central qualified with a 13 flat. So again, just so you know for the rules, you'll see the bike riders drawing cards, waiting before they come out onto the track. Lowest, highest. Highest card goes at the top of the track, lowest card goes at the bottom. If I'm right in remembering, like I said, my brain's had a bit of a smash recently. And the bottom rider has to lead at least walking pace all the way around to the halfway point in the back straight, unless the rider above them decides they want to take the front position. So Bowler, just rolling round on the coach as you're looking over her shoulder, just speeds up a little bit there. Could see that Amber King from Scotland was looking to take a little bit of height, and by speeding up, Lorna knew that that was going to mean that Amber was going to have to come back down to the wheel, otherwise the gap between her and Lorna could become very unmanageable. So Amber trying to get Lorna going here, doesn't quite manage it, but it doesn't matter because she's gathered that speed with a better lap to go and just rolls over the top. She's looking over her shoulder and waiting for Lorna to come at her. So she looks like she's in cruise mode, but Lorna's carrying a bit of speed here. King just cruises to the line. That was a pretty dominant ride there by Amber, very confident. If you don't put those big, spiky, explosive efforts into the ride as well, they're not as fatiguing. Because remember, the girls have got to back up another three rounds. And we've got the best of 3 coming in the semi-finals and the finals, so there could be another 6 rides to do after this. So Heat 10. Amber Joseph and Emily Tillett. Amber Joseph from the South region in the bottom of the track, qualified with 12.579. Emily Tillett qualified 6th with a 12.995. So Amber just about there with that 0.4 buffer. Tillett electing to take the front. I've got a feeling we could see a fairly long sprint here from Emily. Joseph, arguably the more explosive of the 2 riders. Tillett definitely sure she wants to keep that front position. She's just gifted a little bit of height and space there to Joseph. Slows the pace nicely till it brings Joseph back down the track into a more manageable position, a little bit tighter on the wheel and with no height. That was pretty good, that, from Emily. But Joseph is still pushing on. Still a little bit of momentum in the wheels there, which allowed her to take that height on the exit of 2, but Tillett still managing to keep her close. So Joseph decides that's it, she's going to take it up. We just saw that little bit more explosiveness from Joseph there, has opened up a gap to Tillett. Tillett has got a long sprint on her, she's a little bit more progressive, but that explosivity that Joseph's got opened up the gap and has finished that ride off 13.071, 34 miles an hour. So heat 11. So on track, 2 dark skin suits here. We've got 1 dark blue and 1 black. So we've got Scotland versus the West Midlands. Gemma Penman versus Georgia Hilliard. Hilliard slightly quicker, only a 10th in it. This is going to be a tight run heat, this. So Hilliard 12-7 to Penman's 12-8. Hilliard finishing ahead of Penman in the National Sprint Championships. A medalist. So Penman just stalking here. Hilliard has managed to bring Penman into the wheel. Takes her up to the top of the track. You remember, there's hardly anything in qualification here. Hilliard showing a lot of confidence at the top of the track here. Penman just trying to alter her speed a little bit to try and find a way out the back door, but it isn't going to happen. She decides she's going to try and find a way out the front door. Hilliard tries to match her in the jump. Penman has a really strong jump, has a very strong standing lap. Penman drag race into turn 1. Can Penman get in there if Hilliard can keep her on her hip? And she has. Advantage Hilliard. Hilliard presses on the gas now through turn 3 and 4. Can Penman react? Hilliard takes this for the West Midlands. Very confident ride. 12-8-9-6. Hilliard takes it, and that concludes. So it is Baitlow, King, Joseph, and Hilliard going through into those A-B semi-finals. Okay, we're going to move swiftly into the boys' sprint. So, the way the qualification works, heat 1, 2, and 3 and 4. If you win those, you go through to our IJ semi-finals. Heats 5, 6, 7, and 8, you go through to the EF semi-final. And heats 9, 10, 11, and 12, if you win those, you go through to the AB semi-finals. And there are fastest qualifiers all sit in heat 9, 10, 11, and 12. And they're the ones going for the medal ride-offs. On the track, this is heat number 1. Southwest, Will Tidball. From Ulster, Niall Lawrence. And from the East Midlands, Luke Hind. Oh, good Leach tyres, man. Look at that, squirming. Niall Lawrence's tyres, you could hear him from here. So Tidball will love this. This is like cycle speedway for him. So Luke Hind has got a pretty unmanageable gap already. Tidball let him go, and he's forced Niall Lawrence to come round him, and that's going to give him a ride back to Luke Hind here, just using him as a bit of a taxi ride. And Will could just do with giving himself a little bit of space there. He's a bit tight on. Bit more patience, because look, Luke's tying up. He's going to have to go over 2 bike riders there. Oh, hey! Hey! Ride it, cowboy! Awesome. You love that, don't you, Graham? Watch that back on the live stream. That'll be well worth it. I think commissaires might be a bit of a steward's inquiry into that one. Bit of a chat going on. Sorry, I'm not being that interactive. I apologise. So just waiting for confirmation on that result. As Heat 2 takes the track, Harvey the Dreadnought McNaughton from the south, Joe Saunders southwest, and Jacob Vaughan from the southeast. So Vaughan rolls away in that purple skin suit. So there's confirmation. Tidball takes it. Luke Hind from the East Mids. Says Jamil there, but it's Luke Hind. And then the rodeo rider, Niall Lawrence, in third. Oh, Pavlov's dog there. The lad's just reacting to the bell, and we've got a drag race coming into the finish. Jacob Vaughan is pulling himself inside out here. And wraps it up for the southeast. Vaughan goes long, but takes it. Hello, hello, hello. This is an official announcement, Please take heed. Bike riders, the BMX showers are off limits. They are open to the public. They are off limits. This is a message from Safeguarding. Please do not use public showers. Thank you very much. Bing bong. Dan Coombe, Will Raymond. Wales, Easton. So Dan Coombe just gifted Will Raymond some height there and space. Comes back up to meet him, closes the door. Oh, Mexican standoff there in the home straight. Raymond looks to squeeze over the top. Coombe matches the pace. Just tries to draw him down the track here. And that's it. So Will Raymond has lost all that height now. It's just a drag race to the finish. And he's tight on the wheel. So this is a classic case of what I was talking about. For Will to come round, he has to get out the saddle and go backwards to come forwards. Dan Coombe with him on the hip here. And when you've got somebody on the hip coming through the turn, they've got to go so far round. And there we go. Wales take it. Good ride there from Coombe. On the track from the West Midlands, Snake Hips himself, Joe Swinnerton. Oh, look at the eyeballing going on. Alistair Levers from the Northwest. Like praying mantis brothers, these two. So Levers just forcing Swinnerton to up his game here. It's good to see Joe with a bit of a subtle skill. He's trying to put him to sleep with his whirling disc wheel. Look, don't look into the wheel, Joe. Look into my eyes, look into my eyes. You will come second, you will come second. So Swinnerton trying to force Levers to open up here. Levers just in a bit of a dangerous position. Middle of the track, blue line, Doom takes the height. So as we come round to the bell, I think you can see, can't you, what could happen, but Levers does good there, just blocks the door, closes the door again, Swinnerton onto the blue. Good observation there from the Green Hornet. So Swinnerton trying to just rush that little gap that he's got, but it looks like Levers has got the levers. And he's going to take Swinnerton to the line, and the Green Hornet takes it. Look into my eyes, look into my eyes. Look in his back wheel. It's like, oh, you must get it. Okay, guys. Another safeguarding message. Athletes, can you please make your way back into track centre? Everybody seems at every chance you are evacuating track centre. Can you please make your way back into track centre? We need to keep tracks on you. We need to know where everybody is, guys, I'm afraid. And Safeguard are doing a massive job down there, and they need to make sure that everybody is counted for all the time. So can you make your way? Oh, look at that. You're giving food over to your mates. It's like Robin Hood. What's going on? Get yourselves back in that track centre, folks. Thank you. Reet. Who we got? It's Carl Jolly. Somebody likes Carl. And it's that quick man, Harvey Barnes from Ulster. So it's Ulster versus Central. Ultra Central. Good observation skills here from Harvey. Just cruising around that Côte d'Azur, chin firmly placed on his shoulders. Pretty good posture, that as well. Just dropping that right elbow, allowing him to look over that shoulder. Again, something, like I said earlier on, these track sprint skills are absolute keystones in young bike riders' development. It doesn't matter, you're coming into that last 300 metres, last 750 metres of a Tour de France sprint, observation is absolutely vital. So these are the sort of things that make those few % differences when a bike rider gets further down their pathway, regardless of whether they go down a sprint or endurance route. And as I said earlier on today, we use the sprint discipline massively across every part of our developmental program. RSRs through to apprentices. If you go to an apprentice session, doesn't matter, again, whether the group of sprint or endurance, you'll see a massive percentage of the work they do is based around physical and tactical and technical sprint drills to get that foundation of speed and foundation of race-winning mentality and the skills and tactics around being able to put people away in sprints. So, I think Barnes there just showing a little bit of naivety. He's opened up. If Jolly's got the flat speed here, he's gifted a lovely gap for Jolly to rush, and we'll see him home in on him. But he was a very quick standing lap from Barnes earlier, and Jolly just hasn't got the legs. Barnes has put him away. What a ride. 12.721 from the bottom of the track. Just caught Jolly unawares there. So Ulster take that one. You move. Tom Pidcock, Yorkshire, Yorkshire, Yorkshire. Ethan Vernon, Easton. Both with their Smurf hats on, look. Attention. So a really steady start to this, and both bike riders using their high and slow skills. Something, again, that we advocate massively on all the sessions that we deliver, and that's being dripped down to the Go Ride track cluster sessions. Something that's just a basic skill. How slow can a bike rider ride around the top of the track? So Pidcock is in a really good position here. Ethan Vernon's got good speed, though. Ooh, that gap looks a little bit unmanageable. Pidcock now presses the throttle hard to the floor, but that head going down tells me that he's not got it, and he just sits up here. Ethan Vernon takes it to the finish for the Eastern region. Pidcock just not gap managing too well there, gave him a little bit too much rope, and he hung himself with it. So yeah, those high and low skills. To stay up on the boards really slowly, it's just a matter of really squeezing with that left leg. Making them pressing the bike back into the track. For me, hand for me, yeah, bring his hand. I'm getting a big finger, wicked. I'm getting a big finger. I got a big finger. Yeah. It could be you. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? Not that topical. Shut up, Tim. Reet. Matthew Burke, Louis Rose Davis, heat number 7. Winner of this goes through to our EF semi-finals. Second goes to GH semi-finals. I'm sure this is all written. So it's Louis Rose Davis from the southeast on the front, just creeping out of turn 2. Oh, Burke. Takes a bit of effort, that. Takes a little bit of sting out of your legs. Louis just a little bit unsure there. He didn't know whether to press on or go quick, and he's just gifted Matt Burke a lot of height and space there. So he comes up to meet him. Burke backpedaling like you wouldn't believe. Now in that situation, Matt's backpedaled there and actually put himself back into Louis' pocket a little bit. Anyway, back to the racing. I'll go back and explain that in a bit. So Louis Rose Davis opens up the sprint. Burke got a nice gap. You can see him just relaxing on the pedals, but he's used his gap a little early there, Matt Burke. He's tight on the wheel, and he's going to have to go over in the turn, and he waits a little bit there. He's not used his momentum, so that gap was wasted entirely, and Rose Davis could hold him on the hip here. How much has Burke got? It's going to be very close coming into the finish. Rose is tight. Rose Davis ties up. Burke takes it. So in that situation, coming over the top out of turn 4, Matt Burke backpedaled there. And if he'd have pressed on, he would have just used all that free speed and then hooked in off turn 1 and would have had a massive gap on Louis. Or he would have had Louis opening up and would have had a gap to rush in the bottom of the track. So sometimes if the bike rider doesn't set off when you want them to in front of you, you've just got to go and use the free speed that the track is giving you, take it and get that gap, and then work with what you've got from that point. So on the track now, we're into heat 8. We're nearly into those real crucial heats. Bailey Wilmot from the East Mids and Richie the Guns Allen from the Northeast. So Wilmot elects to take the front. Had that PB earlier today. Bob Barber, how the devil are we? So it looks like Wilmot has decided the sprint is where he's at. Another guy that has adorned his pedals with a set of straps, it looks like. always the indicator that somebody's going down that sprint route. It's like a bit of bling, bit of jewelry. So Alan poised there in the second position. Following the wheels there of Wilmot. You see Wilmot took a little bit of height, and if Richie hadn't have taken that height then, he would have closed in by another couple of bike lengths. He needs to mirror every move that Bailey makes. If he doesn't, he'd be right up tight on his wheel. So Alan's going to press the button here, coming out of turn 1 and 2. Here he goes, uses a bit of the track, sweeps in. Just going to get caught on the hip a little bit. This is going to be very tight. Oh, Wilmot. Oh, going to be an interesting one, that. I'm just waiting. I'm looking for the commissaires, going for the radios. Now, you'll see, guys, if you're not really clued up with this, and I'm sorry if I'm teaching you to suck eggs. Hey, that was 90 Ks in the hour. That was a quick one. 4.9 seconds. Awesome. Anyway, back to what I was about to say. The red line and the black line, that is our sprinters lane. And when somebody's committed to that, after the 200-metre line, they can't come out. If they've committed to that even earlier and the commissaires deem them to have opened the sprint up, they can't come out. And my feeling is that we were a little bit close to the wind there. Okay, so that's been reversed. Wilmot came out of the sprinters lane coming out of turn 4. Richie Allen from the northeast takes it. Heat number 9 we are into, the crucial heats now. So the winners of these go through to our medal semi-finals, or on the bus to that medal. On the track, national champion and fastest qualifier with that 11-second ride, Hamish Turnbull from the northeast. And then it's Birdie Man, Alex Ridehouse from Yorkshire. So I think there would be considerable difference in qualification times between these two riders. And Ridehouse is just looking a little bit frozen here. He looks a bit like a rabbit in the headlights. He's on the blue line, and he's just a bit of a sitting duck here. So this is going to be a classic case of gap rush. Turnbull over the top. Swoops round in 3 and 4, and this ride is done, boy. Beardy Man just laughing under that Smurf helmet. Turnbull takes it with ease, 11.935. Northeast through. You're sexy and you know it. Woo woo! Oh, a little bit of domineering going on here. Cam Thompson from Central choosing to go right up the track. Jake Stewart pinned up there to start with. Eyeball Central. Look at these boys, look. Mexican standoff on the line. So Jake Stewart, the quicker qualifier with that 11.2, which I believe will be personal best for the man from Solihull. So Cameron Thompson looking every inch, the sprinter there, looks over his shoulder. Stewart tries to create himself a bit of space to race. Good move. Cam Thompson, you see that there is the effect there of just spin out, speed up. Stewart looked to get himself some height and space. Thompson saw it happening, just sped up, and straight away the gap was unmanageable and meant that Stewart had to speed up and drop down the track to get back into a position where he was still in contention and with a manageable gap to Cameron Thompson. So Jake been a little bit naive with his match sprinting and Thompson just defending massively. Stewart shown he's got more speed, but that was a sprinter's ride from Cameron. Has Stewart got the speed in the back end of this ride to be able to come across? I'm not sure he will. Thompson's going to take him all the way to the line. Oh! Whoa! I think we're going to get a PF on the board here. That was pure, so that was a proper sprinter's ride from Cameron. Let's put our hands together, guys, for that. Stewart, photo finish. Stewart takes it on the line. That could be hardly anything. I'll wait and get the distance that he's won that by. Oh, they turned it round. How much? 13 centimetres. Yeah, baby. 13 centimetres you won that by, Cameron. 13 centimetres, hombre. Heat 11. Scotland versus Scotland. That's a rum old draw, that. So that's going to be a bit of a limiting factor on backing up those inter-regional track points. Short straw there for Scotland. Unlucky there. Just a little bit of difference in that qualification time, and Scotland could have had 2 people through to those AB finals, but they're going to have to eliminate one or another here. So Stewart on paper, the more adept in this position in these match sprints. Dent got lots of raw speed, but probably just a little bit more naive when it comes to the races. Have come up against each other a lot up at Glasgow in training sessions. So know each other really, really well. Dent trying to get Lewis Stewart going here. Stewart done a great job of bringing him onto the wheel, and he's taken all the speed there off Stephen Dent. Excellent ride from Lewis Stewart. Dent gets out the stand and tries to accelerate, but the ball is firmly in Lewis Stewart's court here. Dent drops into the wheel. That's a sign that it's all finished. Stewart takes it. Took all the height and speed off Stephen there into the bottom of the track. Almost like a Hoover. Heat 12. What the fox says. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Okay, Chris Eaton in the yellow from the northwest versus the Ox, Ali Fielding from the south. Fielding slightly quicker in qualification, I think, as I recall. I've not got the sheet in front of me, but I will have for the finals, for the semi-finals. So Eaton just looking round. He's got him nice and tight on here. But Fielding, again, arguably the more explosive rider. Oh, Eaton tries to shut the door. Good and assertive that from Chris. Fielding's going to have to do something here. Firmly on the Côte d'Azur. We've got elbow to elbow, got a little bit of a smash there, and we've got a drag race into turn one. Fielding's won the drag race. Now, what's Eaton going to do? He's got a little bit of a gap to rush. He needs to be patient here, otherwise he's going to get caught on the hip again in turn 3 and 4. Fielding driving hard. It's the Ox going to take this to the line. But, oh, Eaton with a late lunge, but by my viewing from up in the box, the Ox from the south takes it. And there's confirmation. Fielding takes heat 12. So our AB semi-finals will be made up of Hamish Turnbull, Cameron Thompson, Lewis Stewart, and Alistair Fielding. So we are taking a return trip before lunch back to heat 5 from the girls sprint draw. We had a little bit of a mix-up on the laps. So we're back to Leanne Hall and Felicity Gledhill, Northwest versus Yorkshire. It's a war of the roses. I expect the crowd to be quite vocal, slightly partisan even. So again, these two bike riders have come up against each other in training sessions many times. Down here midweek, every week. So again, Leanne looking to be assertive. This is exactly the same ride as we had last time, where Leanne was pinning Felicity to the fence. She got caught out on her left shoulder, though. Oh, I'm not sure whether that was just a little bit of a wobble or whether it was tactical and planned. I think they've just Leanne just lost the front wheel a little bit there. But we're back to default setting, and Felicity Gledhill has taken that inside door again. Leanne just needs to be patient here. Keep that gap manageable and just sit and wait. Gledhill's pressed the throttle. She's gone for the finish here. So Hall needs to really, really dig deep here. Now run through turn 3 and 4. And she's pressed the pedal. This is going to be close. Hall coming with a late run. And she takes it by half a wheel. That's a great example there of a really good gap rush. Showing a lot of patience. It would have been very easy for Leanne just to get panicky and run really early and get caught on the hip through turn 1 and 2. But she waited and waited. And if you wait, what will happen as well is the rider in front of you will fatigue and make the job even easier. So Hall showed a lot of patience there, waited down the back straight, rushed the gap through turn 3 and 4, came over the top in 4, and took it by half a wheel. What a great race to finish. Now, I believe it's time for a break. And I'm going to go to the loo. More information than you needed? Always honest. So we will be back to you later today. We may be running some medal ceremonies. I'll wait for a bit of a thumb up. Big George, are we medal ceremonying, sir? Okay, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have our medal ceremonies, para-flying 200, and girls and boys points race. So we'll be with you in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes and just organising ourselves down in track centre. If there's a change of plan, I will let you know. Thanks a lot. I am very proud to announce that it is World Beard Day today. Alex Rydals, me and you, brother, World Beard Day. So everything should be uploaded now to the live stream. All yesterday's. So if there's particular bits that you want to see, all you've got to do is click on the link and click on it on the Sainsbury School Games website, and you can fast forward and rewind to wherever the point is of whichever bit it is that you want to see. If you've got a rough idea where it was in the program, you should be able to work out where that was in the day, and from there, you can watch the bit that you want. So we have medal ceremonies about to start, paracycling flying 200 meters, girls' points and boys' points. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Paracycling Flying 200-meter time trial. Our medals, again, will be presented by top man George Gilbert. The winner of the bronze medal with a time of 12.458, which was 111% of his target time, Alex Jones. the winners of the silver medal with a time of 11.996, which is 113.262% of their target time. It was the tandem of Alice Hayden being piloted by Tom Rotherham. Gold medalist and Sainsbury's 2015 School Games champion with a time of 14.889. 113% of his target time, only winning by 0.2 of a percent. 0.2 of a percent. Please welcome Matthew Robertson. Manchester, come on, let's celebrate our 2015 Sainsbury's School Games medalists. Take your pictures. Come on, milk it, milk it. Cheers, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Girls 15K points race. The bronze medalist representing the South region, scoring 9 points, Lauren Dolan. Silver medalist representing Scotland was right up at the top of the pile. So close at the end, but scoring 11 points, it was Jenny Hall. Gold medalist, national and Sainsbury's 2015 School Games champion, representing Wales, scoring 12 points, Jessica Roberts. Manchester, let's celebrate our 2015 School Games medalists. Group photo, group photo. Bless you. Nearly said that down the microphone. Ta. That's cool. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Boys 15K points race. Bronze medal was won by that man from Scotland. He's just told me it's World Beard Day. Please welcome Joe Nally. Tied on points. Just got pipped in that final sprint. The winner of the silver medal, representing Yorkshire, Jamie Ridehalgh. Gold medalist and Sainsbury's 2015 School Games champion, scoring 15 points. He smashed it, really. Please welcome Freddie Wright. Manchester, put your hands together, whoop and holler, take your pictures. Let's celebrate the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games medalists. Take a bow, dudes. Thanks, everybody, for this morning. That was nice and smooth and great racing. I've got 10 minutes now to grab some pasta, grab a drink, and have a wee. See you in 10 minutes, folks. Thanks a lot. Okay, guys, bike riders, we are going to have a Madison dial-in slot at past. So if you want to have some time with your partner, we just want to have a little bit of, we're going to take it as foundation coaches, but we need to have a group waiting at the top of the ramp with your partner for a bit of Madison dial-in. So if you want to get yourselves ready and head over to the top of the ramp, one of the foundation coaches will meet you there. Thanks a lot. Okay, bike riders, if you want a bit of Madison dial-in time, we've got coaches waiting at the top of the ramp. Make your way over to the top of the ramp, and we have got some time designated for some Madison dial-in. So if you're not feeling, you want a little bit of time to just get to know your partner, just get the feel of some hand slings, make your way over to the top of the ramp now, and you can work with the foundation coaches on a bit of Madison dial-in. Thank you. So again, a few people have been away at changing rooms. If you want some time for some Madison dial-in with your partner, please make your way to the top of the ramp now for some Madison dial-in time. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to part 2 of day 2 of the 2015 Sainsbury School Games here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. So I just want to update you on the top, but I'll go through the whole list. So the Interregional Track Champs, as we stand, Southwest have got 412 points. Ulster have got 389, East Midlands 336, Eastern 315, North East 310, and moving down, South East 214, Central 205, the South 182, moving into the top 5 now. Wales is 179, West Midlands are in 4th with 172, North West in 3rd with 165, Yorkshire in 2nd with 162, but Scotland are running away with this thing with only 81 points. So we are straight into our girls' sprint semi-finals. And this is sprint semi-final I and J. And this is North East versus Yorkshire, Sophie Enever and Elizabeth Denby. Elizabeth Denby in the pink skin suit at the top of the track. Sophie Enever second on the track, down the bottom there. Number 100 with that blue on. All right. Not bad, not So Enever just bringing Denby down onto the wheel there. Really steady pace. Denby just getting a little bit wibbly-wobbly through turn 1 and 2. Enever electing to take a little bit of height here. It'll be interesting to see whether Denby wants to take the front or... Now in that situation, if she didn't want to take the front there, she should have followed Enever up the track and just tried to stay above the wheel. So now, not sure whether she really wanted that forward position, but that's where she is now. Enever with the gap. So tables turned now. So it's Denby. Just controlling her pace through turn 3 and 4. Enever just matching those pedal revs. Now, all Enever needs to do now is just follow the wheel tracks to maintain that gap that she's attained through that steady riding in the back straight. So Enever in position A here, just coming down the back straight, showing a lot of patience. Denby just tying up. She's just trying to wait for Enever to come at her. Denby waiting for Enever to come at her. She's not committed to the sprinters lane now. She goes in. Enever looks like she's got plenty of gas. Enever just rolls over the top. So Enever takes IJ semi-final 1. So onto the track. This is IJ semi-final 2. Grace Jordan rode a really good ride in that 3 up from the first heats. She's in the green skin suit representing the Southwest, and below her, number 23, Louise Surridge from the Southeast. So Surridge maintaining quite a high tempo in here. Grace Jordan not making any effort to make any space to race, just happy to sit pretty tight on. If you just take a half a meter above the wheel, she'll find a bike length to her and Surridge, but she goes for the gap underneath there. Surridge's been gifted this little bit of space in front of her to use as that buffer. The elbows come out, and that means that Surridge is really pressing on. We saw Jordan was really strong in the back end of the ride here in the previous ride, and she's going to do it again. She takes it all the way to the line. Very committed, very positive little jump there. From a lap and a quarter out, Grace Jordan takes IJ semi-final 2. So Millie Gage takes to the track there in semi-final G&H, number 1. And it's a walkover there. So swiftly moving on. This is GH semi-final 2. We've got a rider from Yorkshire, Felicity Gledhill, versus a rider from the southeast, Alice Matravers. So while we're waiting for Felicity and Alice to take the track, I've just been handed a really good message here. So Ben Hardwick, your granddad, Ron Hardwick. You're 92 today, Ron. Nice one, mate. Give him a round of applause for Big Ron, 92 today. Also been married 56 years to Mary. So that's Ben Hardwick's granddad from the West Midlands, Ron Hardwick, 92 today. So Matravers drew that lower number, rolls round into the back straight. Not taking her eye off Felicity Gledhill here. Gledhill takes a little bit of height. Matravers goes blue line. Steady enough pacing to turn 3 that she can drop down to the black and take Gledhill with her. Didn't give her the pace to be able to maintain that height. Gledhill just stalking Matravers here. So blue line riding here for Matravers. That's a little bit inexperienced, and Gledhill takes advantage of the door being open underneath. Matravers trying to drag race Gledhill into the turn, but Gledhill gets there first. Matravers is tight on the wheel here, so she goes backwards, comes forwards out of the saddle, but she's going to be on the hip through turn 3 and 4. I believe this is going to go until Gledhill. Gledhill just presses the throttle down, finishes this thing off, and shows a clean pair of wheels to Matravers from the southeast. G8 semi-final 2 going to Fliss Gledhill. So EF semi-final one. This is Eve Jeffries from the south versus Sophie Williams from Wales. Eve Jeffries qualifying in a 13.145 earlier today, compared to Sophie Williams' 13.438. So on paper, the faster bike rider here, Eve Jeffries. Just under 3/10 quicker in qualification. Jeffries in the silver skin suit. So takes a little bit of height in the back straight. Williams there just following in the wheel tracks, maintaining that gap. A couple of bike lengths between her and Eve Jeffries. Eve Jeffries' front wheel just took a little bit of bobble there at the end of the BMX Supercross sign. Just dropped in. Actually did her a favour there because Williams ran into the wheel a little bit, lost a little bit of the space to race. Oh, Jeffries lost that front wheel again there. Just really struggling with that observation technique. When she turns ahead, it's having a tendency just to pull that front wheel around a little bit. Jeffries has got Williams in a good position here, but it's that left-hand door just slightly open. Jeffries decides to take the and pull the trigger. I would expect it to be slightly more explosive, but this is Williams coming at her. Oh, Jeffries holds on to the finish. And I've just got some sweets from Sally Birchall. Brilliant. Star Mix. That'll do. Thank you very much for my pineapple tart, Northeast. Awesome. I am now 3 kilos heavier than I was on Friday, and I expect to be a few more. So confirmation there that Eve Jeffries goes through. So that was EF semi-final 1, EF semi-final 2. Leanne Hall, who technically rode a great race in that, that second ride from the heats, but she's up against Gabby Homer from the West Midlands. So tables turned on Leanne Hall here. We saw her do this to Felicity Gledder, and Gabby Homer looking to try and get her pinned on the fence. So Hall just parking up. That was good, that, from Gabby Homer. You see the way she reacted to and read the body language of Leanne Hall there and relaxed on the pedals and just stopped herself being sucked in onto the wheel. It was good, that. Look at this. Blue line wondering. It's like watching a tightrope walking competition. So Hall draws Homer down the track there. Just parks it up into the transition, giving Homer no opportunity to press on and ride up into the face of that uphill. Something I've noticed here, Hall has a lot of patience, not reacting at all to the bell. As we said, Homer exactly the same. So Hall here leading out of turn 4, but Homer's rushing that gap. I reckon Hall has got this. Another good technical ride there from Leanne Hall, just looking over that left shoulder in turn 1 and 2 and seeing that moment to pull the trigger, swoop down the banking and finished it off with a plum. Alrighty. CD semi-final 1. Tilly Gurney versus Gemma Penman. East Mids versus Scotland. So Penman qualified in 12.88. Gurney 13.109. So a couple of tenths in this, not much. But Penman, I would say, has got a bigger jump than Gurney here. So she needs to just be wary, because Penman could open up a fair gap on her. If she just loses sight, she doesn't read the body language, she could get a gap that's completely unmanageable. I think there's a lot to gain in Penman's 200 if she just gets that final section off turn 2 up through turn 3. She gets that right. There's quite a few tenths to be found there. So Gurney matching every wheel rotation of Penman. If this turns into a drag race, my reckoning is that Penman will just get away in that first 10 meters of the acceleration. Gurney looks to take some height, but Penman sees that, turns and goes up the track, shuts the door. So that little bit of free speed there injects a little bit of pace into the ride. Penman just squeezing on the gear. Gurney now with a little bit of a gap. I'm still not sure when we get Penman just taking her eye off Gurney there. Gurney managing just to squeeze on the gas, but here we go. We've got a bit of a drag race situation. And Penman just showing that acceleration out of the saddle. And she just is pulling away now from Gurney as we exit turn 4. So that hard acceleration out of the saddle. Right, so win for Penman from Scotland. Okay, we are homing in on those AB semi-finals. This is semi-final CD number 2, Lorna Bowler versus Emily Tillett. So two of the closest match bike riders on qualification here. Tillett slightly quicker, just going under 13 seconds and only just with a 12.995, and Bowler qualifying with a 13 flat. So there is nothing in these two bike riders as we move swiftly into CD semi-final number 2. So Tillett, the slightly quicker, nothing in it. Just sits there 2 or 3 bike lengths off. Bowler happy just to hold the black line. Tillett looks to take some height, and Bowler just squeezes on, which meaning Tillett has to respond to that. She's going pretty quick here. Bowler's going to have to drag race her into turn 1, and she does. So Bowler wins the race to turn 1. Who's going to win the race to the line now? Tillett looking to come over the top, but Bowler has accelerated really hard. Tillett looking to respond. She's on the hit through turn 3 and 4. It's all going to be about that centrifugal whip. This is going to be really close coming into the line, and Tillett takes it, showing that long sprint, that long speed that she's got. So it's Wales takes CD semi-final number 2. Now, I'm just looking at me, Bengawan Solo Pineapple Tart from the Northeast. Singapore Delights from the Northeast, from the Southeast Asian Games 2015. Now that's a present, isn't it? That's done some air miles, that's got some carbon footprint. That pineapple tart, I'll tell you. I bet it was on an A380 as well. Reet. AB semi-final number 1. First into the A final, second into the B final. It's where it matters, dudes. where it matters. So on the track, we have got the fastest qualifier from earlier today. Lauren Batelow, national champion representing the Northwest, qualified with a 12.027. Up against Georgia Hilliard from the West Midlands, who was 7/10 slower. So Georgia got a job on here, dude, from the West Midlands in that black skin suit, number 60. Bit of Richard Clayderman playing. Yeah, we love it. So because of the little mix-up there in start number one, we've got an exchange of position, so Hilliard leads away. So 7/10 difference in qualification here, so Batelow has got a lot in the bag here. So Hilliard's going to have to ride with her head as much as her heart, lungs, and legs. So Hilliard trying to make this a fairly short sprint, I would think. Just building momentum through turn two. Batelow takes a bit of height and then pushes on a little bit, Hilliard, and forces Hilliard to react. And a lovely little jink down the track there from Batelow, which again just forces Hilliard to pick the pace up. And before you know it, you can be absolutely going flat out on the blue line. So Batelow squeezes underneath. Hilliard just bounces off the force field, the aura of the Baitonator. Baitonator presses on now. Hilliard looks to hang on. She's trying to close that gap, but I don't think she's going to manage. Batelow strong in the last 50 and crosses the line on the tops. Batelow takes it for the Northwest with a 12.614. Okay, this is it, AB semi-final number 2. Amber King versus Amber Joseph. Again, absolutely nothing in qualification. King slightly faster with a 12.537, but Joseph hot on her heels with a 12.579. And this is the deciding ride now to see who goes through into our A final. Which Amber will it be? So Amber King from Scotland here, just tracking Joseph. Two opposite ends of the country here. South versus Scotland. So Amber King just getting stuck on the shoulder of Joseph. Joseph got Amber King really tight on the back wheel here. Could have been an opportunity there just to slide underneath Amber Joseph and just take control in the bottom of the track. And just to have to make Amber Joseph think about what she's actually doing. Just change the dynamic of the ride. Oh, Joseph goes up at an acute angle to try and shut the door and he's a little bit late on the gas. She's going to just... that acceleration there. King trying to find a way through, but Joseph shows good observation. This could be a turn up for the books here. So Joseph leads out. There's nothing in the qualification times here. King's got a gap to rush. She's coming over the top here. Can Joseph hold on into turn 3 and 4? I'm not sure. King is running really hard. It's going to be very close to the end, but King is running over the top here. He's going to take this by half a bike length. Amber King takes it. So that confirms our A final. It will be Amber King versus Lauren Bate-Lowe for the gold medal. Georgia Hilliard versus Amber Joseph for the bronze. So the AB finals here at the 2015 Sainsbury School Games. An absolute carbon copy of what we had at the National Championships 3 weeks ago. So Lauren Bate-Lowe versus Amber King. Bate-Lowe obviously coming out on top there. And then Hilliard versus Amber Joseph for that bronze medal. And 3 weeks back at the National Champs, it was Hilliard that came out on top with a clean sweep 2-0 in that bronze ride-off. Three up. So KL semi-final. Alistair Levers, Luke Hind, Joe Saunders, Northwest, East Mid, South, West. So we've got that hypnotic disc wheel going round there of the Green Hornet. So Hind in a southwest, northwest Sandvik. Alistair Levers just looking into the eyes of Luke Hind. I've ever told you I love you. Oh, take that, youngers. Joe Saunders just lets him have that little ruck. He looks over his shoulder, but you're committed now, Joe. Don't have a look back. You're on it, me duck. So it's Levers on the Green Hornet, trying to make his round over the top. Saunders is holding on, but Levers takes it. Bit of Manchester music as we're here. So confirmation on the board of KL semi-final number 1. It was Alistair Levers on the Green Hornet, followed by Joseph Saunders, and then Luke Hine from the East Mids. So another 3 up in KL semi-final 2. Will Raymond Harvey, the Dreadnought McNaughton from the south, and Niall Lawrence from Ulster. We call that the diamond formation. Okay, so the Dreadnought takes his place at the top, and we've got a bit of a stacker going on. He's got to be wary here, because I have a feeling Will Raymond's looking primed and ready to go. Niall's just got to watch here that he gets himself a little bit of space. If he ends up in that box, he could drive over the top, but he's just got to make sure he's giving himself a little bit of space to race. So McNaughton keeping the pace high as expected. Will Raymond jumps over the top. McNaughton a little bit impatient there. Could have given himself a little bit of time before he dropped onto the wheel. He comes over the top. But Niall Lawrence coming with a late rush. Look at this. It's 3 abreast coming through turn 3 and 4. Will Raymond hanging on for grim death as he comes to the line. McNaughton coming with a late run, and it's a lunge, and I give that to Will Raymond from Easton. Waiting for confirmation on the board, but that is my betting. I'd put some big money on that. I would. And there we go. I go in a tenner. That sort of sums up these two. Will Tidball versus Joe Swinnerton. Southwest versus West Midlands. Bonkers. I hope this is the radio edit. I got caught out with this. DHL Sprint School. Oh, it was terrible. Some proper F-bombs. It was bad. So Tidball here, again, just taking all the lessons he's learned at RSRs and his coaching sessions, his regional coaching sessions. Trying to get some height and space on Swinnerton. Oh. Beautiful. Regains his place at the top, but Swinnerton just taking advantage of that pause. And they're both in the bottom of the track, and he was pretty much stopped still there, Tidbull. So Joe just swings up the track there, and that swinging up the track will have just lost him to like half a bike length. Tidbull will have closed in for nothing there. Swinnerton gets that hunch on, he rounds his back, Tidbull's coming at him. Is he going to hang on? Swinnerton pushing to the line, Tidbull's coming, but Swinnerton takes it. IJ's semi-final number 2, Jacob Vaughan from the southeast versus Dan Coombe from Wales. He likes to press on, old Jacob Vaughan, look. He doesn't know the meaning of steady. We saw him in the qualification for this, just whirling round. I bet he was going as fast at the top of the track as he was at the bottom. So Vaughan decides to open up there. Here's the bell. Probably only running about 85% here as Dan Coombe starts his acceleration. Vaughan sees him coming and reacts, and he's probably going to do a good job here of keeping Coombe on his hip. Coombe can't get over the top, and this looks like Vaughan all the way. So it's the southeast. Southeast take IJ semi-final number 2. So GH semi-final number 1. This is Carl Jolly versus Bailey Wilmot. So Carl qualifying in 12.140. Bailey going under that 12-second barrier with an 11.933. So on paper, Bailey the quicker bike ride here, so he can be patient. Give himself a little bit of space to race. Carl looking over his shoulder, decides to open up. Bailey just needs to be patient here and just ride him into the finish. If he ends up over the top of him in this straight, he could get caught on the hip in this turn. Has he got the gas to get over? It's going to be really close, this. Carl's going to hold him really tight, but Wilmot comes out of the turn quick. There's going to be a lunge to the line, and Wilmot, again, I'll stick a $5 on it. Wilmot, I think, takes that by less than half a wheel. So there's confirmation. Bailey Wilmot takes G8 semi-final number 1. So this is G8 semi-final number 2. Tom Pidcock in the pink of Yorkshire versus Louis Rose Davies from the southeast. Quite ironic this, 2 very road enthused, road ambitious bike riders, both riding the sprint competition. But as we said, it won't do them any harm. This is a foundation keystone in your development, learning all the skills, hardwiring some of the physicality in. So the rule there is our front rider hasn't led past the pursuit line in the back straight. So parking it up and putting it into a track stand before he reached the pursuit line. And that's in our RSR quiz, that as well. And he's done that maybe 3 times. So we're just waiting for the commissaire's call on that. So there we go. We're going to change it round. We're going to have a restart. So what happened there, if you're a little bit confused, is that we had a track stand situation, as I said earlier. The bottom rider has to, unless the top rider goes over the top, has to lead at least walking pace past the pursuit line. We can't have a track stand situation until we get past the pursuit line in the back straight. So the tables turn. Rose Davis takes the lead. Pidcock second wheel. And Rose Davis parks it up, draws Pidcock onto his hip here. Not taking his eyes off him, but he's going to lose some height here, and he's just given the bike race to Pidcock a little bit. Matches his speed well. Pidcock just needs to press on round the top here. So still, Pidcock goes for the underneath. Takes Rose Davis by surprise, and just that free speed there has gifted him 15 metres straight away. Rose Davis is really going to struggle to close the gap looking at the qualification times of these two. I think that's it. The death knell rings for Rose Davis. Pidcock hammers it through the turn, rails under the black line, and Pidcock takes it. So this is EF semi-final number 134, representing Ulster. It's Harvey Barnes, number 105, Richie the Guns Allen from the northeast. So quite surprisingly, really. So Harvey Barnes, the quicker in qualification with an 11.8. Richie Allen going 11.9, so not loads in it. What's a tenth between friends? Quite a lot in world sprinting, God. If you have a look at the top 8 qualifiers, there's hardly anything between them, tenths of seconds. What are you sniffing at, Rotherhams, in that bottle? Looks a bit dubious. You're bringing it for me to sniff? Does this smell really bad? Yeah, it does. I was a bit worried then. It's strong coffee. Yeah. There you are, have a sniff of this. No, I don't want to. Back to the action. Matt, I'd like you to come up and commentate for the finals with me. Do you fancy it? Have a think about it. So, Richie Allen, he takes the jink. Maybe should have just taken that. So, nice move from Richie Allen, drives down the track, doesn't commit to the black too early there, and uses that free speed, and just see him rush away from Harvey Barnes. But Harvey Barnes, we've seen, is really quick in the bottom of the track. And now, look at this gap rush. He's coming over the top through turn 4. Richie Allen hanging on for grim death. It's going to be a chase to the line. It's in the lunge. Whoa! Photo finish. Sally Birchall, who sat next to me, she says the green one. The green one. Photo finish, we're waiting. Doodly-doon, 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 doodly-doo-doo. I can see Helen Scott as well. How the devil are we? All these people that I've had coaching with. Unbelievable. It makes me feel so old. Do you know, I'm getting to the point where people that I coached as young people are retiring. From the sport. It's ridiculous. There it is. Sally, you were right. It was the green one. Harvey Barnes on the lunge. Birchall needs to do this job. It was the green one. Unbelievable. Ah, live stream waving, that is. I wondered what was going on there. I thought you were waving at me, but it's not. It's the live streaming. You see that? Look, I'm famous. I'm on YouTube. That camera that we've cut across to the track. Look. Yeah, that one. No. So, EF semi-final number 2. This is Ethan Vernon versus Matthew Burke. This is Eastern versus Wales. So absolutely nothing in the qualification times of these two. Nothing to worth mentioning. So this is going to be one close thing, hombres. Ah, who are they? Are they hockey or are you swimming? Put your hand up if you're swimming. Put your hand up if you're hockey. Beautiful! I expect a lot of noise. Whoa, that's a lot of hockeyists. Look at all them hockeyists. You've just come to see the most real entertaining. Madison's going to start in a bit. Back to the sprinting. Matt Burke with Ethan Vernon holding him against the fence. Just needs to get in front of him a little bit more. People try this pinning, but if you're not in front of the bike rider slightly, they can get over the top of you. There we go, you look. Get the hip on the hands. So Burke just holding him up the top of the track here, and I can see the number 1 on the board. Vernon is cramming. Remember, there was nothing in qualification between these two. Nice ride from Burke. Takes a dive down the track. So Vernon in the gap. This is going to be really close at the end, because remember, nothing in qualification. They're rushing through turn 3. Burke with the slight advantage. Vernon runs into his wheels a little bit there. Burke's going to take this. Well done, Matthew Burke. More hockey. Look at all that. Confirmation on the board. Heat 8, which is EF semi-final. We're into CD semi-finals, people. So crazy right now. Yeah. Big finger dancing. Why did you get red fingers and we've got white fingers? You should have a pair of gloves. No, not tonight, lads. Your name's not down, you're not coming in. Your name's not down, you're not coming in. Go on, get out. Yeah, go on, we don't want your type in here. CD, semi-final number 1. It's the beardy man, Alex Rydell, being roughed up by Chris Eaton from the Northwest. It's a war of the roses again. Do you know, I haven't seen a Yorkshire flag. This could be the first interregionals that I've not seen an interregional, a Yorkshire flag. Have we got one? There it is, there it is. I can see them now. Wave them vigorously. You must battle with Theo the Lion of Bolton Hartley with his other one. Oh, look, is the BMX posse. Look at these. How are we, dudes? Hey. With Mr. Mark Seaman. G'day, g'day. How are we? I better get back to my day job. So it is Eaton leading out, and Beardy Man Rydell, she's trying to come round him in turn 3. Eaton looks like he's got the legs here, looking slick, looking smooth. Eaton for the Northwest in 11.695. Just putting the Beardy Man away. So Chris Eaton will be feeling better for that. CD semi-final number 2 about to take the track. Black versus blue. Jake Stewart from the West Midlands qualified at 11.2, somewhere in and around a PB. I've not had that. Oh, I did have that confirmed. He put his thumb up. Yeah. Hey, look at them. Are they POC, those glasses? Yeah, mint they are, aren't they? Look at them. I'd look good in a pair of them. So Jake Stewart, second fastest qualifier with 11.2, up against Stephen Dent. 4/10 back, Mr. Dente. So Jake's got a bit of a buffer here. He's got that 4/10 buffer, like I said earlier, is one that you can go from the front and go from the back and you'll generally win. But hey, he could get roughed up here. So Stephen, the Scottish rider on the front, comes from a mountain biking background. That's how he sort of came into the sport. But now firmly engrossed road and track. So Stewart just trying to get Dente going. A bit of a naive sprint, this one. We've got a drag race, blue line drag race, so Dent opens up. Stewart's been gifted a gap to rush here with that 4/10 buffer. I would think this is going to gift it to Stewart. Stewart looking very comfy in the wheels, makes his move out of turn 2, and he's over with ease. He's going to be up and over through turn 3 and 4. Stewart kills this ride off. West Midlands take it. Stephen Dent rolls across the line. 11.5, 6.7. Stewart takes it. You better say thanks to Sally Birchall for that disc wheel, Jake. Here come the big guns. Look at the ox. Look at him. All the hockeyists have moved. They're here now. Hello, hockeyists. Here it comes from the south. This is the ox versus the bull. I like it. Very bovine. That's Mr. Coltman. So this is AB semi-final number 1. Right, here this is a replay of our national final where Turnbull the Bull won 2-0. So Fielding's got a lot to do here. Fielding qualifying with I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed with an 11.4. Turnbull matching his qualification speed from the Nationals with an 11.0. So Turnbull with plenty of height and space on Fielding here. Fielding trying to keep his eye on him, but this is looking a little bit ominous with that big buffer in qualification. Turnbull again just reads that move from Fielding, maintains his gap. Fielding looking closely over that left shoulder. It's just takes a little bit of pace off. So Turnbull tries to get out of the saddle and get Fielding to make his move. Fielding commits to the bottom of the track. Turnbull's patient. He's going to hook off the turn here. Just takes a little bit of speed. I think he's going to have to use it early. It's not going to be ideal, but he's over with ease into turn 3 and 4. This ride is killed. So it's the bull taking it from the ox. The Bovine brothers. Hamish Turnbull for the Northeast eases his way into the A final. Fielding will make his way into the B final for the bronze medal. Right, this is our final semi-final. Final semi-final, final. Let's use the word as many times as possible. Bob, you've been surrounded by hockey players. Hello. How are we? Have you had a good day? Sweet. Reet. So we saw Cameron Thompson just rough Jake Stewart up in the previous round. And it was a real rush to the line. And Thompson getting it in a photo finish. So Lewis Stewart is a little bit more canny, to say the least, than Jake Stewart. But Cameron Thompson very assertive. So Lewis qualifying with an 11.382. Cameron a little bit further behind, and again with that 4/4 difference. Cam Thompson 11.76, but we saw him dispatch of Jake Stewart earlier on today, so we could see him do that again. So Thompson just trying to get Lewis Stewart going here, and he's going to have to use that. He's got all that momentum going now, so he may as well keep on the gas. Tries to go underneath. Stewart shuts the door. This is going to be close. Oh, going to be interesting, that. So Stewart keeps the gas on. Cameron Thompson still keeps going. He's not giving up. So it's Stewart out turn 4, rushing to the line, but we're going to watch the board here. Thompson lunges for the line. Right, there's going to be a little bit of a get-together down here, I reckon. Let's keep his eye on them commissaires, look. Oh, thumb up, I can see a thumb up. I'm looking at Ian in the box. What are we going to get? That was great, I like that. Even though it was a bit rough and tough, it was good. Oh, controversy. It's been reversed. Lewis Stewart loses out. Cameron Thompson goes through into the final. It will be a Central versus Northeast A final. Don't shoot the messenger, people. There's confirmation. It's on the board. Cam Thompson, Central. The big swoop down from Lewis Stewart. You gotta love the Foo Fighters. I tell you what, we're into the para kilo. And as soon as I get my sheet back, I'll tell you what order we're going in and what the target times are. Right, heads up then. What is this event? It's 4 laps of the track against the clock for our paracyclists. These guys have target times to try and hit. So the times that you see going up on the board, it's not rider against rider or tandem against tandem. It's how quick or how near to their target times or how much faster than their target times that they can go. And their target times are based on past history, who's on the bike, and the classification that they are. Okay, so we've got to give these guys loads of support in these time trials. So while we're waiting just to load the bikes up, I can tell you it's really close for the Inter-Regional Championships between second down to seventh. There's hardly any. There's about 20 points difference. 20 points that are covering the Inter-Regional Track Championships from second down to seventh. Oh. Okay, look at that helmet. That's cool, isn't it, that? Like that. So, this is 4 laps of the track. Time trial, individual. But these guys have got to get as close as they can to their target time. So in the home straight, just getting on his bike now, can you please put your hands together for Jamie Harding? In the back straight, already on the bike, it's Amelia Cass. Has that helmet won a Paralympic medal? Has it? Has it? Just looking for the nod from Helen Scott. Good catch there, Mr. Heaven. Good catch. Just a little bit of trouble with the gate there for Jamie. So Amelia will just make her way back round to the start gate while we saw Jamie. Right, we're off again. Go on, Jamie. So Jamie Harding gets on his bike in the home straight. In the back straight, we've got Amelia Cass. Put your hands together for our two para-athletes. Go on, Jamie. Press on, mate. That's it. And we are away. 4 laps of the track. So the times that we're looking for, Jamie Harding's got to do 94.569 seconds. You can work that out in minutes. 1 minute 34, I think. Yeah. I can do this. I can do this. And Amelia Cass has got to do 91 seconds, which is 1 minute 30. 1 minute 31. So here they go. Return round to the station. So standing lap complete. So Amelia in that tucked aero position here. Jamie just smooth in the pedals round. Got a good rhythm going here. And come on, Jamie, press on, mate. Just keeps it smooth, gets tucked up there. Amelia just losing the line a little bit there through turn 3 and 4. Just needs to look up a little bit, look where she's going, getting her head a little bit tucked down there. What we call a bottom bracket check, that. So the bell rings for Amelia Cass in the back straight. Jamie Harding about to take the bell in the home straight. Amelia with only 3/4 of a lap to go here. Big sprint to finish this thing off. Jamie just homing in with half a lap to go, and they've both just gone outside their target times. But need to just finish this thing off now. So Amelia Cass rolls to a finish in 1 minute 43. Jamie Harding, home straight, 1:49. A message to Gemma Nunnally or Lisa. Have we got any whackers? Have we got any of them bangers in the house? Can anybody find any of them? We need some of these, don't we, to bring happiness in our lives. So, Gemma, if you can hear me, I may send you a text message. Or Lisa, we need some bangers, please, not just the fingers. The fingers are too soft and quiet. We need things that make noise and could hurt people. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Rebecca Rotherham. Heat number 2. Gold medalist from earlier. Check him out, here he comes. In the home straight, put your hands together for Matt Robertson. With his old school Scott drop-in handlebars. I wanted some of those. Yeah, they're really cool. Greg LeMond used to use them. Back in the moment. Back straight. Put your hands together for Connor Brock. So Matthew in the home straight, nearest to me. 94.569 seconds is what he's after. Connor Brock, you got to go even quicker, dude. 88 seconds. 1 minute 28. And 1 minute 34 for Matthew in the home straight. See you later, BMX. Good to see you. You want to see that boy bunny up? He can bunny up. Oh, yeah. So Matt in the saddle again. Gets the stability he needs. Can pull on those Scott drop-in bars. Great start from Connor Brock there in the back straight. Look how clean. He's got a really good phase two of his start. Really balanced through the turn. I think could work on that phase three, just staying out the saddle maybe a little bit longer. Maybe a little bit bigger gear even. Being controversial. Okay, we're away. One lap down, 3 to go. Robertson is absolutely flying down the back straight here. It looks like he's gathered a lot of confidence from that gold medal in the earlier event today. So absolutely ripping round, and it's like he's got some sort of a jetpack on his back here. So Connor banging that rhythm out through turn 3 and 4. Pulling and pushing on those pedals, keeping that rhythm going. But Robertson comes round and he's going to take the bell here. Remember, Robertson has a target time of 1 minute 34.569. And he's going to absolutely take that apart by the looks of things. So Robertson just digs really deep here as Brock received the bell. Connor Brock here coming around with half a lap to go. Just needs to bury himself now and sprint it to the finish. Can Robertson beat his target time? Yes, he can. 1 minute 26. Connor Brock going round here. Going to be a bit tight for Connor. Stops the clock with a 1 minute 34. But Robertson here is the another turn up for the books. He's absolutely smashed it to pieces. 1 minute 34 was what he was after. And he's got 1 minute 26, so he's 8 seconds quicker. Big up the Robertson. So we are into heat 3. In the home straight, it's Crispin Gardner. In the back straight, it's the whirler, Wyn Williams. So we've got even quicker target times here. Crispin's got to hit a 79 seconds 4-lapper, but Wyn's got to go even quicker. He's got a 77.778. So Crispin's got tri-bars on here. He's going to make that, so he makes that shift onto the tri-bars. And we noticed earlier in the week, look, he's got a great position there on those tri-bars, actually. Frontal area, nice and small. Could probably get a bit more forward on his saddle, actually. So here comes Wyn, banging around the track. So Wyn got a really tight target time there of 1 minute 17. He's going to have to really push hard in this second 2 laps of this kilo. But Crispin is really going for it here down the back straight. Again, another bike rider just having those bottom bracket checks. There's nothing down there you need to worry about. Keep that head up. There he goes, look. So takes the bell, both riders. So the whirler in the back straight is coming back a little bit here if this was a head-to-head ride. So found a little bit in the second 2 laps here, Wyn Williams, but Crispin Gardner is coming round turn 3. About to exit turn 4. And it was a 1:19, so he's just slipped past that a little bit. Wyn Williams stops the clock there in the back straight, and again, just outside of that target time, 77 seconds was what he's after. But great rides by the 2 bike riders, home straight and back straight. Put your hands together for Crispin Gardner and Wyn Williams. Heat number 4 in the home straight. Please welcome onto her bike, Lauren Booth. Back straight, already upon the steed. It's Oliver Thomas. So again, very patient out of the gate there, Lauren Booth. She's very clean. She's not snagged the gate at all in any of the starts over the weekend. So the target times of these 2 bike riders, Lauren Booth has a 1:31.551 to hit. Oliver Thomas, a little bit tighter, 1:23.973. Get it on. Another good position there. Oliver Thomas, he gets down into a really good aero position on those drops. Look at that. So Lauren comes through with 2 to go. So Lauren Booth comes through, looking at that 1:25. So she has done it quite easily, actually. She's hit that target time. So looking at Oliver Thomas, 1:24. Ooh, so close. 1:23.9 was where he had to go. So really tight, but Booth again puts in another big ride, but it'll be close between her and Robertson. Going down, looking at those percentage difference. It gives me a feeling of enormous well-being. All the people, so many people. Yeah, it's that time of the day. Oh, I've not had anything like enough sweets today. If anybody's got any Sour Patch that they can help me with, Tang Fastics, I don't care. I'll have any junk. A pear? Oh, I'd have to be hungry to eat that. Oh, thank you, though. I appreciate the offer. If we couldn't... If we... Alex Jones out of the gate here in the home straight. He's got something miraculous he's got to do. So 77 seconds. So ripping round here. Alex Jones, big start. Let's have a look at this half lap time. So that's a pretty good half lap time, that 12.6. That's the kind of pace that, just over the kind of pace that the male team pursuit team will go out at. So their first half lap, 12.3, something like that, in and around. So Jones is putting himself the quickest bike rider, but remember, it's all down to his target time that he's got to hit. And expect him to be somewhere thereabouts. So Alex has come through the Regional School of Racing programme in AB cycling, and now has made a switch over to the para side of things. Got his classification early this year, I think. Cowbells, like it. We like cowbells. No air horns this year. So here he comes round. Jones pushes for the line and he's just inside, a couple of seconds there. So Jones goes quickest out of everybody and beats his target time. So it'll be interesting to see. It looks to me, looking at the who has beaten their target times. It's Robertson, Booth and Jones. They're in the mix for those medals. Hello. Oh, wicked. Whose birthday is it?
It's our granddad's 90th.
Ah, it's Ron's birthday cake. Sweet. I might eat it later on. That's rubbish.
That's going in a bit.
Yeah.
Quick question. I got married to the one's going with her parents for it. How do I go about it?
What's the what? Not going to. Simple. Sticking to the policy of how it was.
So every year she's done it.
No. Oh, that's how the policy is, yeah.
So no getting around that.
No, we've had to stand that down with quite a few athletes and that's it. That's how we do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
No one went home independently last year.
They did,
Oh, they did what?
okay, yeah. That's why it all got cut. I've got a piece of Ron's birthday cake. Thanks, Ron. 92. Wicked. On the track, heat number 6, Lydia Hayden's tandem being piloted by Alexandra Novacki. Target time 77778. In the risk of sounding ungrateful, this birthday cake's better than a pear. I'm really sorry, but it is. So 2 to go here for Lydia Hayden and Alex Novacki. And these two are just getting stronger and stronger as the competition's going on, getting used to each other, finding that rhythm, and a nodding Rebecca Rotherham there telling me, agreeing with me, I think, which I like, gives me confidence.
Yeah, I'll just leave.
Oh, no, you don't want to disagree with Rebecca. That'd be worse than anything. So half a lap to go here for Lydia Hayden and Alex Novacki. Oh, it's going to be really close, really, really close. They're going to push hard here in the last 20 metres, just tying up slightly. 1:21.942. So just slipping past that target time. But again, seem to be growing in confidence and rhythm and balance in every ride that they do. Icing sugar. I've got an absolute array of confectionery around me now. Saurine, Ron's birthday cake, which I'm going to do the gag again. I'm saving for later on. Did you get it? I'm saving the cake for later on. No, I'll say it again. I'm saving, it's Ron's birthday cake, right? And I'm saving it for later on. Oh, forget it. Ah, that's a face of I understand. It's Ron's birthday cake, and I'm saving it for later on. Yeah. Sweet. Ron's 92. Wow, that's awesome. I was in hospital with a guy that was 90 the other week. And you know how he'd ended up in hospital? Because he'd been strimming for 4 hours that day and give himself a hernia. I thought, wow, I hope I'm strimming. And I'm 90. So this is our final heat, heat number 7. We saw that miraculous flying 200-meter time from Alice Hayden in the back straight with Tom Rotherham. Just going down the back straight now is our other tandem of Joe Widowson, the Widowmaker, and Oliver Peckover. They are up against it. 70 seconds is their target time, but they're absolutely flying round. Target time for Hayden is 76.087, being ably piloted on those tri-bars. Great position Rotherham's got there. But Widowson and Peckover, they've turned over a new leaf, these boys. Look at this. Oh, a bit of really wild show to be going on. Terry Nutkins, that's what he was called. The geezer had no finger, that an otter bit it off. And they take the bell. Peckover's making all sorts of shapes. He's got a proper race face on. And I tell you what, Hayden's tandem with Rotherham has come back here. If this was a head-to-head, it'd be ever so exciting. Who do you want to win? Home straight, back straight? Hayden or Widowson? This is going to be close. Boom! The head-to-head goes to Widowson. But just slightly outside the target time, they win the head-to-head battle. But it's Hayden and Rotherham that just slip under their target time by just under a second. So everyone's a winner, and we love that. Okay, a little bit of information that's going to go to somebody that apparently is sat in here. I'm not sure who you are, but I have a name. So all ticket buyers were entered into a prize draw, okay? You may know this, I didn't. The prize draw, you could win Man City tickets, dubious. BMX experience, go and hurt yourself. I can vouch for that. Volleyball tickets at the Copper Box on the Olympic Park down in London. Got to go south. So, apparently the prize winner, you're here this afternoon. I think Mark Strenton, Sterreton, is he here? Somewhere? Mark, hello? I think I've said that right. I'm not going to ask you. Monica, how'd you say that? Sterrenton. Mark Sterrenton. Are you in the house? Pinfold Street Primary. That's who it is. And we got... hello? Is that you? We've located you. Mark Sterrenton. Check this out, right? You're going to have to pick 10 people who you sat with because you've won something. You've won a BMX experience. And you get all the bike hire and the kit and the tuition for you and 9 mates, I think. I think that's what it is. So sweet. Be very careful. One of my colleagues who's down there, he had a punctured lung and all sorts of stuff. Be very careful. But it's mint. It's good fun. So, Mark Sterrenton from Pinfold Street Primary, you've won a BMX experience for yourself and 9 of your mates. And you get all... Oh, there's Lisa. Lisa's in on it already. Hi. Right, I'll shut up now. You can deal with it. Thanks, Mark. Get stuck in. Right, we are about to kick off the Madison. Put your hand up if you've ever seen a Madison race. Hello? You've seen it, right? You know what the score is, yeah? If you get lost in this, watch for the commissaires. They're the guys in the grey shirts on the track. And they will point to where the front of the bike race is. So whichever bike rider's they're pointing at, that tells you where the front of the race is. So if you've not seen one of these before, oh no, look, more people. Hello? Look at that, hello? You're just in time for something that's going to be mint. Pink shirt, look at that beauty. That is fabulous. You're just in time for the Madison. This is another pink shirt. What country's that then? Thank you very much. I can report to you the para results. I'll give you the top 3. Do you know what? I'm doing quite well at this percentage thing, Sally. You know, I'm getting into the groove of it. So 3rd, as predicted, Alex Jones, 103% of his time. 2nd, Lauren Booth with 106% of her time. But it's that man on those Scott drop-ins. Matthew Robertson wins the paracycling kilo. Give him a clap. Thanks. Bless you. 109% of his time. I predicted it. I'm getting better. Yeah! Okay, right, what we're watching here is the girls 20K Madison. I want to just give you a rundown of who's in this. So representing the Northwest, Georgia Ashworth and Tara Ferguson. Representing the Southeast, in the purple, we've got Charlotte Cole-Hussein and Rachel Jari. For Wales, it's Elizabeth Bennett and Jess Roberts. For the South, it's Lauren Dolan and Pfeiffer Georgie. From Scotland, it's Rona Callender and Jenny Hall. East Midlands, Maddie Gammill and April Tacey. From Eastern, it's Josie Griffin and Emily Knight. Representing Yorkshire, it's Anna Doherty and Jay Hine. From the Northeast, it's Alex Rimmer and Sam Verrill. From Central, in that winey colour, it's Lauren Murphy and Emma Pitt. From the Southwest, it's Hetty Summerhayes and Alana Wickett. And finally, on the track from Ulster, Amanda Gallagher and Shona McFadden. So, like the points race from earlier today, this is a points race, but the sprints, instead of coming every 10, they come every 20. And ultimately, it's not down to the points. This can be decided by lap gain. So you could have a team that get loads and loads of points, but if we have a team that take a lap, so they lap the field, get a little bit tangled up there. Over you get, Lauren. Come on, unclip. Get yourself sorted, kid. All good. So just a little bit of a tumble. It can be one of those events that you have these little soft tumbles. So what's happening? So let me just... So what's happening here is this is like a relay race. So you've got one bike rider that's in the race, one bike rider who is out of the race. The bike rider that is out of the race is circling around the top of the track. And what their priority is, one is to get back in, but two is to recover. So when they get back in, they've got good legs to be able to ride and attack in the race. So also, with that Madison handsling, which is the transition, you're looking to give as much energy to your teammate as you possibly can. So a handsling happening here between the blue team, the Northeast, you're looking to give as much speed to your teammate as they're coming in as you possibly can. So it's a transition of power and energy. So the South looking to take this on now, and it's exerted pressure that'll split a bike race. And the South here really taking it on. Now we're seeing the effect of fresh legs. So Rona Callender just made an exchange there with Jenny Hall for Scotland. And fresh legs over a bike rider who's been in the race for some time, Pfeiffer Georgie. You can see it just opens a gap up straight away. So Dolan doesn't get much off the change there because Georgie looking a little fatigued, but looks to take it on here. So it's the South that are on the attack. So Dolan just looking a little, Murphy looking a little bit worse for wear. He has taken a little bit of a twist, I think, down the hip and a knee. But back in the bike race, it's the South team in the silver, and it's Dolan in particular that's really taking this on. Lizzie Bennett looking to make the, what would Hugh Paul say, make the juncture. What a word is that? I don't really know. He pulls it from somewhere. But that's what he says. Trying to get across to Lauren Dolan. Bennett has spent herself a little bit there, trying to get across and parks up, and it's Hussein that brings it back together. Just riding onto dead wheels here. Needs to keep that momentum going a little bit more there. So Madison Slinton going on here between the South, and Georgie again on the attack off the change. Bennett doesn't react there from Wales, and the South team put more pressure on this race. So 4 laps out from the sprint lap here. It's the South that are putting loads of pressure, and we've got some bangers out. Where's our Bolton dudes? Get some bangers. You needed some bangers, you told me. So we've got the team from Ulster and the team from Eastern here. They're just about to lose a lap on the field. Stay down, girls, stay down. So it's Callender bringing them over the top here. Relinquishes the front to Jess Roberts from Wales. So we've got a little bit of a truce going on with a sprint about to happen, but Dolan takes it on again off the sprint. Roberts reacts. Jari and Callender go with. A nice little drop in there, but he's got a little bit confused. Dolan just looking over the top. Nice drop in from Jenny Hall, so we're looking for a really late drop in, and it's into the sprint lap. And Lizzie Bennett just tightening up, but the Southeast team, fresh legs coming in. They've timed their change to perfection, and Hussein is running hard here. She's going to score big, coming over the top. The sprint goes to the Southeast, and that is just rewards that. That is just rewards. The Southeast team had set up for that sprint really well. Just managing to get fresh legs in at the exit of that first banking, which meant Hussein was sprinting against people with a lot more fatigue in her legs, rolled over the top, but the South have got a change in, and it's Georgie going over the top here. Putting pressure on after the sprint, and you can see how spent Hussein is after that sprint. She's looking to get Jari in. Jari, really strong bike rider. Won't get much off the change here because Hussein looking a bit tired. Picks her up, tries to get some speed in. And Jari sets off across the gap. So points on the board from the first sprint. Scotland scored 1, South got 2, Wales 3, but big scorers with that very well-timed exchange. Madison Sling in turn 2. Southeast pick up the big points of 5. So good, this is Scotland, South, and Southeast and Wales are just beating each other up. Jay Hine from Yorkshire trying to get across here. Tara Ferguson also trying to get back in touch. But these 4 big playing teams here of Wales, South, Scotland and the Southeast really taking it to the other bike races in this 2015 Sainsbury School Games. So we've got a little bit of recovery time here. Northeast just clawing their way back in. East Mid's trying to get back in, but remember Ulster have already lost that lap. So even if they get back in touch with the peloton, Ulster are a lap down. So Calendar just looks to heat this up again. Was really proactive in the points race. And as always, Fight for Georgie not shirking a turn there. Off that change with Dolan and takes it on again and lights the race up. Oh, just need to check your height. When people drop in here, you need to really be looking over that left-hand shoulder as you come in from the top of the track, because very quickly the rider that you're coming down to make a change with, 1 minute they can be on the black, next minute they could be on the blue. And you're dropping in below and squeezing other changes and squeezing other bike riders. So it's really important to do a thing we call checking your height. And that checking your height, again, is just when you look over that left shoulder and when you drop down, you're just looking to see what the position of your teammate is and see what the line is doing. So we've got a bit of a truce here with 51 to go. So it's Jenny Hall on the attack there. Not sure that came off the change. I think that was just a proactive move from a... Oh, Calendar just a little bit late there coming in. Just managed to make hand contact at the last minute. Gets off the change and keeps it going. And it's the same 3 teams again. It's Wales, South and Scotland. So Doherty from the Pink Panthers there swings down the track and just keeps the pace on, keeps the tempo. Lizzie Bennett just gets a nice controlled tempo change there from Jessica Roberts. Wales sitting second place at the minute after the first sprint. 7 to go before the next sprint. Nobody looking out of this very strong group of 4 teams looking like they're going to get anywhere near taking a lap off each other. And it's like a boxing match at the moment. Each time these girls sling in, they try and put the pressure on the group. Nice change there from Scotland, just coming up onto the shoulder of Lizzie Bennett. Lizzie Bennett just looking a little bit stuck in the mud here. As two fresh sets of legs coming in front of her. She needs to get that change in quick, and I'm looking round the track, and her teammate is a long way around the track here. So Lizzie just going back, she needs to really dig deep. She looks like she's recovered a little bit here, just needs to stay in the wheels, not feel sorry for herself. Jess Roberts is resting very, very low. The higher you can rest, the quicker that you can get back in, and you can save that pressure that your teammate's in. And if you can see your teammate is suffering, you need to be getting yourself in as quick as you possibly can. So 3 out from the sprint lap. Everybody has made touch with each other again. And it'll only take one of these strong teams, I think, just to light this up once more, and we'll see this lined out. And that's very, very close, really tight there going into turn 3 and 4. That's just a case of people not checking the height again. Both girls looking fine, no need to panic. So they'll be both back on their bikes soon. Got a certain amount of laps to get back in, so both really, really keen to get back in here. And the bars are a bit twisted. Lauren needs to bring her bike round to the pits and get it fixed. No point in putting your hand up. You need to bring it round, push it if you need to. Can't happen. You can't have a wheel change outside of the area, so Lauren needs to get this bike back. So a little bar twist here. You can see how tough these girls are. Back straight, not home. Back straight, not home, Lauren. You need to make your way round to the back straight, dude. So we're in the sprint lap. 5 for Georgie, fighting along there with her on her own sim. So Roberts takes the sprint. That's going to move Wales into top spot, I reckon. Going to need confirmation from that on the board. So Dolan already round, brilliant there. Put your hands together, Lauren Dolan about to get a bike fixed. Gutsy move. Got a couple of laps to get back in, so Wales take the big points. Yorkshire score big there, South getting 2. And there's the board, as I predicted. Wales go top with 8, South East on 6, South with 4, Yorkshire with 3, and Scotland just slipping down the board here with 1 point. So 5 for Georgie is going to be spending a lot of energy now. It's one thing as well, spending this energy in here, but then what will she have left for the back end of the race, even when Lauren gets back into a racing position? Jari just under the coming under a change there through turn 3 and 4. Golden rules here is that when a change is happening, that you've got to have your head up, eyes open, and you don't go under the change. If you go under the change, all you're going to do is run into the rider that's coming out of the bike race, and then we get pile up. So it's heads up, eyes open, making sure that golden rule is stuck to. You don't go under the change. So the leaderboard at over halfway. It's Scotland on 1 in 5th place, Yorkshire in 4th with 3, South with 3, South East in 2nd with 6 points, but Wales are on the top of the pile there with 8 points. So Scotland on the move there, just weaving their way through the bike riders. Dolan back in the bike race here. 5 for Georgie's done an epic effort there. So Dolan, give her a big round of applause. Lauren Dolan here in the silver skin suit rejoins the bike race. Handlebars fixed, wheel in. 5 for Georgie, not lost any space there, and I'm sure she'll be looking to come out of the bike race as soon as she can. Needs that breather. And it's Calendar off the front here, burying herself. Jenny Hall, fresh set of legs come in, and it's That's going to gift a bit more of a gap here to Scotland because it's Fife for Georgie on the front and Sam Verrill hits the front from the northeast. Doesn't look like she can do anything. This is the first time it looks like anybody could be anywhere near getting a lap. Pfeiffer, oh, check this out. Been in the race on her own, fighting across to get to this gap. But this is looking like a serious move from Scotland. Scotland looking to take the lap, and it's Jenny Hull here, steaming along, but Dolan is back in, and Bennett marking that move. New legs, it's Calendar in from Scotland. This is a big, serious move to take a lap with 30 to go. And the crowd are understanding and getting behind it. I like it, knowledgeable, knowing where the front of the race is. Superb. So Dolan just tying up a little bit here, needs to just relinquish the front, remembering she's with some other bike riders. They can give her a turn. Hussein brings the southeast back into contention. And it's Anna Doherty from Yorkshire. Oh, eyes open dudes, just swooping in, not realising Doherty had ridden into the back of the small group off the in between them and Scotland. Fresh legs again, it's Jenny Hull in the turn. Nice place to make the move there, make the change there as well. Got height to be able to pull the bike rider and hook them off the free speed of the banking. Wales react. Jess Roberts coming across there like a missile. Recognising that this is a really dangerous move and it's a serious attempt to take a lap this. And the race is in pieces behind. This pressure is absolutely, it's like a plane crash. Wales have missed a change there, and that could be devastating. They were so close to crossing the gap. Roberts looks absolutely smashed, and fresh legs have come in from Scotland. So the cowbells are ringing, and it's Rona Calendar coming across. She looks round. She can see that they've got absolute fresh air here. This is an absolute war of attrition as the silver team, the South, Lauren Dolan, launched back into the bike race. Hussein sets off in hot pursuit. Your guess is as good as mine about where the back of the group will be to take the lap. Dolan over the top there. So it's so this is the peloton. I would say this is the back of the race. Look at the pink jersey. That is the back of the race as it stands. Blue, yellow, and green off the back of that. So to take a lap, Scotland have got to get back round to the pink jerseys. And it's a sprint lap. This is going to put some more points onto the board. And Scotland dearly need them if they're not going to get this lap, which could be pretty devastating if they don't do it. They need to score big here, and that'll move them well up the leaderboard. So Calendar takes the points for Scotland, but just keeps pressing on. It's inconsequential. Fife for Georgie leads the three riders over the line, takes the 3 points for the South. But all she's bothered about is to try and bridge that gap all the way back to Scotland. So Scotland get the 5, South get the 3, Wales get the 2, and South East get the 1. Yorkshire have just lost touch here as Doherty sets off again in pursuit of that little group of 3 up the road, with Scotland still dangling off the front by a straight. And Wales are top with 10 points, but Scotland have moved there into the top 4. If they can dangle off the front and score big again, going to give themselves maybe a chance of a top 3. If Wales don't score, this is going to be tight. So all the energy looks to have dropped out of that chase group. It's half a lap now for Scotland. Hussein on the front there from the southeast, and she looks like she's really struggling. Nobody willing to just give her a shout. It's in there, everybody's interest to get across. And it's almost in the same straight now for Scotland. Let's get behind Rona Callender here in the home straight. So southeast, South Wales and Yorkshire with the East Mids just dropped in on the back of this group here. It's looking very sedate, and Callender is absolutely tramming round. As soon as we get these fresh legs of Jenny Hull in, I expect to see the gap come down again. But Five for Georgie is on the front, and she's popped the East Mids out the back of that group, and she's shredded the group a little bit. So Hull here coming through turn one, and she's in the same straight. She's in the same straight here. So our little group there are getting parked up. If they're getting parked up on some dead wheels, this is just playing into the hands of Scotland. Scotland only half a straight apart. They're going to make this, I'm sure. Fresh legs coming in from Callender. Rona Callender presses the throttle pedal flat to the floor. They're going to do it, people. They're going to do it. Put your hands together. Wales just launch off the front. Scotland get on the back. She needs to get up and over here because they're getting away from her. Oh, the screw's turning. Rona just needs to get over the top. Wales' little increase in pace has just taken that group of four away from her. Jenny Hull needs to get in here, needs to do a turn for Rona. This is going to be a real quick Madison sling. Needs to be as much energy transition as possible. They're across to southeast, they're in. So there we go. So that's Jenny Hull just going over the top of the southeast team, and she's cruising onto the back of the front group. So officially, Scotland, you can take a breath now. They've done it properly. They are there. Oh. Woo. So there you go. The leaderboard tells the story. Scotland are sitting on top. 6 points, but hey, in this case, points don't make prizes, people. Laps do. So 6 laps to go. Scotland taking that lap, and the South team here, Five for Georgie, trying to get a late lap. They're ticking down to get a lap in 5 laps. Hey, you've got to have some serious afterburners, I'll tell you now. And I'm not sure after 75 laps of racing, even the Silver Arrows have got that in them. So lovely ride here from Scotland. Excellent. Just get that change in. Just all they need to do is ride in the wheels now, and this thing is a done deal. So Wales go on a mission here. Lauren Dolan from South just hanging off the front, and it's 3 laps to go. So Wales look like they're going to make sure. With 3 to go, it looks like Wales are going to make sure of that second position. Just consolidate those 10 points. Wales need to not score, really, if they're going to be dislodged by either the South or the Southeast. So Hull just gets out of the saddle, make sure she doesn't lose that wheel. And I think that's Doherty there from Yorkshire, just tramming it back up to the Welsh team. And it's the sprint lap, and a great change there. The South get fresh legs in, and Georgie sets off. Lizzie Bennett in hot pursuit. The Ulster team just coming in. Over the top of it. Lovely jubbly. So it's Georgie takes the points, but the Welsh team consolidate there. Now, my maths, if I'm right, South have just scored 5. We're on 7. Oh, that takes them to 12. Wales score 3. That's 13. I think there's going to be 1 point in it. 1 point in it, I reckon. But please, put your hands together for an epic ride. 2015 Sainsbury School Games Madison Girls Champions, Team Scotland! Rona Callender and Jenny Hall. Jenny Hall and Rona Callender. So we're just waiting for confirmation. I think there's going to be a point in it between the South and Wales. South will score 12. And Wales should be on 13. And there'll be our medals. Scotland top, Wales second, South third. I'm allowed to make mistakes. I'm allowed. It says it on my stone of life. I've got it written in it. Keeps me stable. 28 mile an hour, that. For 20 Ks. Go and try and do that. Got to do it all again with the boys in a minute. So the number crunching going on in the box. Okay, guys that are just near that statue, can you just back away from the barrier a little bit? Just noticed a couple of bits falling down the track. It could be pretty dangerous, that. So sorry to be a killjoy, but if you could, yeah, hello. You guys are the bangers in the Ulster tops. Yeah. So can you make sure that you, Mr. Mike Heaven, could you just walk into turn 4 and just, there's a bit of paper and stuff just slid down the track. Can you just go and have a look, make sure it's all cool? Cheers, man. Yeah. This is God talking. You got to praise you. We're going to have Matt Rotherham up here to commentate with me for the sprint finals, because my... Right. Fat Boy Slim. Okay, I'm going to be quiet for a few laps like I was for the girls, guys. Just going to let this race settle in, and then when we're settled in a little bit, what we'll do is introduce the bike riders, and we'll start to get passionate again. Well, I'm going to open the mic up now because the Northwest there have just got off a massive change. The wild man getting hold of the Bolton Lion and winging him off turn 4 there. And it was all that pace that he gave him in that Madison handling that have launched the Northwest team off the front here. And it's the Bolton Lion being chased down by Anthony Anderson here from Central. So he picks Charles Page up. Charles Page keeps going over, and it's the Lion just suffering a little bit. In comes the Wild Thing. So a little bit of a split here. Southeast just picking it up. Whoa, yeah, nice change there off the Southeast. Plenty of... You can see that was a classic ODP Madison sling, that. Freddie Wright getting his elbow right stuck in and getting off that change. So tandem change there. South and West Midlands off on one. So it's Ben Hardwick. The instigator of that little move there just rails it down a little bit, so it's coming back together. So we've had a hot 2 or 3 laps there. There's just lit the firework. So the pink team from Yorkshire just looking to drop in here. Wales with a good observation, just looking to get over the top of that. So here it is. I'll give you a rundown on who's riding for who. Northwest, we've got the Wild Thing, Connor Davis, with the Bolton Lion, Theo Hartley. Southeast, it's Borough Pratt McCulloch, the Giraffe, with Freddie Wright. Then Wales, James and Sam Tillett. South, Charlie Cox, Matthew Cox. Charlie Calvert and Matthew Cox. Scotland, Danny Mulholland and Joe Nally. West Mids, Ben Hardwick, Matt Shaw, the rubber squash ball. Then East Mids, James Armstrong, Scott Hookway. Eastern, George Mew Jensen, Theo Modell. Yorkshire, Harry Hardcastle, Jamie Ridehouse. Northeast, Ryan Abbs, Tony Tanfield. Central, Anthony Anderson, Charles Page. Southwest, Alfie Peters and Joe West. Then from Ulster, it's Connor Harvey and Zeno Young. A big change there from Central. Borough Pratt McCulloch just slipping off the front here off another massive change from Freddie Wright. He really gets plenty into that. And every change he's getting, Borough, he's really getting off that. So this has not let up since that initial move when Theo Hartley got off that change with Connor Davis from the Northwest. We're seeing 2 or 3 or 4 teams just disappearing out the back and losing touch. And it's Ulster and Southwest, Northeast and East Mids that are just losing touch with the race. And Eastern are desperately hanging on. Theo Modell there. Oh, Theo getting stuck under the change there, going underneath. Oh, Northwest just finding the gap there. Good communication going on between Hartley and Davis. Seem to be able to find each other in a haystack, those two. So Matt Shaw just misjudging and didn't see I think it was Matt Cox coming in from the Southwest. Matt Cox is an amazingly improved bike rider. I personally started a little bit, a coaching session way back in last October, last November with Matt on an RSR down in Newport, and Matt Cox was struggling to ride above the blue. And now he's on the front of the string here at the Inter-Regional Championships 2015 and leading the sprint out. And it's the Lion of Bolton steaming round with Joe Nally on his wheel here from Scotland. So it's Northwest. Northwest picked the first big points up. First blood to the Northwest. And we've got 3 teams here, 4 teams about to lose a lap. So Northeast, East Mids, Ulster and Southwest about to lose a lap. And the pressure has stayed on. Danny Mulholland from Scotland really fed off that sprint there of Hartley. Hartley's lost the wheel there to Mulholland. So Mulholland looking to get over these teams that are losing a lap. But funny, when these teams manage to find out that they're going to lose a lap, they found a load of energy, and East Mids have gone off the front there with Southwest. They were looking dead in the water. And Mulholland, with his numbers flapping, just picks Nally up. Nally, I'm sure, will take us over the top of these lap teams. So Nally looks to make the move over the top. So East Mids, Southwest and Ulster lose a lap, and it's just getting a little bit scrappy at the back here. So Ridehouse, as he should, takes it over the top and just presses the throttle to the floor and takes advantage of what's been a little bit lackadaisical there from the other teams. Just riding up to dead wheels and sitting there, showing a little bit of inexperience, and Ridehouse takes advantage of that and just opens up half a straight there. And everybody's sat on a fairly dead wheel here with the rider from East Mids, who had that little bit of a flurry, and I think it's Scott Hookway. And everybody just sat on, and that's allowed Yorkshire to get a quarter of a lap here. Hardcastle off the change, nice. Opens up, and it's now a full straight. Hardcastle fully on the gas. And Anthony Anderson very happy just to sit on this wheel. And that's nearly 2 laps now that we've been sat behind and actually a lap team. So Yorkshire have absolutely steamed round here just through a lot of lackadaisical riding. Northwest light it up and realise what has happened. Ridehouse has put an absolute steaming lap. Come on, get behind the team from Yorkshire. They look like they're going to get a lap. Baru Pratt just going up the track there. Could have just stayed a little bit lower, but thinking needs to get back in for Freddie Wright. And Ridehouse is turning himself inside out here through turn 3 and 4 as Wales disappear off the front. I don't think that's going to be enough to stop the Yorkshire get the lap. Here they go. Yorkshire going to pick Hardcastle up. Fresh legs coming in. Big it up, big it up, big it up, big it up, big it up. Yorkshire! Hardcastle just needs to find some wings here. He's sat on a slightly dead wheel. That's a team that are struggling a little bit. So Hardcastle needs to get through here because Scotland and Wales have launched a little move off the front. Hardcastle needs to pick that little group up because the race is going away from Yorkshire here. Ridehouse needs to make sure he gets in clean here. If this change is missed, this is vital. Hardcastle looking under the screw. Ridehouse needs to really open up now because the race is getting away. West Midlands have lost out big time. Hardwick has parked up there and lost touch with these 4 teams that have launched off the front. 5 teams. Ridehouse making his way back in. What a gutsy effort. He's found his legs here today. Absolutely going great guns here, Ridehouse. Here he goes. He's going to be back in, and he's got the safety of Double H. Here's the Double H. Well done, Yorkshire. Whoa. I tell you what, I thought you were going to lose that lap again. Whew. So Yorkshire sitting pretty. Laps are king. So Northwest, 5 points. Is this a bit of a Dutch number that we're listening to? It's Belgium, is it? Yeah, quite often. It's about trains. Yeah, you've got to have a little bit of Dutch, Belgium kind of a good vibe, haven't you, when we got the old Madison going round? Oh, somebody having a real tussle there. Come on, guys, keep those eyes open, squeezing through gaps. Got to be looking ahead here, Groovers. So Wales roll the pressure on as we're coming into the sprint lap. Charles Page really doesn't check his height there and drops in tight underneath the sprinters lane. and just gets ahead of everybody, but Wales have really got a good change in there just on the bell, and Wales are going to score big here. Don't ride up to that wheel. Don't ride up to the wheel, you bonehead. So there we go. We've got a counter-attack after the sprint. It's the wild thing. Connor Davis got off the change with the Bolton Lion there. But Charlie Calvert reacts to this and just closes it down. Hardcastle really vigilant, making sure that Yorkshire don't get put on the back foot, because they've got that lap now and they don't want to be just lackadaisical and end up losing something they've worked so hard to get. So Connor just parked up at the end of that turn there. Just need to make sure that you're delivering. We call it hold, squeeze, and deliver. And it's really important that a bike rider doesn't set off absolutely flat stick off the change, because what happens at the end of their turn on the track, they get really fatigued and then have got no speed to give to their teammate. So it's really important that you do this thing called hold, squeeze in your turn, and try and deliver the next bike rider with a big handsling with as much energy as you possibly can give them. So 35 to go, well over halfway here. So Ulster, East Mids and North East looking like they could be about to lose another lap here. So, oh, under the change there, Hartley. Nice little tag. Just an excuse to pat him on the bum, I reckon. Ooh. Now that's some bike handling, HH. Wallop. If anybody saw that then in turn 2, the old pink jersey then, he was about to go over a bike rider and decided he was going to go under. And it looked like he'd gone through him. So we've got a little bit of relaxation just past the midpoint here. And this is where the guys will be feeling it in the heads and in the legs. And this is where you really got to, when you're riding in Madison, when you get deep into the race like this, you've got to stay really switched on. Things can start to go a little bit hazy-phasy, and you need to make sure you're concentrating and seeing things absolutely pinpoint. So in comes the squash ball. Oh, West Midlands miss another change. Got two, I think they touched hands. So I reckon they touched hands there. Hardwick and the squash ball sure touched hands. So Hardwick needs to get out the race. There he goes. It looked like they touched hands from up here. Okay, warning for the West Midlands. West Midlands, you didn't make contact with each other in that change, so warning, West Midlands. No contact and change made. So Mulholland gets into that race position. Just driving it along. It's just a bit of a tempo session here. I got a feeling we were loading up, ready for a sprint. A few people just drifting down when they're resting. Again, really key to rest high and slow. This is where those riding high and slow skills really kick in. So we can see the rider here from the southwest just drifting round on the blue. And that's a really bad place to be for him, for everybody else, because it really congests the track. But it also means that he's going to leave his teammate in for far longer than he actually needs to do. When you're riding on the blue, you're probably lapping 5 seconds quicker than you would be if you were on the fence. And that's another 5 seconds that it takes for you to meet up with your partner and get those set of fresh legs in. So Freddie Wright is on the move as we go into this sprint lap. And he's zooming through 3 and 4. Nally after him. Northwest are going to score again here. So the race is absolutely split apart again at the back with those 3 or 4 teams that have been struggling since the start have lost touch again. And the Southeast are going to keep it on here, I think, with Danny Mulholland coming across. Northwest have seen that that could be dangerous. So Northwest consolidate that second place. Southeast move up to third with 7. Scotland, 6. Wales, 5. So really close on the points there for that last podium spot. But Yorkshire still sitting pretty and have gone over the top of that little counter-attack and looking for another lap here, Yorkshire. And the field is absolutely decimated. 3 teams going across. It's a change happening between the Wild Thing and the Lion of Bolton. Ridehouse looking to make the change with Double H. They could be out to get another lap. But there's been a reaction. Matt Cox from the south. The engine drilling it on the front, followed by Nally and the squash ball, Matt Shaw. So Connor Davis there from the Northwest just turning the gas down on that little move and allowed these 4 teams to get back in touch. So that little bit of excitement there after the sprint. We turn the volume down on the race again. So the Eastern team, Theo Modell and George View Jensen, just a little bit dejected here, about straight off the back of the group. And you never know, just a little bit more effort and they could be back in that group before you know it, because we've got a bit of a lull here. Glass half full, glass half empty. That's what we're discussing up here. So 11 to go, 10 before the sprint lap. It looks like everybody's conceded to Yorkshire here, like we're not going to get another lap. It's going to have to be a Brad Wiggins, Mark Cavendish-esque move to get a lap this late on into the race. Remember, Brad and Cav won the Worlds here with an amazing lap take. So observation just starting to go awry a little bit as the riders get fatigued. Just not looking quite as much, and that really is a key thing, that you're constantly looking, you check, and check again. So Mulholland attacks off the front here. It's a little bit bunch toeing. Must be feeling pretty frisky, the boy. somebody else comes to the front, they're dictating to you. That's the big thing that people don't forget. Yeah, yeah. If you get on the front, whoa, I've got to go fast. If I'm on the front, that's my role. Go as fast as you want. Oh, big move over the top from the squash ball. There he goes, Matt Shaw. I think he keeps having, has he either got a drippy nose or he keeps moving his glasses or something? I keep seeing him go for his face. Is it his glasses? Yeah, they keep falling down off his face. You need a bit of blue tack, kid. So 4 to go, a kilo remaining. Matt Shaw off the front from the West Midlands. So Ulster just going to lose another lap here, and it's all happening. This is going from a long way out, this sprint now. The sprint has actually started, I'll tell you now. So this will be, the teams will be looking to get one more change in before the sprint. So there'll be some slow resting. Looking at this, 2 on the board. That'll be the last change, I think, for Yorkshire. So Yorkshire off the change. Ridehouse has opened the sprint up. Perfect change here from Scotland. Has Nally got the legs? Ridehouse is going to get this for Yorkshire. Ridehouse seals the victory. Put your hands together for the pink team from Yorkshire. That's giving me goosebumps. Wicked. One more time, put your hands together. They got a lap, they won the final sprint. It's a blue ribbon event. Madison champions 2015 Sainsbury School Games. Double H, Harry Hardcastle and Jamie Ridehouse from Yorkshire. I bet you're smiling now, Jamie. I bet you're smiling now. Does that feel good, brother? Does that make up for the tantrum yesterday? Well done, Yorkshire. That was a great race. Everybody involved. That was a great race, guys. Can we put our hands together for all the lads that have just taken part in the 2015 Sainsbury School Games Madison Championships? Wicked. Whoa. Whoa. I'm going to get my breath back. We've lost our audience. Where's the hockeyists gone? Oh, gutted. Are you there? Some hockeyists? Right, we've got a special guest in the house. Hello. How are we? Yeah, I got a special guest in the house to help me for these sprint finals. And a lot of you will know him. He's a hometown boy. And he's done some time around this track. We've got Matt Rotherham with us. Say hello, Matt. Say hello to everybody.
Hey guys.
Tell us a little bit about what you've done over the last 12 months, Matt, because it's been quite interesting.
Yeah, last 12 months been pretty good. Hit out T-Town in Pennsylvania, America for a couple of months.
Show off. He's just showing off now.
Yeah, it was good. So yeah, got some good racing in out there, and yeah, so back here now, gonna assault the national championships at the end of the month.
Fantastic. So how's training going for you? What you focusing on at the minute? Where are you in your training?
Yeah, so I've recently discovered the 60-tooth chainring. So
62.
yeah, so
62. That's ridiculous.
yeah, so we're getting that on, getting some big gears going, and just trying to get around here as fast as I can, you know?
Right, so you're saying, so we've got a 62 chainring, and you say you're going to get some big gears going. Tell everybody what's a big gear for you.
So, well, now it's 135 inches. Yeah.
135 inches. What sort of cadence are you putting out when you're riding 135 inch?
I think at peak it's about 110 RPM. So, yeah, so the kids, you know, the riders here will be hitting like, you know, mid 150, 160 RPM, and yeah, I'm going 110. But hey. 110,
and what speed does that 110 revs equate to?
Oh, I'm trying to hit like mid 75k an hour, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what, you won't be behind that Derny again with me on the front of it, will you, with 135 on?
No, the Derny were too slow.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, even with a bit of my skills on it.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Tim. A few weeks ago, he was going 78 kilometers an hour with me behind him on the Derny, so he can go some, yeah.
That was only 7 days before I threw myself off the enduro bike, though,
yeah.
Matt.
Any excuse not to help me in training.
Yeah, that was what it was.
You know?
I went to a motorbike race after that, and I was like, how am I going to get out of helping Matt? I tell you what I'll do. I'll smash my collarbone to pieces. Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to get stuck into some of these sprint finals. I'll do the loud bit. He'll do the bit that he knows about, because I don't know anything, really. I've got him in to help me out, so I don't make an idiot of myself. So we'll use this as a bit of a... what do they call it? Like a coaching critique. So if you can tell us what's happening and you can be constructive with your comments, that'd be good, Matt.
Yeah, we'll try. We'll we'll see if we can diagnose these races. Cool. And yeah, so last race for the riders, so we can get it all out on the track.
Yeah,
so I'm looking forward to it. It'll be good.
I think the other thing is as well is both of us will be really honest, and we will try and give as much information as we can from a coaching point of view for bike riders and for coaches that are working with the teams as well. And, you know, we've got a bit of experience between us. And Matt's been through this process as well, so he knows what the score is. And if you combine the kind of commentary that we're going to try and give and you combine it with the live streaming, I think there's a really good coaching resource for you to get stuck into to look back later today. Would you agree, Matt?
I'll try my best.
Sweet. We can only try our best. Partial success is success. Yeah. It says it in the chimp book. Yeah, we're into that. Anyway, I'll shut up and we'll get back to you in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving into the final event of day 2 here at the 2015 Sainsbury School Games at the National Cycling Centre. This is our K final girls sprint draw on the track. From the northeast, Fiona Turnbull. From Ulster, Molly McLaren. And from Eastern, Sophie Lewis. So we're coming round to the bell lap here, and McLaren has opened up early. She's done that 2 or 3 times through this sprint competition, trying to catch people on the hop, and she's got a good gap here. Sophie Lewis sets off in hot pursuit. And Fiona Turnbull holds her on the hip there. Lewis goes backwards through turn 1 and 2. She's looking to close that gap. She's clawing her way back to McLaren, but it looks like McLaren's got it, but it could be close, but no. McLaren takes it to the line and wins K final for Ulster.
Yeah, good tactics there. You know, you don't always have to follow in the wheels in these races. You can take it on nice and early. So it's good to see that tactic employed there, and obviously paid off. So yeah, good work.
We've got some volume between us, me and Matt, haven't we, eh? Hey, we've got some volume.
We can shout as Northerners, hey.
Scrippo. John Scripps, team manager, coach, maybe Southeast guru, that's what we'll call him. So on the track for our J final, this is for 19th and 20th. Libby Denby from Yorkshire and Louise Surridge from the Southeast. Can we get all the sprint riders? Can you make your way to the gate? Make sure you're there, and we can stack riders so we can get through the program, guys. So if you're in one of these sprint finals, can you make sure that you get to the gate, and we can stack riders ready to move out? So Matt, we've got 2 bike riders on the blue line here. What's your general thinking with blue line riding?
So one of them's got to kind of take this on now. The front rider's got that inside, is really open there. You need to protect that position. So obviously Yorkshire's now taking the front. Clearly she wants to take it on.
So Surrey's just coming over the top there. Denby just parked up, and Surrey's just has a quick look over her left-hand shoulder, looks over the right-hand shoulder. Don't worry, Louise. Get those elbows going and drive hard on the pedals. And Denby looking to come over the top here, coming out of turn 4, but Surridge looks like she's got the gas to take it.
Yeah, she didn't quite get there, but she didn't have much gap with that lap to go, so when she tried to overtake, she didn't have enough speed, so yeah, it helped Louise to hold on, and yeah, good race.
So, like, come back to this. So, if I was riding you, and I was riding 1, and I've got your blue line.
Well, you you've obviously, like, with a lap and a half to go, you've got to stay out the front then, because it's too late to start changing position. So she's then got to be looking to defend that. And she wasn't, she was just, like, looking around, and obviously then...
It's okay to be on the blue line.
Oh, it's all right, but you need to have enough speed. And yeah, you've got to protect it. So, you know, drop down a little bit and drop back up to hold on to it.
Okay, we're in I final, and this is Sophie Enever versus Grace Jordan. Grace has been really strong in the sprints that she's made, gone pretty early and hung on all the way to the death. Let's see what she can do against Sophie Enever. This I final is for 17th and 18th. It's Northeast versus the Southwest. So Jordan just draws Enever down the track there in turn 3. Keeps the pace really slow through that transition and not giving Enever any chance to maintain her height and get some space on her. So Grace Jordan obviously enjoying this sprint discipline. Looks pretty enthused with this. Also this build-up and the sort of tactical starts. Trying to keep Enever nice and close here as they roll down into the well of turn 1 and 2. Enever's got a nice gap though here. Jordan building. Could be just gifting this a little bit to Enever. She decides to open the sprint up. If Enever's nice and patient here, she's going to be able to take advantage of that gap coming down the back straight. Jordan presses on. We have seen her go long in the sprint. Jordan also have that extra kick at the end. Jordan out of the saddle going into turn 3. Enever looks to come over the top out of turn 4. Enever looking to carry more speed. Oh, Jordan comes out of the sprinter's lane, I think, there. And I can see the commissaires going for the mic.
Yeah, but the gap was set nicely, and she rushed straight into it and came around nicely. So, yeah, she makes it for whatever final that was. Sorry.
I'll give you a check there. So that final was for 17th and 18th, that, Matt.
Nice. So yeah, so we're obviously further down the qualification order, so it's good to see very good tactical riding from these guys.
Totally agree that. Just even the guys that aren't maybe not particularly sprinters, and maybe not particularly physically that way orientated, being able to deliver I'm glad you said it actually, Matt, to see them deliver a technical and tactically a good sprint.
Yeah, because these are techniques that are taught at the Regional School of Racing and those kind of events. So, yeah, you know, congrats to these riders for taking that advice on board and getting in there.
And it looks like we've got a bit of a walkover here. So looking there, that's Matravers. Justo gets a walkover in the H final for 15th and 16th. So those points will be going to the Southeast region. Next up will be our G final. This is for 13th and 14th and will take place between Easton and Yorkshire. So Gino Howe and Jason Ridehouse bringing the bike riders up the track. So it's Fliss Gledhill in the pink from Yorkshire versus the blue skin suit of Millie Gage from Easton.
So Millie Gate there's controlled the race nicely. She's kept it walking pace, but Felicity Gledhill's taken the front. But does she want to be there? She's keeping the pace nice and steady, holding on to that position.
So Gledhill showing good observation technique here. She's got that chin on her shoulder, never letting Millie Gage out of her sight. So Gage looking to take some height here and just presses on. Just needs to just maintain that, just go out to the fence here.
So Gate's starting to look dangerous up there. She got all that height. She got a nice gap set.
Also, the door just slightly open underneath, but Gledhill shuts that, rolls down to the red line there.
Here we go, lap to go. This race is going to start to get going.
So Gledhill, again, just weaves her magic. She's like a hypnotist, actually, Matt. She seems to take people into 3/4 a lap to go with no pace and then brings them into the bottom of the track.
Yeah, and then she's been allowed to, like, 3/4 lap to go. She's put the foot down and she's been able to take control of the race.
So Gledhill
all the way to the line.
Steams in and takes that ride for Yorkshire.
Yeah, well controlled there. She was nice and easy with a lap to go, but Gate didn't seem to want to take it on herself either. So Gledhill kept it nice and steady. 1/4 lap to go, hit it as hard as she could. And from that point in the race, it's really hard to overtake someone who's going to be accelerating all the way to the line. So Gledhill all the way just kept accelerating to the line and took the win.
Very sporting little handshake there as well. I like that. Remember, people say, in a situation like that, if in doubt, hit out. And I think if Millie had just used that height maybe in turn 1 here and gone for it, what do you think, Matt?
Yeah, when it's that slow, it's like the first person to go and the first person to hit that black line, has got a real good chance of taking the win. So Gledhill was the first one to hit the black line with 3/4 lap to go, and yeah, it's going to be hard to come round from that position.
That's a lovely, lovely, simple coaching point. I like that. So if it's really, really slow with 3/4 a lap to go, if in doubt, hit out, get to that black line with speed.
A lot depends on your entry speed into that last lap as to what tactics you employ. So, yeah.
Right. Okay.
First person to go is the one that normally takes it at that point.
That's mega, that's really good. So we're into the F final. This is for 11th and 12th. And we've got Sophie Williams from Wales, who's in the bottom of the track now and is leading for that first half lap. And she is up against Gabby Homer from the West Midlands. So Sophie Williams there pulled one of them tricks that we saw in 2008 when Chris Hoy came slamming out of turn 4 with Jason Kenny, a young Jason Kenny on his wheel, and he just hit the brakes coming into the home straight and just let Jason Kenny come whizzing past him. That's exactly what's happened, and she's that's rewarded her with that second wheel and a gap to rush coming out of turn 2. So Homer got Williams on the hip, though, and it's a turn of the tables. Homer looks strong out of turn 4. Can Williams answer the question? No, she can't. Homer takes it for the West Midlands.
Yeah, you've really got to make sure you get up there, get in the front, and if 100 metres to go, if you're that second rider and you don't get your wheel in front with 100 metres to go, yeah, you're stuck on that hip. So, yeah, Homer really took it on there, got her on the hip, and Williams struggled to get round.
I think that's one of the things that I'm seeing a lot, Matt, is that people are trying to rush the gap too early into turn 3, and they're still on. They're not even on the hip going into turn 3 when they could actually stay a length off through 3 and 4, wait for the bike rider to park up, and then rush coming out of turn 4 or mid banking.
She either had to hit the wheel at the lottery funding sign coming out of turn 2. Or she had to then wait, keep keep the pressure on the pedals, but then she had to hit it with the home straight just to go. So you gotta work out where you're gonna hit the wheel. You either hit it at the start of the straight, middle of the straight, you're gonna end up on the hip.
Right, okay, so that gap rush really is that you're gonna gain that momentum through turn 1 and 2 and you're hitting the wheel on the exit of the turn.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got a bumblebee on the track now. The return of the bumblebee.
Have you still got your bumblebee skin suit?
Oh, I do, yeah.
Good,
Fond memories of that.
What year did you ride the Interregionals, Matt?
I was trying to think then. I think it's like 2009, 2010.
Whoa.
So, yeah. Hopefully I'm always an honorary bumblebee.
Nice one, nice one. So, E-final, 9th, 10th, so we're into the top 10 here. This is Eve Jeffries versus Leanne Hall. It's Northwest versus the South. And Hall really tight on with Jeffries here. Jeffries just looking over his shoulder. We saw her lose the front wheel in 2 turns of the semi-finals, Eve. So she's got a little bit more pace on here, trying to keep that bike tracking a line. So Hall just trying to get that height and space, being very, very patient, and just presses on going into turn 1, looking to try and get Eve Jeffries to commit to a sprint. And I'm not sure it's going to happen. Shortest sprint of the day. Jeffries commits, hits the black line first. She's going to be accelerating all the way to the line, like you said here, Matt, and I think that's going to win it for her. And that just shows your theory absolutely to a T there.
That's even more exaggerated there because yeah, that's even more exaggerated there because it was only half a lap to go, and from half a lap to go, you know, you're going to be at your top speed at the finish line. So as that second rider, you've got to take it on there. There's alarm bells ringing, and it's like, you know, I've always been taught like kind of a red light analogy, and like you got to do something about it, and that's the same thing there. That red light should have been buzzing in the side of Leanne's head there, and yeah, she obviously didn't listen to it and ended up just being stuck on the wheel and couldn't get round. So yeah, lessons there. You've got to take it on early, otherwise you get stuck.
Great little piece of advice there. So, you know, trying to get round an accelerating wheel. And the shorter the sprint, the more that rider in front of you is going to be accelerating all the way to the line, the less chance that you've got of getting round them. Alrighty, this is the D final. We're homing in on these medal rides. And this is for 7th and 8th. This is Tilly Gurney from the East Midlands versus Lorna Bowler from the Central Region. So she's maintained that now. We should see that cadence, that pedaling speed increase off turn 2. Till it got
stand, so riders are now free to stop if they wish. And there we go. Successful execution there. Change of position.
Just looking at this, Matt, really close in qualification here. So only a 10th in it between, I was saying, so Tilly qualified 13-1, Lorna qualified 13-0. How would you come to the line if you were that close in qualification?
It all comes down to tactics here. It's like speeds are pretty similar, so it's like we've got to make sure we're running clean rides. We're getting those gaps set from man 2. We've got enough speed if we're man 1. Man 1's got to take it on. Man 2's got to make sure they're pressuring and getting that height, getting that gap set, making sure that we've not got too much gap.
So if you were Tilly here, you'd be like this, really, being really assertive.
Alarm bells are ringing now.
So that's a bit of that. I would say that's quite a big gap considering how close their speeds were, Matt.
You've got to make sure you're in the slipstream, and once you go beyond 10, 50 metres, you're not. But she's starting to come at the wheel now, starting to rush. She's going to get stuck on the hip. Here we go.
So Lorna Bowler has shown us she can go long here. Looks like it's going to be really close. Gurney comes late. Whoa, I think about half a wheel there to the Central Region rider. Bowler takes that. So that D final goes to Central. Bowler rolls out of this sprint competition with a solid 7th position. We're into 5th and 6th.
Yeah, it looked like Gurney was coming around quickly there, but same situation. She hit the wheel at the 100 metre to go mark, and she's stuck on the hip. Looked like she was going to get around the home straight, but didn't quite get there.
So probably a little bit tighter on, or started that rush a little bit earlier.
Yeah, or the position she was in, she was so far back that she was chasing for that whole lap. So she was closer with a lap to go, and she'd have hit the wheel at the same place. Yeah, maybe she'd have got around with more speed.
Righto. Okay, we're moving on really, really quickly here. So this is for 5th and 6th. On the track, we have got from Wales, Emily Tillett, and from Scotland, it's Gemma Penman.
So Penman following closely on the wheel here. Both riders bringing up the track. See who wants to take this one on. Looks like Tillett's gone early.
Pretty observant there, Emily, actually. Just seeing that Gemma was rolling.
Yeah, but maybe that was a little tactic there. She looked like she's taking the race on and then slow down the home straight. And Penman's rolled through underneath. If that's what Tillett wants, then she's executed that perfectly.
I think Tillett's got to be wary here because Penman has got an absolute lightning burst of speed from the bottom of the track.
Yeah, that's same again. You don't want to be going too slow with the lap to go. Here we go. Penman takes it on now.
So Tillett has got that a little bit more length in her speed, and she's going to rush the gap here. I'm pretty sure she's going to be on the hip through 3 and 4, but she's carrying a lot of momentum.
Enough speed there, yeah.
So Tillett comes out of turn 4 with a wheel ahead. Penman's got nothing to give, and Tillett takes it.
Such a good ride there. Perfectly executed gap rush. She hit the wheel. She got passed by that 100-metre line, and then she held on to it all the way. Good ride there.
I've just got a chicken and pesto wrap thing. Wow. Awesome. Thanks, Parrot. I'm going to get them down my neck in a minute. But anyway, let's stay focused. Need to stay focused because we're into the B final. This is the first medal ride-off. Gets serious, well, more serious from here. They take some sorting out, these straps, don't they, on these shoes? So this is a rerun, Matt, of the bronze ride-off.
Yeah, and I think in that instance, Hilliard took the bronze medal at the National Championship, so I'm sure Josie's coming back here with a vengeance. She was 2/10 faster in qualifying, so maybe she's got more speed on this day, but all comes down to those vital tactics. So, yeah, we'll be in for a good race here, I'm sure.
It was 2-0 actually at the Nationals, Matt, and maybe third time lucky for Amber Joseph here. So again, both these girls just quite recently maybe realised they like sprinting, realised how much talent they've got for sprinting. But hey, thank goodness they have.
Yeah, it's a beautiful art, this track sprinting, so yeah, good choice, girls.
What is it that Mark Barry used to say all the time, Matt? You can train an endurance rider, but you're born a sprinter. Yeah?
We're born this way, guys.
Very particular. I found that out over the last 13 years of coaching. Took me a long time to work it out, I'll tell you. So Amber Joseph here, stalking Hilliard. Hilliard on blue line. The door open, she needs to be really, really wary underneath there. So just rolls down to the red line in the turn, shuts the door.
Joseph's looking dangerous there. She's losing a bit of a height there, but she's gained it again. She's got that good position on the track. The speed's a little slow at this point, though, so whoever takes it on is looking more dangerous.
So Hilliard just matching the speed of Joseph. I think she's going to have her in the bottom of the track tight on the wheel here, Matt. So pretty good there from Hilliard.
Yeah, she's kept her close, and Josie's got no gaps, so she's trying to come down the back straight. But like we said before, 100 metres line, Hilliard's at the front, and it doesn't look like Josie's going to get round. So Hilliard had a good late acceleration and takes the win.
And she's pleased about that. She punches the air. So putting pay for that slightly slow qualification. So the bronze medal going to Georgia Hilliard from the West Midlands.
Yeah, just shows there that 2/10 in qualification doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, it's going to be harder to race. So, you know, all credit to her for coming onto the track, knowing that she's potentially in qualifying a little bit slower, but taking the race on and taking the spoils there for the bronze medal.
So here we go. We are into the A final, people. This is the last race of the second day of the 2015 Sainsbury School Games Track Championships. Also the Inter-Regional Track Championships for GB Cycling. On the track, please put your hands together. From Scotland, it's Amber King. In the National Champ skin suit, from the Northwest, please put your hands together. Show your appreciation for Lauren Baylow. Listen to the tension in that music. So I should have said it's the last female race of day 2 because we've got the boys to kill off yet. We're going to rail through all those.
This is a vital moment now. Batelow's deciding that she wants to be in that back position. She's got that gap set there, look. Let's see if she can use that to her advantage when it comes to the sprint lap.
So, Matt, how do you maintain that gap over this next sort of couple of laps, lap and a
She's
half?
got to be watching the speed of Amber King. She's got to make sure that if Amber King squeezes on, she's got to hold that gap. Don't let her get too much. Don't close that gap too early as well. So, yeah, you're talking like meters difference here, but yeah, it's good gap for now, but will that stay the same?
So how do you regulate your gap, Matt? Is it all about kicking back, or?
Never kick back in the race. You've got to use the track. So if you wanna get closer, you come down the track. If you wanna get a bigger gap, you go up the track. You don't necessarily squeeze on and hold back. Use the track so that all the time you're trying to accelerate, but use the track to your advantage to get that gap set. So here we go, lap to go. Batelow's looking nice and high on the track. Will she use that height to come at King?
So she's looking to force King to open up, and it looks like Amber stayed very patient.
Yeah, very negative here.
She's drawn Batelow onto a hit, but Batelow just seems to have more gas and drives into turn 3 with ease. Put your hands together. Lauren Batelow, national champion, and now 2015 Sainsbury's School Games Girls Sprint Champion, Lauren Batelow.
Good strong ride there. And even though that was like a late acceleration from both girls, she just had so much more strength and had that power to accelerate as hard as she could and flew past. Amazing display of strength and speed there from the young rider.
And there, a nice handshake. Please put your hand together as she comes round into the back straight. Silver medalist at the 2015 School Games, Amber King. So there we go. That concludes the girls' sprint competition. Boys' sprint to come. Just eating my chicken parcel. It's a bit claggy. It's really nice, but claggy. Right. M final. 25th, 26th, Luke Hind versus Niall Lawrence. East Mids versus Ulster.
It's good to see the presence of Ulster at these championships. Northern Ireland, I'm sure, doesn't have a velodrome. I think there's an outdoor one in Dublin, but yeah, it's good to see these young riders from Northern Ireland making the trip across to get on this wooden, fantastic velodrome. Lawrence looked like he wanted to take it on the front there, but has had second thoughts, and Hind has resumed that position at the front.
So Lawrence opens the sprint up here. Hind sitting pretty, staying patient. We've seen bike riders with a lack of experience, and we've seen it again there, actually. The bell's rung, and Luke's just reacted to the bell and set off full bore after Lawrence. Lawrence showing good speed here, though. Hind got nothing he can respond with. And Ulster take this 25th, 26th M final. Dun, 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 dun. This is the L final, 23rd, 24th. Joe Saunders from the southwest. Harvey, the Dreadnought McNaughton from the south. You can Google what the Dreadnought is, because I'm sure you're all going, what is he going on about?
I think seeing as you just sang the intro there, Tim, you've got to actually sing the rest of the song.
I've got a mouthful of chicken. I can't do it.
That's not an excuse.
Looking very wistful there, Tom. Are you just looking at your brother, stroking your chin? It's International Beard Day. Grow yourself a big beard, yeah. Okay, big move there from the Dreadnought. Moves underneath with a lap to go. He's still looking pretty patient, though. He's expecting that move from Saunders. And Saunders is just biding his time, look. This is like the sprint that was never a sprint. Oh, Saunders makes the move, and Dreadnought reacts. He's got him on the hip here. I think he could see him off, but Saunders is trying to come over the top. Going to be ever so close. Saunders takes it. You beauty.
Yeah, Saunders hit that gap nicely. Got far enough in front by the time he got to turn 3, and yeah, could hold on to that speed, keep coming around turns 3 and 4, and came over nicely to take the win there.
So after the sprint competition is finished, we've obviously got the medal presentations to do. So yeah, medal presentations to do, and then just a reminder for the bike riders, we'll be going into our UK anti-doping workshops. So girls are going to be in one D, boys are going to be in the other. So we need to get organised ASAP. The food's coming out now as well, the snacks, so that you're in a good mental state, nice and fueled up, ready to do the UK anti-doping workshops.
Big shove there from Big Rotherham. Good work, lad. And yes, that's meant Levers has been able to take that front there with that hypnotising disc wheel. Yeah, actually, I can't take my eye off that wheel, so yeah, I'm going to be concentrating on this race a lot more.
It's a good thing. Imagine having double disc like that.
That would be fantastic.
Wouldn't it? My girlfriend's dad, he wanted to put LEDs in them and go racing in the dark.
That's fantastic. But here we go, gladiatorial racing here from Levers. Keeping his opponent nice and close. Raymond's got to get out of that position if he's going to be able to take this race on. Levers holding him there nicely. This is a good display of tactics here. So Levers got to be careful. He holds that position now. Here we go, lap to go.
So Alistair Levers there, riding those first couple of laps like he had Ethan Vernon on a lead.
Here comes the attack.
Sorry, it's Will Raymond.
He's got on the wheel. Is he going to get past him?
I don't think so there, Matt. I reckon Levers has got this.
No, so that's another situation there where, like, just outside a lap to go, he's so slow. It allowed Levers to accelerate nice and late on in the race. And, yeah, it meant Raymond just had nothing left to come around him because Levers was accelerating all the way to the line there.
A nice little handshake as well to finish it off. So this next one on the track is our J final, 19th and 20th. We're into the top 20 now. And this is Ty Woofenden, the Speedway man, Will Tidbull from the southwest, and Dan Coombe from Wales.
So we've got Welsh Dragon Dan Coombe at the front, taking it on for now. And Will Tidball just settling for second position for the moment.
As I've said, during the first couple of days of competition, Will's come across from a cycle speedway background, and the core skills that you learn in cycle speedway are absolutely fantastic. You look like you want to say something, Matt.
It translates nicely, actually, because they use really small gears in cycle speedway. I do apologise. So it translates to these youth gears nicely. You can get that gear going nice and quick. So see if you can use that speedway speed to get into win this race here.
All that observation as well in speedway that they use, and they're not frightened of a little bit of contact. I know that in speedway as well.
I was checking out doing that speedway, so I stuck to the track, yeah.
Oh, Tidbull just launches himself into the wheel there a little bit. Has Dan Coombe got the gas to come back at him here? I'm not sure he has. So Tidbull out of the saddle, he's got another little kick. You see him increase that cadence there, exactly what Mr. Rotherham was telling us. That ability to pedal and accelerate quickly has just given that to Tidbull. In the space of 10, 15 metres, increased his cadence by maybe 15, 20 revs a minute there.
Yeah, and it's another lesson here. It's like, once you're inside a lap and a quarter, a lap and a half to go, any changes in position at that point on in the race are going to kind of set the tone for the final. So Tidbull took the front there with a lap to go, and because that was so late on to change position during the race, it meant that he could take it on and got through for the win.
So I-final about to start, 17th and 18th. This is Joe Swinnerton from the West Midlands. And Jacob Vaughan from the southeast. Jacob had that little spill in his first qualifying, just slipped off the bank in turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, the Swinnertons got a little bit of a pedigree in the sprint discipline. Paul Swinnerton was a strong tandem rider back in the day, and you know Barney's a racer now, and so yeah, so hopefully Joe's got that sprint ability in him today.
Those guys can pedal small gears as well. I think, you know, I used to, talking to Paul. Paul used to sprint on about 82 or something ridiculous. Crazy, crazy leg speed.
Spin to win, but not in my case.
Yeah, we 135-inch gear. So Swinnerton looking pretty good here. Vaughan just goes up to meet him. Swinnerton can just take some height here in the turn and keep pressing on and not get impatient. I think he's going to get Vaughan going. Easy to, he's quite twitchy, Vaughan. Ooh, pulled Swinnerton into the wheel here now. So he's going to have to go backwards to go forwards a little bit, Joe. So Vaughan got a lot of length in his sprint here. Swinnerton's going to do well to get round him. Vaughan takes it from the southeast.
Yeah, another rolling three-quarter effort situation there was employed at, you know. Vaughan, three-quarters lap to go, got out of the saddle, had that kick again. So it meant that by the time he'd come into this home straight, he was still accelerating. Made it harder for Swinnerton to get around. So well executed there by Jacob Vaughan.
So Matt, we've got you know, in observation and through your observation, really, we've got a lot of very short sprints happening. How does that? Do you think that is a cause of? Is caused by the small gears that the guys are on, and how does that relate to the kind of sprints that you do? Are they a lot longer with a lot bigger gears that you guys ride?
The bigger the gear is, the earlier you got to get it going. So you see in races now in the men's discipline where like a lap and three-quarters to go, the race is starting to roll, and by a lap and a half to go, the race is decided because it depends on what the speeds are and like where the positions of the riders are. So yeah, with the youth gears, you can leave it a lot later, but the same thing is you can't leave it that late so that you're accelerating all the way to the end.
Okay, on the track, H final, Carl Jolly versus Louis Rose Davis. This is a central southeast battle. So again, I'm just going to take the words from Matt, and I'm quite proud of his observation. So it's great to see these really endurance-focused bike riders who've been able to put a really decent sprint together, not just from a physical point of view, but from a tactical point of view, knowing whether to put themselves on the track, knowing how to ride it tactically against each other, using observation. And Jolly forces Rose Davis into the bottom of the track here. Comes across the front of him a little bit there, but nobody had really committed to the sprinter's lane, so I think it will be cool there. So Jolly pressing hard, but it's Rose Davis coming with a late surge down the back straight. But he's half a wheel behind, and if this goes to course, as Matt's been telling us, and exactly what's happening, half a wheel behind in turn 3 and 4, loses it by half a wheel at the finish line.
Just didn't quite get around there. You've got to get in front by the end of the back straight, if that's the tactic you're going to use. If not, you can leave it later, and you can attack it at turn 4 here and come with a lot of speed down that last home straight. But riders here seem to be very keen to hit that wheel nice and early, and yeah, it doesn't always pay off.
So on the track, this is our G final, 13th, 14th, East Mids versus Yorkshire. Bailey Wilmot, Tom Pidcock. Pidcock in the pink, Wilmot in the ghost skin suit of the East Mids. And all the East Mids dudes are on the barrier here for Wilmot. Hello, East Mids. How are we? Hi. Hi. Good ride that, Tilly. Oh, selfie alert. Can you take a selfie on your iWatch, Sal? Can you do it? Okay, Pidcock whirling his magic, just trying to get Wilmot going here. Out of the saddle, forcing Wilmot, and Wilmot has pretty much opened up here. Pidcock can be really, really patient.
Pidcock's got that gap set now. He's got a real rush into it. Look how he's hit the wheel nice and early. He's got to get past in the back straight. We've got parallel. Will he be able to hold on to it and keep that speed going in the home straight? Here we go.
Oh, Pidcock shuts down there, shuts down coming out of turn 4. Ooh, I'm not sure about that one. I think he had the gas to come round him, Matt.
Yeah, he was coming quick. At the lottery funding sign, he was there, and he had that speed, he had that gap, but just seemed to, didn't quite get too far in front, and, yeah, because he was still a good wheel behind in that, at turn 3, just didn't get round.
So I really think, going back and having a look at this on the live stream and having a look at how many bike riders that are hitting the wheel on the exit of turn 2, but only being up to the front wheel in turn 3 and then not winning the race. And just seeing and reflecting on that for yourselves. And just saying, would I have hit the wheel that early? Should I have hit the wheel earlier? Should I have hit the wheel later to really pull the win out of the race that I've just watched?
Yeah, Pidcock potentially could have kept that gap and allowed his opponent to slow down a little bit more. You know, Wilmot had started to slow down in the home straight here, and if Pidcock had attacked him there, maybe they got round.
So would he have been still hitting the wheel coming out of turn 4 or hitting the wheel on mid-banking there, Matt?
Yeah, if you hit the wheel at the entrance to turn 4, you potentially can hit the wheel, and as that front rider is starting to slow down, you'll find yourself zoom past in the home straight because you're accelerating, they're decelerating. But you see, the thing is at the start of turn 3, the front rider's still got some good speed there. So as you hit that wheel and come into the wind yourself, you've got a further way to come round, and you're going to start to slow down yourself.
And you're also going against the boards there as well, going into that banking. The track's going to slow you down as well. So on the track, this is Richie Allen and Ethan Vernon. This is our F final for 11th and 12th. This is the Northeast versus Eastern. So it's Eastern in the dark blue, Northeast in the light blue.
Yeah, Vernon looked like he was going to track stand there, but didn't quite execute it. So it's meant that he still had to take it on from the front. His position's nice and exposed there, so he's got to make sure he's got enough speed to hold on to it. Allen could easily switch and take the front. So let's see who takes it on here. Pace is starting to increase around the top of the track. It's looking like a flying 200 effort here. Vernon's looking to lead it out. Allen's following him. He's got that gap still. But it's quite a big gap there. It's quite a big gap. Is he going to come back at it?
Hopefully this might be one of those things that we see, that late rush, what we've just been talking about, and it's exactly what we're talking about. He's going to hit the wheel on the exit of 4. I don't think he's going to get around him, and just a little bit, made that gap a little bit unmanageable. So that goes to Ethan Vernon from Eastern.
Yeah, back to that red light situation. Down here at the home straight with a lap and a fifth to go, or whatever it was, Vernon went, and he switched down to the black line, and Allen stayed at the top of the track. So Vernon's speed increased dramatically in comparison to Allen's. So the gap increased very quickly in a short space of time, and Allen just could not pull it back from that point. You've got to react. Go with your instincts. You can't be sat there waiting for you to come down the track. If someone goes, you've got to go with them, and then reassess once you've with them. You can come back up the track, but if someone goes down the track with a lap to go, you've got to go with them, otherwise you're left standing.
So moving on into the E final, and it's the man that's been fast in the bottom of the track. From Ulster, it's Harvey Barnes, and then from Wales, we've got Matt Burke. So Harvey Barnes has shown some explosive acceleration from the flat off the bottom of the track and has taken people by surprise, actually, over the last 2 days. If Burt gets into a drag race with him over 3/4 of a lap, he may come out second.
Yeah. And Barnes decided to take it on early. He took that front position. So whether he uses that position now, you've got to make sure you've got enough speed. He has come up to match Burke, so they're both in the same position now. Here we go, top of the track.
He's got a fair set of legs on him, old Harvey.
Here we go. Late move here. Burke's going to be accelerating all the way to the line. It's up to Barnes to hit that wheel and come past him. But yeah, it looks like Burke's just left it late, been able to accelerate all the way to the line and takes the victory.
And he's very happy with that victory as well. So Burke has put 3 really good rides together there for Wales. And takes that first top 10 spot. So he's in 9th there. And Harvey Barnes from Ulster takes 10th.
My mum got the pictures out for the 18. And God, so were you and them, like, you like, your hair is massive, like, you just look dead different.
Righto, 7th and 8th now on the track. From Scotland, it's Stephen Dent. Way! And we've got the beardy man in pink from Yorkshire. It's Alex Ridehalgh. Oh, Yorkshire flags out, Yorkshire flags out. Make sure it's the right way round. You've got to get it the right way round. People go ballistic about that. So Alex just takes a little bit more height there, looking right shoulder, looking for any move that Stephen's going to make. Stephen just tracking the wheels of Ridehalgh here. Takes another metre of height in the back straight. Again, another rider squeezing on, trying to force his opponent to make the move, and he's forced Ridehalgh to get out of the saddle. And that's, if he can hit this wheel on the exit, Dent needs to press the gas now if he's going to be up and over into turn 3, and he's done it. And he's got that startling acceleration, Stephen, when he gets out of the saddle. But Ridehalgh has got him on the hip here, and they're running to the line. Dent out of the saddle again, and he's on the lunge. Oh, that was a lunge that won that. And I have a feeling the beardy man has taken that by the whiskers on his chinny chin.
Well calculated there. Looked like Dent was going to come at him. And with 100 metres to go, it was close. They were within a wheel of each other. And all the way to the line there, yeah, it was, no one knew what was going to happen. So, yeah, all on that lunge. I remember doing training sessions, practicing that lunge. It's so important because when it comes down to those vital points in the race, you need a good lunge. But here we go. It's Bumblebee time. The Northwest back on the track. Here we go.
A little bit partisan, I think, just a little bit. Right, 5th and 6th. We have got in the black, from the West Midlands, from Solihull in particular, Jake Stewart. In the Bumblebee suit from the Northwest, Chris Seaton. So Stewart, the quicker qualification time with an 11.2 PB. But Heaton, the more adept, more experienced sprint rider. And a student of the sport, I'll tell you. He put some time in, this boy.
So like we saw with Hilliard and Joseph, it's that speed is not, the qualification time doesn't decide the result, but, can Stewart use that speed to his advantage?
So again,
Ian's up and down the track. He's using that track, trying to make Stewart go. But that's using a lot of energy there. What do you think, Tim?
I think Jake can sometimes get a little bit lost in these first 2 laps where you can overthink it. So I think Chris moving around there will be getting Jake thinking quite a lot.
But it doesn't seem to have phased him. He's not taking the lead yet. It's still quite slow. It's going to be left to a late acceleration. Who's going to take it on?
It's a really, really composed ride, this, actually, from Jake. This is one of the best sprints I've seen him do.
Yeah, Stuart just matched Heaton's speed there. Didn't allow Heaton to get any space. And it's just looked like Stuart is taking it on. He's got that black line all the way, but here comes Heaton. And just doesn't quite get there.
I really have to say that is the most composed match sprint I've seen Jake Stewart deliver. It's like it's all come together here on day 2 of the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. So Heaton just beating on flat speed, really. So Stewart taking 5th, Chris Heaton taking 6th. So we're moving into the medal rides and being pushed up onto the track. This is the bronze medal ride-off. Please put your hands together for the thinking man from Scotland, number 57, Lewis Stewart. He's up against the rider from the south, the Ox, Alistair Fielding.
Yeah, we've got 2 different types of riders here. Fielding has grown up on an outdoor track, so he's got that innate strength. And his opponent, Lewis, has been training on Glasgow tracks, so he's got that speed. So it's 2 different kind of types of riders here. One's got that strength, one's got the speed of the wood in the legs. So who can use their strength to the advantages? Let's see.
So if a bike rider's got that strength, would that mean that they're going to make it short, or how would the riding look like? How would you use those skills in a different way?
Yeah, so when you train on the outdoor track, you find that when you come back to the wood, you can accelerate really hard. Because when you've been on the outdoor tracks, it's harder to accelerate. You find that it's like
because of the resistance.
Yeah, and so it's like being on a turbo and then going onto the rollers. You find it's much easier. So Fielding comes from the outdoor track where he's been training, comes onto the indoor and finds that it's so much easier to produce speed. And his strength comes through. So it looks like he maybe wants 2nd position. He's going for the track stand. Here we go. But he's not quite been able to hold it yet.
So what we're saying is Lewis will probably have more of that fluidity in the back end of the ride to be able to maintain that cadence.
Good display of track standing here. Stuart has got that front position now, so if they're forced to lead off, it will be Stuart taking the front. Fielding has achieved what he wanted to for now, but actually Fielding has decided to take it on.
So Fielding on the front here.
Doesn't look like Fielding wants the front, so we were seeing another track stand here to force Stuart into the front. Doesn't seem that way. This race is starting to get going now. Fielding's got to hold on to that position, protect his inside. Stuart's got to get that gap set, pressure his opponent. Big gap here between the 2 riders. What's going to happen?
So Stuart accelerating hard at Fielding, trying to make Fielding go here. And this is one of those occasions that Lewis is just going to have to use that speed and that height. And he doesn't need to wait for him to open up. If he comes at him and opens up, he just needs to go straight over. And Fielding draws him in. Stuart takes a little bit more height to maintain the gap and then starts his gap rush. Fielding is accelerating hard, sits down in the saddle, loses a bit of momentum, but that fluidity of the boards is coming in. Stuart trying to rush. Fielding holds on, and the Ox takes it.
Such a strong ride there. Was able to accelerate in that last half a lap, and Stuart just could not come at him. I think, it was just another situation there where Stuart left a nice big gap and just could not pull it back in the end, at the end of that race.
I think, again, we just saw, I think a case of like we saw with Richie Allen, Matt, the riders are just overcomplicating a little bit, where Lewis could have gone for the wheel and he took some more height to try and get a little bit more out of the track, where he could have just gone straight for the black line and really started his effort towards the back wheel. But anyway, that's in the past. What's in the future? It's the A final. This is the ride-off for gold and silver. Please welcome onto the track, from Central, Cameron Thompson. fastest qualifying national champion from the Northeast. It's Hamish, the Bull Turnbull. So Turnbull, 7/10 quicker in qualifying. Has looked absolutely as smooth as silk.
All credit to Thompson for making it through the rounds. He's qualified in the middle of the field and he's found himself in the final. So can he keep that momentum going? There's no saying that 7/10 is going to stop you, but you've got to employ those important tactics. Don't let Turnbull rush your wheel. But here we go. It's 2 laps to go and the pace is already going.
Thompson.
Turnbull's got that electric speed.
So Thompson has raced really well, as Matt has pointed out, to race his way into this final. He's had to go against faster people all the way through the qualifying rounds.
Turnbull's got a big gap there. Not sure what he's trying to use that position for. But as Thompson comes up the track, he's in the same position as him. He's got a nice big gap. Someone's going to take it on. Here goes Turnbull. He's not quite committed yet. Leaving some in the tank.
Actually playing games here, a little bit of showboating almost from Turnbull. Gets him on the hip and takes him into turn 3, and he's got him on a lead here. So this is Turnbull, coming through turn 4. Imperious ride, put your hands together. It's Hamish Turnbull! 2015 Sainsbury School Games gold medalist and sprint champion. The man for the Northeast, Hamish, the Bull Turnbull. And silver medalist has raced absolutely fantastic all day. Put your hands together for Cameron Thompson.
Very good racing there. Turnbull just left it late. With good observation there. He obviously looking in the corner of his eye, just watching where Cameron was. And yeah, when the time mattered, he put his foot down and pulled away. And just showed that speed, that national record, 11.010 speed. Incredible, incredible record there. No one's ever gone faster than that, so it's good to get that on the track. Last race of the year. And it's a good display of the stripes there, so well done to Turnbull. He really did the national stripes proud there.
Fantastic, fantastic. And that pretty much shows up the competition for today, but we have got our medal ceremonies, guys, so please don't disappear. Let's make sure we support these medal ceremonies. And can we all please put our hands together for a great stepping in on the mic from Matt Rotherham? Thanks, Matt. Very much appreciated. Saved my voice a little bit as well.
No probs. Cheers, guys. So, yeah, good racing from everyone there. It was also good to see the kilo rides earlier. I know they're not too great. We've got results here. Did you announce them before?
No, I did announce them. We're going to do the medals, mate. We're going to.
For the medals.
You like a kilo, don't you?
I
as
do
well?
like the kilo. The kilo is that event where it's like you against the machine, or against the clock as well, and yeah, incredible speeds there.
Are you riding the kilo at the Nationals, Matt?
Yes, but it's on the same day as the sprint. So
Right. Okay.
if somehow, or if I'm in the end of the sprint competition, maybe I knock the kilo on the head. But
Okay.
no, for now, yeah, I'm entered. I'm doing the kilo. It tends to be my event, so gotta, can't have a year out from the kilo.
Well, no.
Going wrong there.
No.
So yeah, I'm hoping to get a good qualification time and then hit out the kilo. So yeah.
Good. We wish you all the luck at the Nationals, Matt, and I'm sure everybody will give you a big wave, and they'll also wish you good luck. Thank you very much for your help, and we'll speak to you later. Cheers, man.
Cheers, Tim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games. This is the girls' Madison. So the medals will be presented by our man on the mic, Matthew Rotherham. The winner of the bronze medal, representing the South region, Lauren Dolan and Pfeiffer Georgie. The winners of the silver medal, representing Wales, Lizzie Bennett and Jess Roberts. Gold medalist and Sainsbury's School Games champions, representing Scotland, Jenny Hall and Rhoda Callender. Manchester, please, let's celebrate our Sainsbury's 2015 School Games medalists. Away we go again. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the medal ceremony, I should say, for the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Boys Madison. Once again, the medals will be presented by our man, Matt Rotherham. The winners of the bronze medal, representing the South East, Boru Pratt McCulloch and Freddie Wright. Silver medalist representing the Northwest is the Wild Thing and the Bolton Lion, Theo Hartley and Connor Davies. Gold medalist and Sainsbury's 2015 School Games champions. It's that team from Yorkshire. They're in the pink. It's Double H, Harry Hardcastle and Jamie Ridehouse. Manchester, please put your hands together and let's celebrate the 2015 School Games medalists. So these are coming thick and fast, ladies and gentlemen. The medal ceremony for the paracycling 1,000 meters or kilo time trial. Winner of the bronze medal with a time that was 103% of his target, Alex Jones. Winner of the silver medal with a time 106% of her target, Lauren Booth. Gold medalist and Sainsbury's 2015 School Games champion. Please welcome with a time 109.249 of his target, Matthew Robertson. Manchester, once again, put your hands together and please celebrate our 2015 School Games champions, medalists and champions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the medal ceremony for the 2015 Sainsbury School Games for the girls' sprint. Winner of the bronze medal representing the West Midlands, Georgia Hilliard. The winner of the silver medal representing Scotland, please welcome Amber King. Gold medalist, national champion, and now Sainsbury's 2015 School Games champion, representing the Northwest, Lauren Batonata-Lowe. Okay, guys, once again, let's show our appreciation for these 2015 School Games medalists. And finally, last but not least, so we can stop this music going round and round. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the medal ceremony for the Sainsbury 2015 School Games Boys Sprint. Winner of the bronze medal representing the South region, please welcome onto the podium the Ox, Ali Fielding. Winner of the silver medal representing the Central region, battled his way all the way up through qualification. Please put your hands together for Cameron Thompson. Gold medalist, again national champion and now Sainsbury's 2015 School Games champion, representing the Northeast, is Hamish Turnbull. So for the last time today, please show your appreciation for this set of 2015 Sainsbury's School Games medalists. And that concludes Day 2 of the Inter-Regional Championships and the 2015 Sainsbury's School Games here at the National Cycling Centre. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for listening. And bike riders, thank you very much for your bike racing. We will see you again tomorrow, bright and early, for team sprints and team pursuits. I hope you've had a good day. Thanks, everybody, for the food. Adios, over and out. It's been emotional.